I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Good morning, folks. I think I'd like to reintroduce myself to the people that don't really know me. I've been on YouTube for a decade, really. My numbers may not show it because I've been on and off. And at times I did something really stupid when I wanted to hide my channel. I wound up deleting it. Yeah, well, I do some stupid things among good things I do for my channel. People hear a lot of things about me, a lot of negative things. Well, it's coming from people called trolls. And if you've been on YouTube long enough, and you tend to talk about the YouTube community, and this particular one is the Philippines genre, you're going to pick up a few trolls every now and again. And sometimes, like a snowball going downhill, it picks up velocity, it picks up matter, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. There are people that are going to like you, and there's people that are not going to like you. Whether it's your voice, whether it's your topic matter, whether it's your own philosophy, whatever it might be. People might read a lot of comments today about, who is this guy, Frank? What exactly did he do to have a lot of people against him? Well, if you're on here long enough, believe me, you'll have some people against you, whether you like it or not. It's not anything that I did, it's things that people made up. Well, you get used to it after a while. So that explains a little bit. It's a long history, long and boring. But basically, I've always had great topic matter on my show, and there's so much jealousy and envy, because a lot of people that actually are my trolls don't even live in the Philippines. And these people have not been able to accomplish what I did. Now, what did I accomplish? Well, it was a person who made up his mind, decided he wanted out of where he was living in the United States. Simple as that. And did wind up meeting a great woman that was so, well, different than anyone I ever met, leading to a relationship going on now 10 years, when the trolls thought, well, I give them 6 weeks. Well, things didn't always work out their way and what they hoped and wished about me. I've been under a lot of scrutiny here on YouTube, and sometimes that will happen through the years. It's not just me. So many people have been attacked on here that have YouTube channels. People just fighting with each other left and right. I mean, it just never ends. You either got the ability to develop thick skin or you don't. And if you can't develop thick skin, you just get off. You know, that's it. Say goodbye. But you can't worry about what people think about you. Oh, there are lots of stories that have been made up out of me and brought out of context. It's just, just a lot of hyperbole. So if you're wondering, who is this guy and how come I'm hearing so much about him? Well, it's kind of a thing where you had to be there. And you had to have been following through the years. A lot of people don't even live, that have become my trolls, don't even live in the Philippines because they couldn't hack it. Maybe they come from Hackensack, I don't know, but they couldn't hack it. That's what it really comes down to. They're jealous of what you have. Well, what is it that I have anyway? They're so upset about. Well, they're upset that I'm actually happy when they are absolutely miserable about themselves. They couldn't accomplish what I've done, but what have I done that maybe, nobody else has done or wish they'd done? Well, it's pretty simple, really. I decided to move to the Philippines. I did meet somebody. I had some disastrous meetings with women that, didn't turn out the way I wanted to, but I never gave up. Well, I'm here, and it worked out real well. Worked out so well that it's been almost 10 years now. I'm in the same relationship. We bought a house, living in the house. I don't pay rent. I live in a nice community. I'm a relatively short walk to white sand beaches and resorts. And there's a lot of people that don't have what I have. They only wish they did. I planned things that really worked out for me, and it really didn't maybe work out for some other people. Maybe they just, I don't know, can't afford to retire yet, or maybe they tried it out. They couldn't meet any women. Something about their personality. I don't know. Everybody has a story. Like the one show, the guy died. Every man has a story. I could go on and on with a big laundry list of why people can act adverse to other YouTubers such as myself. It would take a long time to really put all the details in. You know, a kid's game, I don't know if it's a kid's game, but you know where you get a group of 10 kids and somebody whispers something in the first kid's ear and he has to repeat that story, whatever you told him, to the next person, to the next person, to the next person, and so on. The story becomes different when it reaches the 10th person. Well, that's exactly what happens on YouTube here. Stories build up, more mass, more velocity, and it becomes, at the end, sounds like a big disaster. Well, there's nothing really unusual about my life, actually, out here. I'm just a regular guy doing a show, and there's some people that decide that they don't like you. Maybe you blocked them on your live streams, and they get upset. They jump over the fence to the other guy who maybe doesn't like you for whatever reason, and it becomes kind of a hate club. But the thing is, it becomes something for people to talk about. They need drama on here, and they need to find a victim. Things had become so bad at one time that one individual is still sitting in jail 3 years later because, well, I decided to do something about it. Thick skin or not, I decided that I don't think it was cool just because this guy didn't like me to call me names. Oh, you might say, oh, poor baby, he called you names. Well, you see, the difference is what they called you and how long they called you on public media. This guy decided to call me a child molester, a predator, etc., 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 etc. I fired the warning shots with the guy, didn't listen. Well, I got him for immigration of 7 years overstay. And I brought him to court for 5 counts of cyber libel. And he pleaded guilty to it. Well, because he was guilty. I let him know that, hey, I don't appreciate this. I fired my warning shots. You've heard them. You've seen the shots. You didn't want to comply. So I had to do that. So that started off some controversial stuff too. And people all know the guy and what he did. And they understand. And they are happy that he's in jail, but they will not admit it. Because there's certain people out there that don't like me. And they say, oh, you did wrong by putting him in jail. Well, I always tell people, you have to be in my shoes to understand the situation and the gravity of a situation. Look, if somebody don't like you, they just tune out of your channel. Or they just come out if they really want to be verbal and say, hey, I don't like you. In fact, I even hate you. All right, good. You conveyed your feelings and fine, over with. But no, there's some people that push it and push it and push it and push it. They decide they don't like you and they try to enroll and incorporate other people not to like you. Hey, that's typical here on social media, not just with me, but it's something that a lot of people experience on a daily level. If you decide to put yourself out there on social media, you're putting yourself out there to everyone, okay? And you got different personalities out there and different levels of, sociopathy and psychopathy, and that's what you have to deal with when you're going to make a decision to you decide to get into social media. You want to have a YouTube channel. You think you're going to get rich, and most people don't, and that's the way it is. I got people who actually simulcast my broadcasts. Yeah, I'm not kidding. When I do live, oh yeah, everybody waits around for it because they know he's going to do it. I don't make this shit up. Okay, it's real. So why am I still on? Because I don't let people control me. Hold on for a second here. Okay, so I'm trying to explain this whole situation as eloquently as I can. So who am I? I'm just a vlogger who's been around for a pretty damn long time. And I love to share stories. I'm not always on camera. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with your phone. My show is more of a podcast, well, it's more of a radio broadcast, really, if you want to look at it that way. But I'm not always off camera. Oh, you might see my number of videos. There's not many out there for those newbies. But I've had, believe me, thousands of videos. And although I've been around for a long time on here, there were thousands of videos. Through my dumb mistakes and, I kind of eradicated all my videos by accident. Then I might just get pissed off and take my channel off, decide to come back on. So, obviously I'd be losing all the videos. But don't worry, all is not lost, because I got people out there that actually record every single video I've ever done. And then you might wonder, how in the world do they have that kind of time on their hands? But they do. See, these are the people that criticize me all the time. Yeah. They can't believe my perseverance. They cannot believe my tenacity. That despite being attacked so many times, I've had death threats, I could even go on and on this upload and try to explain to any new person that listens to my show. Consider this a warning to people that want to have a channel, that there's a big responsibility on having a YouTube channel, what you say, and how personal you get. That's the other thing I talk about too, that if you're going to be a vlogger on here, you're going to have to realize that you want to keep your personal information to yourself. Of course, I made that mistake because I'm a very personable person. I'm a very open person who likes to share. But you can share, but you have to be limited on your sharing. Oh, believe me, they will look up your relatives. They will pay, if they have to, for an information site to try to find out any information. Have you had any criminal records? Have you had... It gets really ugly on YouTube. So if you're thinking about having a channel, I really think it out very carefully, and I'd format it in such a way that, you're going to have lesser... I'm not saying you're never going to have any problems, but you maybe have lesser problems. There are people who have channels out there that are fantastic, where they don't get involved with the drama on YouTube. And that's one of the biggest, no-nos you can do, is get involved with the drama on YouTube. Hey, I'm guilty of that. It's a whirlwind that you get sucked up in, and I've got sucked up in it in my past. And it's not something I recommend that you do. But sometimes you can't help. You're in this particular genre, which is the Philippines vlogging community. It's not just Philippines, it's whoever listens to my channel. I just happen to be an American living in the Philippines. And this kind of goes with the territory, unfortunately. You're going to get people that like you, and you're going to get people that don't like you. That's just a part of the landscape, shall I call it, if you will. The landscape of putting on a social media show, whether you're Facebook or Twitter, whatever they call it these days. I don't go under and post anything generally on Facebook other than using their messenger or something. I think one platform, I think, is quite enough, actually. Now, there's even a possibility that this is all being recorded. Max, in fact, they even devote a channel to me. They call it Frank Battaglia Replays. Okay, and this goes on all the time. Yes, I'm not kidding. There's actually people that have that much time on their hands that, for whatever the reason is, I don't know why they're envy of me. Maybe some of the things I said. The fact is that I made up my mind. I had a direction in life. I followed my direction. And I planned before I moved actually here to the Philippines. And I succeeded in what I wanted to. And there's a lot of people that can't seem to do it. they can't seem to get their act together. They can't seem to achieve the goal that they had in mind. Maybe they tried and failed, and one thing about here, a lot of people move out here because, well, they have a woman in mind, but there's a lot of reasons why people move out here. It's some people, they're alcohol. Most of the trolls on here are obese and they're alcoholics, and they're projecting of what they don't have, what somebody else has and they don't have. And that's what it really comes down to a lot of the times. Some people say, oh, what do we got to be envious about this guy? Oh, there's a lot. But they're not going to tell you the truth. That's just the way it is. Just accept the fact. So, you want to be a YouTuber, you want to be a vlogger. Well, my warning, it's like the black box, the black warning on a pack of cigarettes or whatever, or a product. Be warned that if you're going to do a show on YouTube, you got to have thick skin, or certainly develop it like I did. It even gets to the point that they even talk about your significant other. It could be your wife, could be your girlfriend. They've attacked my girlfriend all the time. They'll always find a rhyme and reason to do so. Because I happen to have actually one of the more attractive and actually mature girlfriends on here. Most expats are going for somebody 40 years, their junior. I am 20 years older than my girlfriend. In fact, it's her birthday yesterday. She's 51 now. And she looks good for her age. She's attractive. And people are envious of what I have. Someone might say, well, don't fool yourself. Don't kid yourself, Frank. She ain't nothing great. Actually, she's a really fairly attractive person. But they're upset. So I got the house. I got the stability in the Philippines here. I mean, I've been here like 10 years. I got the woman. I'm grounded, which a lot of people on here are not grounded. We have you'd be familiar with a lot of people on here. They're like walking the streets of Angeles City, photographing whores, and that's all they have to do with their life. I mean, they're not doing anything with their life. They're living like a saddle tramp, and they're living in backpacker hotels just to make videos to make money, because perhaps they had no other means of making money when they moved here. They may have came here with some money, but it ran out. But I got to get my YouTube show going because I need an income every month. Then they become a slave to this because, well, they have to do YouTube shows all the time. You hear all the sayings about, oh, they're worried about their algorithms, and they become enslaved to their YouTube shows because they have to, because they need that money coming in every month. Me, I'm not monetized. I was monetized once, okay? Then I got off, for whatever reason, by my own doings or a stupid accident of, putting my channel on hide. Instead, I deleted it. Well, I lost everything and monetization and all that. And I never really geared myself to being monetized and then becoming enslaved to it. I still do shows, and a lot of people don't do any shows on here unless they're making money. And that's the whole purpose of doing shows. So yes, they will make up things on their channel. They will talk about stories that are made up just to have material. And we have numerous vloggers out there that are basically bullshitting everybody every single day. They're putting on shows with this material about, oh, I met this guy and I met that guy and he told me. And some of them don't even leave their house. All they do is vlog from their house, and they don't go anywhere to walk on a road, walk on a beach, walk in town and talk. But, all their experience is coming from sitting at their desk with their computer. And boy, they come up with stories. But you see, the point is they have to. The algorithms, I love saying that, algorithms. I never used that word in my life other than, YouTube here, you hear about algorithms. They have to build up this momentum on their channel, and they become enslaved, literally enslaved. They are in prison in their own way, in which many people are trying to get me in prison. I even got to a point with a guy that, it got to a point where a guy that I did put in jail for all the horrible things that he's said about me and accused me of and alleged that I was this and I was that. I've been threatened by him. He's now in jail 3 years, and he has to pay the court before he gets out. He's paying the price. He's paying the price, and that's sometimes, well, it's what happens on here. So they try to pull the same thing on me, a very upset girlfriend of this guy who's in jail, and some people that don't support me, but perhaps on a surface level support the guy that's in jail, when they all know, well, the horrible things this guy has done, not just to me, but to everybody in the 10 years that he's lived in the Philippines. Okay, because they didn't like me, they'd pretend that they were supporting him, but they never really did. So in an effort to get even with me, what they did was they approached his girlfriend. Said, you got to do this, you got to do this. File a report on this guy. Come on, maybe there's something in it for you, whatever will sweeten the pie, whatever happened, whatever transpired. It transpired, whatever happened. And it got her to file a complaint on me with the Board of Immigration, is what happened. Is this story getting uglier and uglier? Oh, it is. It is more to come. But she filed a complaint on me to try to get me deported. A totally invalid bullshit report pushed by certain trolls on here. Now, whether or not they kind of entice the situation to make it lucrative for her to do this, I don't know. I could speculate till the cows come home, but you have to make your own decisions on that. A report was filed on me saying I was this undesirable foreigner. Undesirable? Why? I'm a guy who's helped this community all the time. Undesirable? A guy who comes on here and puts a show on, and it's not like a hate show for the Philippines, like I hate the Philippines. I talk the truth, good and bad, about the Philippines, but I don't hate the Philippines. And I generally mind my business in my personal life with different issues in culture and stuff like that. You have to suck some things up that are bad and enjoy the things that are good. But when somebody has that much hate and contempt for you, they will go that far. Yes, they even went so far as to have an advertisement put in a Facebook page saying that I was giving out free rice and money. I'm not kidding. This is what happened. That's how sick and hateful people can be on here. It's like, did I kick their dog? What did I do? Did I rape their wife or something? What did I do to deserve that? You didn't have to do anything. They just decide they don't like you. So I had all these people show up expecting to get some free rice and some food and some money. That caused controversy and had to be looked into. The police had to come over and find out what's going on. A news reporter came over. I don't make this stuff up. That was all straightened out when I realized it was a troll doing it, that we would never do this to our community. And the people understood that too. But the sad thing was, they weren't just trying to hurt me, but what they did is they actually hurt Filipinos, is what they did. Because people came from nearby islands to come over here, free rice and money. I mean, if you're in a situation like that, I mean, you'd travel the distance too to get some free rice and money. That's what they did. And it was absolutely cruel. They didn't hurt me. They didn't hurt me and my girlfriend at all. But they hurt people that had to come over here thinking they were getting free rice and money. Yes, they've done that. And they've done a lot more too. So my advice, you're going to become a YouTuber, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with putting on a show. So for those that don't understand who I am and wondering what the controversy is, it goes back a whole decade. I'm not this crazy person on here. I'm not this person who wants to cause trouble with people. I've never deliberately hurt anybody on here. Did I ever lash out at people on here? I certainly have in the past, when they deserved it. Out of anger, like anybody else would. Well, in her complaint, she says I called her a whore and a prostitute and so forth. Never did. And not one person could produce a recording unless they could come up with something edited, which these days it's possible. It's never been proven. Even in her report, there was no evidence I ever said that at all. That I was a threat to her somehow or this and that. So that's where it stands. It still stands right now. Yes, I've actually got a hold order on me. You heard it right. I got a hold order on me with immigration. But this has been going on for 19 months as she put her complaint in. They have not come up with a resolution. So I'm here. I have a family. I have a girlfriend of 10 years. I have 2 children I'm bringing up and taking care of. They don't care about that. They didn't care about whether these people are going to be hurt, if they ever succeeded in their mission. No, they didn't care at all. The innocent people that were involved. No, they didn't care who they hurt. Hey, welcome to YouTube, man. Welcome to YouTube. You have to ask yourself, is it worth it? I could have got off a long time ago, and not too long ago. I was off for about 3 months, which is a big thing for me, and they could not handle the fact that I was off. Did he die? Did he get arrested? Was he deported? There is so much hate on YouTube. So much hate. Some people deserve a lot of crap that they pull on YouTube, but there's some people that don't deserve it. I'm not one of them that deserves it. The point is that I speak my mind on here. And if you're not used to listening to my show, I use an expression that I'm one of the YouTubers that put a mirror in front of people and I allow them to take a good look at themselves and see how ugly they are, not just on the outside, but on the inside. And people don't take to that very well. That's my story, basically. So if you're wondering who I am, because I've seen people's comments on shows, well, why is everybody attacking this guy? I just don't get it. I've listened to some of his shows, they said, and I don't understand all the controversy. Well, as they said, this is over a 10-year period. And, just like a snowball, builds up more matter and, rolls down the hill, gathers more snow, picks up weight, picks up speed, velocity. That's what happens on YouTube too. But you could be a coward and you could run away from all this, or you could face it and hold your grounds, which is something that I've done all these years. They can't handle that. They attack my girlfriend unnecessarily, because she has 8 children from a previous relationship. Only 2 of them live here, but they say I'm supporting the whole family and blah, 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 blah. You know how, well, get the gist of it, right? Right. They say I'm broke, but yet I bought a house, yet I'm living fine, living well. I don't go without. They'll make up stories left and right. Always only living on X amount of money of Social Security, has no money in the bank, he's broke, he's this, he's that, or he's dying, or they wish that I die of cancer because I happen to smoke. A lot of people get very negative with me because I always emphasize things about the obesity, which is so common amongst these trolls. We got people that drink their liver to oblivion, and most of these trolls are heavy-duty drinkers. They're obese, they're in horrible shape. And for my age, what you're wondering is 71. I'm 71 plus, and I'm healthy. And I look pretty good for my age, which none of these trolls measure up to that. If you would see the trolls, you'd understand. Some of them hide behind the camera all the time. They don't want to let you know what they look like. They throw insults left and right and left. But they all have skeletons in their closet, and they're all coming from a dark place. People running out here because they got gangs after them in California. People running out here because they took money, a mortgage from their bank. The whole county was after them for violations and different things and crimes they committed. And they take off to the Philippines, go to their bank and second mortgage on their house, and then run away from it with that money to live in the Philippines. I have 1,000 stories. I have 1,000 stories. A lot of YouTubers have passed away. I don't know if it's karma. I talk about karma a lot if you never listen to my show. And a lot of these trolls are on bad times with their health, or they've passed away and they're gone, never to be heard of again. Do I feel sorry for these people? No, I don't feel sorry for them at all, considering the trouble that they've tried to cause me. Anyway, that's kind of my story for the newbies on here. This is my story. And if you're thinking about having a YouTube channel, I'd give it second thoughts. Or I'd plan it out very well. Then you have live streaming. I've done a lot of live streaming. Now I'm on uploads. I always thought it was the best thing. I started off that way, and I might be just ending off that way, which I'm doing right now. You have more control of your channel, what you have to say and what you want to do. You don't have to be interrupted by live comments, and have to block people all the time, and it's just a hassle. It's just a real hassle. So who am I? I'm just really an average guy, maybe more above average than most people on here as far as intellect. Of course, they'll say different. They'll say that you never graduate. Oh, I can give you 1 million of them. I never graduated college when I've actually showed a copy of the degree. I never attended this college. Then they looked it up and they seen that, yeah, he did actually go there. But they're not going to admit it. Some have admitted it. All right, so we went to college, big deal. Oh, then your grade point average, which really wasn't my grade point average. Okay. Anyway, we won't get into that. The point is, a lot of them never even made it to college. A lot of them never made it to graduate college. He doesn't have a bachelor's degree. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have money. He doesn't have this. This is typical troll talk. They all gather around that fire and they add fuel to it, and the fire becomes a raging inferno. And they're dancing and chanting around a little fire, build it up, throw fuel in it, build it up, until hopefully somebody hears what they have to say. And then they say, oh, really? Is he really like that? What a terrible guy he is. Hey, welcome to YouTube, my friends. Welcome to YouTube. This is all real. Believe me, my story, they could do a Netflix special on this. I'm not kidding. Really, if somebody had the time and effort to do that, or if I did, pitch this to some producer or something, at first they probably wouldn't believe it and say, you gotta be kidding me, this has gotta be a made-up story. Well, it's not a made-up story. I'm a victim. Although people say, no, I'm his victim. All bullshit. It's all bullshit on here. So why do I stay on here? Because I could. And because I choose to. I don't, nobody dictates to me what I do with my life, who I'm with, how long I'm with them, how many shows I do on YouTube, what I have to talk about. You got to understand, when you present the truth to somebody that doesn't want to hear the truth about themselves, they're going to be adverse to you. That's just the way it works on it. It's also, pretty much common psychology anyway, outside of YouTube, People don't want to hear the truth about themselves, and when they do, they get very defensive. Then things change up and they get very offensive. And yes, there's a lot of psychologically unfit people on here. And you don't know what they're going to do. I've had people show up at my house uninvited. It's happened several times. It gets to be dangerous at times too, because you don't know who the fuck you're dealing with. But I'm still here. I don't pay a lot of attention to the bullshit anymore on here. If I have something to say, I come on my show and I talk about it, but I talk about the facts. Most of their shows are made up of lies. I talk about the truth. Talk about the truth. If I talk about other vloggers, it's from material that I have seen, I have heard, and I could use that information on my show because it becomes factual. Because it wasn't just seen and heard from me, but was also seen and heard from other people. Therefore, it's factual. But they will turn stories around. We got people who devote their time on YouTube toward me. Always talking about me. What they think I've done wrong, or they'll just make up something else to make me sound bad. So hopefully other people will catch on and say, wow, this is a really bad dude. Oh, now I understand the controversy about this guy. Did he really do all that? Well, folks, guess what? No, I didn't. But again, welcome to YouTube world. We do in all honesty, we do have a lot of losers out there. They can't get the women. If you take a look at them, you'll understand visually why they're probably not getting any women. But like I said, it's not just their external image. It's a part of them. It's their internal makeup too. It's their personality. It's how they approach women, or it's basically their general attitude toward women, which is horrible. If you're new to YouTube, you gotta hear some of these guys. That women are just a fucking piece of meat. The debauchery and shit that goes on here is like, it's incredible. It's just absolutely incredible. You say, are these people real? Yeah, they are. They are. They are real. They are real. It doesn't mean what they say are real, but what they do is real. And how far they go, it's absolutely amazing. Do you realize there are a lot of young people that have committed suicide because they decided to get on social media? How many lives are lost because somebody was taunting them, and they just didn't have it in them to fight this back? trolls made them believe that they were terrible people, or maybe somebody got a hold of some very personal photographs of the girl or boy or whatever it might be and posted them on YouTube. And it became too much for them and they committed suicide. This is what happens on social media. There's many young people that are lying dead in their graves because they committed suicide because of the embarrassing or horrible things that people have shared, true or not, on social media. I sincerely, let me tell you, I wish that, some of the things I'm talking to you about were made up. The stories I share, I wish they were made up. I really wish that wasn't happening to these young people too on here that have gone through such horrible embarrassment and they were not strong enough to put up with the things that were put out about them on social media, such as, Facebook usually, YouTube and TikTok and all those platforms. It's a horrible place out here. It's a horrible place. They'll try to ruin your reputations, even try to get you killed if they could. They will say things about you that might make another group of people upset at you. Something you never did, something you never said. But this is what they do on here. They put shows on about you, dedicated to you. I'm still here, and you're probably wondering, after all I just heard, sir, why are you still on YouTube? Well, I don't allow people to intimidate me. I don't get intimidated by what they say and do. You got to hold your grounds. If you like vlogging on YouTube, that's what you continue doing. You vlog. And you ignore the crap that people talk about you on here. And don't give them the ammunition. Don't give them... Just vlog and talk about the things that you want to talk about. If you enjoy doing it, you continue doing it. And you don't let people influence you in any form or way. Yes, they're envious about a lot of things about me. And you'll hear typically, yeah, what do we got to be envious about you, sir? Well, there's a lot, actually. Most of these people don't even have a mate. They just can't get them. And most people have to buy their relationships. They have to buy them. They come to the Philippines and they're not very successful. A lot of them purposely come here just to fuck around and, it's like a scoreboard. Oh yeah, I boned 3 chicks this week. Even though they're full of disease, and they've been with how many other men. But it's a score to them. But a lot of these people that are adverse against me don't have a woman. Can't get one. Although they tried, and they wonder why. But they realize in time that they just don't have what it takes to get a woman. They're too rude, crude. They look at women as a piece of meat. They say that Philippine chicks are easy lays, 5 easy lays. Wasn't there a movie? I don't know, something, 5 easy pieces or something. And they treat them like that. And they hang around in seedy places like bars, because most of them are alcoholics. Seedy, smelly places, getting drunk. Pointing their camera toward whores on the street, and they do that all day. They have no direction. They don't even have a place to live. They're going saddle tramping from one place to another to a backpacker's hotel. That's their lives, and yet they talk about mine. It's so funny when you think about it. And they pay. Oh God, how many people that were adverse to me were living this kind of life who they just couldn't get a woman at all. And they're upset that I have one. And in the beginning, when I started YouTube, well, actually, when I met the woman I'm with now, oh, they said, well, we give him 6 weeks and she's going to leave him. Well, it's been 10 years now, as of coming next month. 10 years, my friends, 10 years. Get my point? They don't wish you well. They wish that some reason your relationship breaks up and that you live a hellish life because they want you to live a hellish life because maybe their life is hellish. Have I made my point on here? I hope I did. I'm taking the time to tell you this story. I'm just a regular guy. No, I'm not Scotty. I'm just a regular guy doing a show. But I happen to be a person who has become controversial because of the fact that I don't sit here and make up stories. I tell a lot of stories, but they're factual. There's a difference. And as such, it just seems to upset people. He's got what I don't have. He's got what I wish that I had. And that's all part of it. It's all part of it. They don't have what I have. And I do have a lot when I think about it. I don't need to sit down every day and just say, well, I'm going to calculate what I've accomplished, what I actually set out to do in my life. I don't have to do that. You get a goal and you follow your goal. Good morning. Good morning. You have a goal and you set your goal and you plan things and hopefully that your planning has worked out. And in my particular case, yeah, it has worked out very well. And it's something that trolls can't handle. They just wish the worst on you. Oh yeah, they go on shows when everybody does a live stream. Anybody does a live stream, they're going to talk about me. Because they don't have anything else to talk about. You should have seen the way they scattered. I mean, when... It was not too long ago, I took a break from YouTube and I was off for about 3 months, as I mentioned earlier. And they were just like upsetting a bee's nest. The hornets were just fucking flying back and forth. Where is this guy? Did he die? Did he get deported? Where is he? I mean, they were really falling apart. It's almost like they were a drug addict or something, they had a monkey on their back or something, we need this guy to be on here. We demand that he's on here. We need something to talk about. But alas, they always find another victim. Or every time, they'll find another victim. If I'm not here, it'll be about somebody else. That doesn't stop them. So it's like my presence on YouTube is actually much needed. And they would not have any topic matter if it wasn't for me. I didn't realize I carried so much weight on YouTube. Oh, it never stops right there. They'll start talking about your family. Oh, that's a whole other thing. Oh, what a horrible father you are. You didn't do this, you didn't do that. Talk about your brother who died. My brother did pass away. And they'll make up stories that, you could take it from here to the moon. There's so many stories. There's 240,000 miles between the Earth and the moon, but there's 240,000 negative comments about me. What drives them to do this? Well, a lot of it is loneliness. And one of the common denominators on here, this is kind of an extra long upload I'm doing this morning. Hope you're enjoying it. Oh, the stories they make up. Incredible. Oh, and how creative they get. They will actually put together text. I mean, I'm not very technical, but even I could do this. They've displayed text on there that says that some conversation I'm having with somebody that I never had, and they'll take their icon and put it on there, making you believe that this information is coming from the other person. That's just a small fry thing. Then they come up with phony, fraudulent documents that they put on here about me being deported, which doesn't exist. They go that far and take the chance doing something highly illegal. It's been done several times. Oh, here's information about Frank or his situation. Oh, he's being deported. Oh, he got arrested or something. Are some of you finding this is totally unbelievable story? Are you falling off your chair listening to this? It's true. Everything I just said on this broadcast is true. So you want to become a YouTuber, huh? God bless you. It takes a certain amount of thick skin and perseverance and, tolerance to be a YouTuber on here. But you either stick to your guns, continue to do your shows, or you just give up and say, I don't need this. And I've said that 1,000 times, and people who listen to me for years know that I've said it for a lot, how many times I'm going to get off YouTube, but I don't let them win in that way. It's not a contest going on here. But they don't realize how many shows I've choreographed to get a reaction from them, and they bought it hook, line, and sinker. And they just ran with it too, all over YouTube. Did you hear what Frank did? Or I made them believe things that really didn't exist. I had fun doing it. It's not like I never had fun on here. I've had plenty of fun. I have choreographed a whole lot of shit on here, and they just bought it hook, line, and sinker. Oh God, I could give you stories, but I've been on here long enough actually on this upload. Oh, I could give you stories you wouldn't even believe. And how they bought me hook, line, and sinker. Well, I did create my own story about something that never really happened and see where it would go and how far it would go, and it worked. I can think of plenty of them right now as I'm sitting here having my cup of tea. Amazing stories I could share, but if you've been following me, you understand. Though I'm not the bad guy with the black cat here on YouTube, they just try to make me to be such. They're jealous of my life that I've actually, unlike a lot of YouTubers, I was able to ground myself, have a home, and have a long-term relationship, have a good show, have a good speaking voice, despite being practically half deaf. They could find 1,000 reasons not to like me, but they don't want to come up with one reason to like me. But the very people who knock me all the time on here, they don't miss a beat. They'll listen to my show every single time. Because they know I come up with some great topic matter that some people are afraid to come up with. But it's not just that. There's a negative aspect to that too. They want to try to catch me in a lie or catch me saying something that they could use against me. Oh, they record everything I say on here. I'm being recorded right now. Everything I say on here. I told you, they have what you call a copycat channel. They copy every single show that I put on here to try to use it against me. It hasn't worked so far, but they still try. Anyway, that's my story, and I'm going to stick to it. So if you have any questions to ask me, you ask me. Go to the source. Don't listen to all the bullshit on YouTube, because that's what it is. It's all bullshit on YouTube. I'm living a happy life. I'm happy with my life, the status quo. I have no complaints about my life out here. And I would anticipate that I will continue doing more shows, uploads at this point, until I decide different on that. But you have to be strong-willed if you're going to be on YouTube. You have to be able to flow with all the negativity on here. And there's a lot of negativity. And if you would see these people who are putting these comments out, you'd understand that expression, examine the source of where the information is coming from. And if you've seen these people, what they look like, and what their real life is actually like, you'll understand why they're so adverse with me, somebody who has accomplished what he wanted to. Oh, speaking of accomplishment, I've never had any accomplishments in my life. Oh, they really push on that a lot. A lot of them never even graduated college. A lot of them have never done anything that's any kind of contribution to society at all, whether it's your photographs. I did a lot of photography. I have a degree. I've made publications. I've had my work in, historical societies. I could go on with a list on that, but I'm not going to have to pull out my portfolio on that. I made my own accomplishments, not just with a craft that I got involved with or learned in many other ways. I became kind of a student of human nature through the years, unintentionally actually, but I became a student of human nature just by being on YouTube. I've learned a hell of a lot about people since I've been on here. I'm not really impressed with what I learned, to have to be honest with you. I do not associate with other, very few, a few in town, but with other foreigners out here because I don't drink, and that's a common denominator among them. I don't like to be around people drinking. I don't drink. And I think that some of the worst people, if you're going to move to another country, absorb the culture, be part of the culture, stay away from the expats because they're the worst people that you want to deal with. They'll turn on you, definitely. And they're usually people that you probably don't want to hang around with anyway. I have a few people out here that I do associate with that are foreigners. And I like the balance I have. But certainly I would never move to a town that was so filled with foreigners like, Dumaguete. They all seem to gravitate toward Dumaguete. They figure that's all the women is. Ever hear the expression, eat shit, 100,000 flies can't be wrong? They're finding something good with that shit. It must be pretty tasty. Perhaps you should try it. Same thing when I moved to Dumaguete. They hear people, I want to move to the Philippines. They hear all this shit about Dumaguete. What's so special about Dumaguete? Nothing. There's nothing special about Dumaguete. They all want to move there because there's a bunch of foreigners there. Well, wait a minute. Something must be good going on in Dumaguete, like all the women. If all these foreigners are moving out there, I got to move out there too. But the problem was, now there's too many foreigners living out there. And some people are finding it unlivable being around these foreigners because there's so much drama. So they also call it Dramaguete, or we call it Dumaguete. It's because what they hear on here. I'll go to Dumaguete, or I'll go to Angeles City where all the whores are. Everybody out with their cameras photographing the whores and the lady boys in the street. And some of them becomes an integral part of their show. Like Scotty and other people. That's what they do. That's their whole life. And here I am, fully grounded, happy where he is, happy with his relationship, have a home. I'm a man for words, but sometimes, you say I integrated some good things into my life, and it's worked for me. It doesn't work for everybody, but it worked for me. So yes, the bottom line is, who is this guy they're talking about? The guy whose voice you're listening to right now. What is all the controversy about me? There really isn't any true facts to their stories. Just they made this stuff up and they built up on it so they have something to talk about. That's the bottom line. I've always said, if you have a question, you go to the source and you ask me, true or not? Tell me the truth, Frank. I usually do tell you the truth. Well, I hope you enjoyed my upload. I'll catch you on the next one. Be strong, but don't allow them to make you wrong. It does help. So, first thing, I think I'm going to take out the Saigon cinnamon. Can you say cinnamon? Let's load it in here. Come on, baby. Oh, yeah. Come on. Helps blood sugar levels. There you go. But we are going to put the green tea in here this morning. Haven't had it for 3 days. Because it has a, diuretic effect. Makes you piss more. And boy, I piss up a storm. My theory is you don't live in waste, you piss it out, and you shit it out.
Just like lemon, the green lemon. Wanna try also, baby boy? Ay, not that much. Baby boy. Dude, ito, he's dying.
It doesn't work. You need milk?
I heard a video earlier, the old man talking about my brother has said that he's going to contact my brother and tell everything about Barry. So, I will tell you, old man, that my brother knows about Barry. And my brother is not believe anything what he told other people. And my brother knows everything. So if you want to talk my brother, if you want to come here in our barangay, you are free. And make sure that you are telling the truth. If not, you will know what's happening.
If not, you will know what happens.
Because you are wasting time about that. And then, you hate very much. And my family is not, we ignore what you're saying, but my brother knows that who really you are. And I'll show your face while you're doing video or streaming. Because you have face doing a video that you said that no face, no case. And I'll show your face that what you're doing here in YouTube channel, you are not a good influencer according to my brother, because I'll show everything that you are talking a Filipina, calling a whore, calling a bar girl, or every time a Filipina who attached to a foreigner or in a relationship to a foreigner, you will call her a whore. So which is not good. You are living here in the Philippines and you are talking about bad about Filipina. And I already told my brother that you are threatening to me. I'll show all the video that you're calling me a whore, that you said that Barry pays me to visit her to lay down with him. So make sure that I will tell you, Mr. Oldman, I never do everything about you. I will ignore for a longer time, but you always talking about that. If you really hate Barry, why don't you go to the detention center and give him a punch or whatever you do to him? My family is not included about this, your war. Barry is not talking about Gilda's family. You make sure that I think you have mental issues because you are talking everybody's business. You don't even realize that you are living here in the Philippines.
Mental issues, let's include that one in
So I
there.
will dare you. You can contact my brother anytime, but my brother knows everything who you are, and I'll make sure that all the evidence that I have right now talking you about Filipinas, I compile it, and you know what? I don't want to. You know what? In the very start, I don't ever think that because I ignore you because you are a useless and nonsense old man. I ignore
A useless
you
old man.
because I am too busy doing that. If I were you, don't ever. I am very different to other Barry's ex-girlfriend. I am very different. If you want to fight me, you will be regretted.
If you want to fight me, you will regret it.
Because I'm not doing anything about you, but you're always talking
No,
about
but you're putting a
me.
deportation
What
case
the hell
on
are
me.
you? Barry is not talking about Gilda. But you're always talking about me. Are you obsessed with Barry? Or sometimes I will think that I think you have a feelings to Barry. I don't know what's in your
I
mind.
may be implying that I'm
Why you
gay,
always
that I'm
talking
having
about
feelings for
why you
Barry.
can't move on.
Really?
About Barry. Your topic in your YouTube channel is always Barry, Barry, Barry. That's really sucks.
How many years, how many times Barry has devoted his channel to me and calling me a pedophile? You don't want to see that part of it.
You know what? I am very good to you. I'm not.
Yeah, I can see that.
About bad about you, but you're always talking.
No, but you put a report in
why?
talking very bad about me to try to get me deported.
But I dare you. Call my brother, or you can come here in our barangay. You are very welcome. And make sure that if you are talking about Barry, you need to have proof. Because my brother really
Well, I think the proof was put in there. He's got 5 cases of cybercrime against him.
Abuse women and paying all his bills, her rent. So just bring a proof so that my brother will believe you. Okay? Okay? Do you understand that? How do you feel, old man, that if Barry or
Why do I
me,
have to be described as an old man?
This family and show all the videos that you are talking bad about Filipina. How do you feel that? How do you feel that? The problem with you is you can stop. You can make another content not talking about Barry. You're really boring. You know that? If you want the number of my brother, I will give you so that you can call my brother, or you can send anybody here to talk to my brother, talking shits. We will see what's happening.
We will see what happens. Come and talk to my brother. We will see what happens.
Because my brother is not gullible, not like other Filipino that he believes what you are saying. I am very, very different. I am very, very different person. I will tell you that. If you do that to Barry's ex-girlfriend, me, you can't. I'm different. I'm not stupid to believe you. My family knows about Barry.
No, I don't believe they do at all. That's my opinion.
If I were you, no, why don't you go to detention center and talk to Barry? Because you really hate Barry. I don't know, for almost 8 years you hate Barry. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Timestamp that.
You can come here you can visit here in our barangay anytime. You are free. I already told my brother that if somebody come here named Frank Bataglia, that's the guy that I show you all the videos that making shit here in the Philippines, making video, filming young children in Mabolo,
Making
and filming
videos filming young
Bantayan,
children in Mabolo.
young girl asking, "Where is your bedroom?" My God, my brother really pissed off about that video and showing your ass in camera, showing stupidity in camera. My brothers said that you are not a good role model in a YouTube channel. You know what? You are the persons who is very unhappy. Why don't you enjoy your life with your girlfriend and her kids? Why don't you enjoy it?
I'm enjoying it quite
I
well.
don't know.
Don't make such
Our life is too short.
a statement
Why don't you enjoy
unfounded.
na lang than minding other business? You are free. You are free to call my brother, or you are free to come here in our barangay. Do it. Do it now.
I feel a lot of aggression here.
You're always bullying people. This is my good. You're not a good influencer, old man. You're attacking Filipinas. That's stupid.
Put it
Maybe
on
you forgot
paper.
where you stay. You are staying here in the Philippines for a tourist visa, and you're always fighting with Filipina.
Well, at least I pay my fees, unlike your boyfriend.
My brother here is listening, my other brother. Or he really pissed off what you did to me. Calling me a whore.
Never called her a whore, ever. Where's the video proof of that? Where is it? Talk is cheap.
Why he's scared to come here? Don't be scared. You come here. I will dare you. You come here. You are very free. You are very welcome here in our place. Your lawyer knows our place. You're always threatening people, which is really
I'm not threatening
you're really
anybody,
a coward.
but I feel I'm being threatened on this video. I'll let you guys listen to the rest of this without my narration.
If you come here in our place, I will prepare food for you. Nagkaon pa ko eh. Hinta. 15. And you said in your video before that the money of my brother, the salary of my brother is not enough to defend any cases because it takes too much money. You don't even realize that we are a Filipino and we have a free lawyer. You don't ever realize that. You're just, you know what? You're always downing people ba? You don't even know us. Utso. Ha? Ah. I'll be waiting for you here, Mr. Oldman. I will prepare food for you to come here, okay? And talk to my brother, okay? And make sure that You have all the proof that what you're saying about Barry. Okay. Is that a deal? Because you're always accusing Barry for a longer time. The good thing about my family is they don't believe what people saying without any evidence. It's not gullible. Okay? But I will challenge you to come here, Uy. You are very welcome in our barangay. Most of my family knows you because I show your YouTube channel. What you said to Filipino and really pissed off. And the video that you said that Barry paying me to lay down to if I'm going to visit Barry. They already heard that. I'm really pissed off. So we'll see. You come here, visit us, talk to my brother, talk to my family. We'll see who's gonna be ashamed. Who's gonna be shamed. You know what, Frank? I am very a good woman, but you challenge me to hate you. I just ignore you for a longer time because that war is for you and Barry only. No one's involved here, but you all, but you involved me here now. So it's been a long time. I'm not talking here in YouTube because I don't like drama. If you really want drama, I'm different. I don't like drama. If you think that talking to my brother it makes my family shame, it's nothing gonna happen because my family knows I'm very open to my family regarding my relationship.
I don't believe that's true at
The
all.
first time when Barry came in our place, my family, I will introduce him to my family, and my family uh, felt him free here in our place, and then there's a second time he came here in our house, and my family interviewed about Barry, blah blah blah, and then my family said that if you hurt my sister, you know what's happened. Then Barry said that I will promise that I will never hurt your sister and your daughter.
Well, I think
Because
by
they
getting
talked
her
one-on-one
involved
about
in
that.
this whole matter, I think he is hurting her.
So if you think that I am not open to my family about my relationship to Barry, you are very wrong.
I don't believe I'm wrong at all. I don't think they know 75% of all the details regarding her boyfriend, Barry. If they did, they would not encourage the relationship to go on with 5 criminal charges against
Just name
him.
a car for an edit. What do you mean?
And that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to that.
Old man, if you want the number of my brother, you can message me, and I will give you the number so that you can call him or you can visit him. Okay? It's a truth. I don't mind about truths. Okay, guys, this is a short live stream. Bye for now because I'm too busy preparing for or buying for Christmas presents for my customer. Bye, you all, guys. God bless you. Love you.
This was a video created 9 months ago by Charisma Saram, who is the fiance of Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. Upon this video, there were numerous implied threats. And if you take the time to go through the timestamps, which of course this will be noted on all timestamps on here, that there is an incredible amount of aggression on that video. The denial of any charges against her boyfriend, fiance, whatever you want to call him, is pretty obvious. There were 5 counts of cybercrime against Mr. Jordan. She's well aware all the transgressions. She's well aware of everything that he's done. And she has, by witness of 5 agents and my lawyer, proved that she was harboring Mr. Jordan at her residence in Karkar. She absolutely denies it. But what she doesn't understand that they were under surveillance. When the location of where Barry was hiding out was discovered, they had to figure out that was he living there or not, and he was. And to say and deny that you have any knowledge of his overstay for 7.5 years in the Philippines is complete garbage. It's complete bullshit. Nobody's going to believe that. And by witness, it was her house he was staying at. And as witness, there were prior visits, surveillance going on from immigration, who was trying to establish a case as far as the immigration is concerned, his overstay, on finding out the exact location of where he was staying. He was actually hiding out at her residence in Karkar, hiding out. She emphatically denies it, as well as she denies any of the allegations that were made against Mr. Jordan. And with the prosecutor's approval of such, it has gone to court, and he's charged with 5 cybercrime counts. She's in complete denial of that information. She talks about how I'm saying bad things about her boyfriend, but she conveniently wants to leave out all the videos where he's threatened my life, called me a pedophile. This is a girlfriend that is just protecting her boyfriend. Some of you will find that understandable. But in a court of law, this ain't going to hold up very well. In regards to her situation, she decided to do a deportation complaint against me. However, she fails to understand that what she has done by harboring, aiding and abetting Mr. Jordan, she's guilty. And there are laws against that. This video speaks for itself. And if you spend the time to really listen, you could count how many times there were definitely implied threats in here. You make your own evaluations from this. This video will be kept and may be used in evidence. A copy of this has been sent to my attorney, who will format this with the timestamps and use for future reference. Well, the celebration of Erratic, her birthday, continues even into today. Now we got a good deal of family and so forth here. So what do we have? Oh my God, there's lechon on the table. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Poor fella. Oh boy. Oh boy. lechon, which I don't eat any of that. Wow, you getting a birthday here, huh?
Yeah, it's birthday.
Oh, yeah? They're making some of the fixins. Oh, my goodness. Huh? Because you are the birthday girl, that's why. The birthday girl, you are now the birthday girl. All right. And still looking good. That's what I'm saying. Still looking good. My goodness. Too bad I just don't eat pork. I don't know. I'll just gonna have some, I don't know, potatoes, vegetables, whatever might be in there. Yeah, you know, we tend to do things fairly big at the Ponderosa. We tend to. I don't even know if I don't think we're supposed to give any pork to the dogs, though. I'm going to look it up again. I don't believe so. Pork, I think, contributes to parasites in dogs. Certainly doesn't people. I'll lay a bet on any one of you right now. Go have yourself checked out. You got parasites if you're living in the Philippines. You do. You got to take that mendavazole, whatever, every now and again. Well, it would be advisable anyway. Well, despite there being a few people here that have been working out real well, it's all good. Looks like there's a new cow out there too in a field, a white cow I never seen before. Well, you can't see him from here, but there you go, Sal. Speaking of pigs, we named her Sal because when she was a puppy, looked like a little piglet. Really. She was the stray. We took in. She would have been dead. She wouldn't be here, well taken care of, very, very well nourished, although she's very, very picky on what she eats. Terribly picky. She'll just snub her nose if it's just dry kibble, nothing in there. I don't want any part of it. But, you know, you put it away, and later on you give her it again. If she's hungry enough, she eats it. You know, we're not starving the dog. It's a natural instinct to eat. But when a dog is so spoiled, they're going to be picky, picky, picky. And that she is. Oh, it's party time. Today, it's party time. So the lovely Gilda, don't worry, you're not on camera. What else are you making?
Salad.
Oh, is that real romaine?
Not really.
No, it's just iceberg lettuce. We can't get the romaine.
It's
Okay,
hard
so you're
to
making
get
a
right.
salad. Okay, I know I'll be eating that.
I eat this one too.
Oh, cucumbers are very good, man. I discovered something about cucumbers. We got to get a new blender sometime. That's what we have to get. So we can make these nutritious drinks that we always do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, apparently she's not the only one that gets allergies. She's little Dylan, who's the grandchild, gets allergies. And the son gets allergies. I get allergies. We all get allergies. I was thinking of shaving all my hair off. Now I probably look like Telly Savalas. Is that MJ? Who's that? No, I'd never do that. Tell you what, it's less than 2 weeks I had my hair cut. It's all just scraggly and looking like shit. I'm going to do my weight today. My weight fluctuates. Let's see what we got here. What do we have? 70.95 kilos. Then it goes all the way up to 73 or 74, according to what day. Fluctuates. As long as I'm not, going way down, then there'll be something wrong. Oh, whose picture? Oh, we actually got it up in my... Oh, this is a good one, showing with the big picture in the background with the clouds. That's a good picture. There you go. I love that. I gotta do another screenshot of this. Need I say any more? Something I haven't said before. That's where some people belong. Deservedly. Deservedly. That's where some people belong. And his associates. Oh, I did use that machine this morning for about 40 minutes, get my steps in. And my little Jane Fonda weights. One thing I know is I gotta get some t-shirts. I got the same old shit. Maybe I'll buy some Fila t-shirts like Slim Slimy does. Jesus Christ, that's all that guy wears. Maybe he's trying to get I think he's trying to get sponsored by Fila or Fila, however you pronounce it. That's right. He's smart in what he does. Don't kid yourself. He's smart at what he does. I'm sure you've all seen that videos, basically having to do with him and his girlfriend, or whatever the fuck she is. And some may call it abuse. Some may call it maybe mishandling the kid, or basically just not knowing how to take care of a child. And you can't force something that we as adults would react to like a lemon or a lime. We know how bitter that is, okay? And what do you think is going to happen when you put it in a kid's mouth? It reminds me of a place that I took my daughter out of one time, because this lady was abusive to the kids. There was a kid there who was kept on pulling these little baby wipes out of the container, and she kept on doing it despite a baby, a toddler. So the kid kept on doing it. She got mad. What did she do? She took out some horseradish, and that's how she'd punish the kid. And she openly talked about it like it was no big thing. And we were over there picking up, she's getting pulling out the wipes again. That's all right. I used some horseradish on her. I said, oh my God, I got my daughter out of there real quick. She also had these wires, electrical wires, running in the kitchen from one side of the wall to the other that the kids could either tripped on or electrocuted or something. Good parenting is taking care of your child and keeping them safe and protected. And that's something that I've always done with my daughter. But when I see behavior like this with Slim and whatever her name is, they call it 3 different names. Celine, Jolene, a country song. I get disgusted. And the time that, come on, man, salted eggs. Come on. They already tried it already, and they knew it was really horribly salty because he never tried. They were different colored eggs, okay, that she picked up or something, or he picked up for his girlfriend. And he tried it, and he knew how salty it was, but they go and they shove some of that egg in the kid's mouth. Seriously. And the kid violently reacted. He was choking on it. The kid was choking on it. This is what I'm talking about. Please do call the Department of Welfare and Social Services in the Philippines if you have a chance to do that. When somebody is undesirable, they're undesirable. When they're not treating a kid right, that's when you got to step in. No holds barred. You got to get out there. You got to make the reports. Show the evidence. Look, you don't have to care about me, what I say, but you have your own conscience. If you see stuff like this going on YouTube, it is your obligation to report these people. I'm not the town sheriff, okay? I can't take care of all the discretions. I can't take care of all the bullshit on YouTube. Sometimes you people have to step in and do something about it. Go over to the office, DSWD, whatever it is, Department of Social and Welfare Division, DSWD, I believe it is, the right lettering. You have to make these reports, but please keep those videos. Keep the videos that I have on regards to that. Copy them. Keep the videos. Put that material over to the office, because here's how it works. They are obligated to investigate a situation. It's an obligation, especially when it comes to children. Even in this country, they have to follow through with an investigation and find out what's going on. And why is this baby so overweight that he looks like the Michelin tire man? Somebody made that funny comment once, and I'm repeating it now because when I never thought about it before in that way, but I remember the Michelin man commercials. The kid, look at his arms and legs, looks like the Michelin man. That's fat deposits. It's not that she don't feed the kid. Overfeeds, but with the bad foods. She don't even cook, which means she's not cooking for the kid. Okay? Is eating all this fast food shit, pizza and all the crap that Slimy brings home. And she allows it. She goes along with it. Hey, look, you do what you want to do, but if you have a conscience, if you have children and you're concerned about this child, not to also mention, very importantly, again and again and again, which has been a concern for a lot of people, having that child in the car, screw her, whatever, because she's just as guilty. But having that child in the car, sitting on her lap, when we already know, and she already knows, that Slimy gets into several accidents, and she was concerned about it. But yet she persists because she follows everything Slimy has to say. Everything. The money's good, I guess. The gifts are good. The free housing and free food is good. What about the baby? What about the baby? Look, I don't care if you're a troll. I don't care who the fuck you are out there. When something needs to be reported, this is a situation, it's a must. Because otherwise, you're going to have a guilty conscience if they get into an accident and that kid dies. You're going to say, Frank said that we really should be proactive and report this situation. You could be saving a child's life. Do you have anything against the child? Is he a YouTuber? Did her child piss you off in any way? Then act on it. That's all I have to say. That's the end of my upload. Oh, wow, it gets better and better, better and better. Remember all the uninvited people coming here? Well, they are family, but, well, now, toward the end of the afternoon here, what am I finding? Well, now, one of the boys who lives here, her son, decides to go pick up his girlfriend. To have her come over, and she brings yet a friend of hers. Look, I know you guys are laughing at all this. I at least managed to have my neighbor come over. I invited my neighbor over. And he had some cake, and he had some pancit, and had some lechon, manuk. And that was fine. But as some people are saying, hey, it's really her house, and she can invite anybody that she wants to. Well, it's also my house. I'm the one that pays the bills, so I have a say in this too. So, Mexican standoff. But I didn't make a big deal about it. I just spoke about it here on YouTube. But, they're always inviting people. It's the Filipino way. It's the Philippines way. They figure there's free food, so hey, let me impress my girlfriend. Let me take her over there too. I don't know, maybe we'd like some leftovers for the next day or something, We are housing some people here right now. They're visiting from Cebu. Shh, don't tell them that. I think you got my point. Because I know a lot of y'all experience the same shit. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm a generous person. They are family. But I'm just structured a little differently. I'm, Americanized. And all I knew growing up is that if you're going to have a party, you invite people. You can't have what, we may call party crashers. And a party crasher to me is somebody that was not invited and figured, well, I don't know. Do you remember that cartoon? I'll never forget it. It's a bunch of ants, and they're going to raid a table or a picnic table in the park or something. There's picnic food. And they start singing that song. Food round the table, food round the table, food round the table for me. I love that one. It's so true. when they sniff out food, especially pork or any shit like that, man, they come from miles and miles away. It's like a dog that could smell a drop of blood from a bitch dog in heat. Or like a shark that smells a drop of water a mile away. It's amazing the natural instincts they have. Unlike any animal I've ever seen, but it's part of the culture. They invite themselves, or somebody just assumes that, hey, it's my mother, you know, it's her house. Or they don't say, no, not my house, my mom's house. Well, you know how that is, right? I can just invite whoever I want. She's not going to mind. Well, I do mind. That's where we're different. That's where we're different, okay? I've got my rags. Okay, I'll go to the side. I think you guys would agree with me on this. That's why I'd rather not have any functions in here at all. Just keep it within the family unit in this house. That's what I would prefer. Oh, I mean, you know, there's plenty of food to go around. I mean, enough. But as I said in another show, you know, you order so much food, and then we'll go out and buy it, you know, or cook it. Okay. And it's enough for, you know, hey, look, what did I know? I just thought that it was going to be people who actually live here, which is my girlfriend, her 2 kids, and one coming back from Cebu to bring the little one's 13, 14, here because you can't travel alone. That's all I thought. The next thing you know, I see like a truckload of people coming out of here. Who's that? Well, that's my cousin or something, or I'm like, what the fuck? I know, it sounds like I'm really having a problem with this, right? Well, in a sense I am. But as I said, you live out here, it's a cultural thing that you have to go along with. Otherwise you're going to wind up getting into an argument with your special lady, which I try to avoid at all costs. But it is her birthday, and like that song, it's my birthday and I'll cry if I want to. They're really saying it's my birthday, I'll do what I want to. I'll invite anybody over here, plus their uncles and aunts, and even their dead grandmother will get out of her grave to come over here with free fucking food. Hey, it's a fact. It's a fact. You get people showing up from everywhere. I've seen people having, after a funeral, you know, and having, or after a wedding, and they're all partying somewhere, somebody's house, or even at a restaurant where they're outside seating, and people coming in, they smell food. They go there and they sit down. Nobody knows who the fuck they are, and everybody just don't think about it. They just say, well, that's probably a friend of the family's or something, or a friend of the groom or the bride. And maybe the bride and the groom don't see that. They're not questioning. They figure, well, that's part of my guests, part of their family that I invited. They'll walk in off the street and have free meals. All right, so that's my bugaboos about the Philippines. That's my bugaboos. I do have bugaboos. I don't hate the Philippines. I don't hate the Philippines people. Nothing like that. I'm just addressing some of the things that most of you that are actually living out here have experienced. And just kind of bringing up an experience that I'm having with it. It's all good. You know, you're eventually going to leave. But business as usual. I'll walk in the living room, grab the remote, turn on what I want to see on the channel. Because that's just the way it is. I'm not going to sit there watching some Korean shows, which I can't stand watching these Korean dramas. I don't understand why they don't watch a lot of Philippine dramas, but they're in love with the Koreans. I don't know. Why don't they just go off and live in Korea, South Korea? They'd love it there. Boy bands, all that stuff. They listen to Korean music, Korean dramas. I don't know what it is about the Koreans that they love so much, but they do. It's a phenom, really. Phenomenal. Speaking of phenomenal, where's old Jimbo? He's being quiet, huh? I bet he went back to the Philippines. I'll bet you. He said he'd never going to return there. I bet he went back to the Philippines. Old Dexel needs him there. She can't eat banana blossoms all her life, okay? And wash clothing for people for a couple of pesos. No. That would be kind of hardship on her. She can't do that, and she shouldn't do that. Okay, whether they get along or not, Jim has a responsibility. That's his wife, man. That's his wife. You took on that responsibility, Bobo. You got to go on with responsibility. If you kill each other, that's another thing, you know. And she wants to be with a man who's totally belligerent drinker, and that's up to her. But as long as the money's coming in, a lot of these Filipinos are fine with it. You know how much domestic abuse and violence goes on in the culture out here? But the women stay with the men because they have to. It's like the, what do you call syndrome? The battered wife syndrome. You know, it's like the guy could beat the shit out of her, abuse her and all that stuff. But she won't tell him to go. She's too afraid. But I love him. Is it the love she has for him, or is she a battered wife syndrome victim? Or she just wants his money? Hey, channel of the facts right here. And you just listen to it. And again, thank you for listening.
I gotta look around, man, make sure no one's gonna snatch the phone. So where is it coming from? It's coming this way? Where am I? Man, look, man, I don't know where the fuck to stand to wait for the guy. Here? Across the street? Maybe I gotta ask some, hey man, you know the car is coming here, man. You know what road is this? Is this here?
Avenida.
So I cross the road?
Where are you going?
Well, I'm going to Green, but the car is coming up here. The car is coming this way. You know? It seems wherever I go in Manila. Oh shit, man. Fucking cockroach. Shit. Yeah. Is that the one? Yeah, shit. Okay, I got some bug spray. This is common in Manila. Fucking cockroaches. Another one, man. Jeez. Fucking cockroach central in Manila, man. You can't hide it.
Okay. I've actually been running around. I gotta get some minerals in me here. Okay, we got some good stuff here. Good stuff. Yeah, I like Alo's response to my last upload. Scotty in a cockroach fucking hotel, man. I'm sorry, but I gotta address this, man. I cannot say I understand any of this. I don't know, man. You leave your home country to come to the Philippines, and you're living like a fucking saddle tramp and living on ramen or something, or you know, besides the drinking and all the, you know, debauchery and shit, and you know, the idea is have a great time, have some decent accommodations. At least you don't have to go in a 5-star. You know, it's not necessary. I don't go in no 5-star places, but I go in decent places. And when I used to go to Horizon, which was a lot, they always had some small roaches around. And I say, get me another room. And sometimes I do what Scotty does. I never had too much problem, but I wouldn't go to Horizons. No, I mean, that's like one place that, you know, they just don't really care. You know, they come up to the drains in the bathroom. There's always a space between the cabinetry in the kitchen, you know, between like the stove and cabinets that they never clean. If you look between there with a flashlight, you're going to see a lot of rotted food and shit like that. So that's the kind of stuff that you got to kind of look for. But it's not the health issue I'm going to talk about tonight. But, oh, Scotty, man. I'm sorry, man. We got so many characters on here. I just can't keep up with them. I mean, if you want entertainment, you got the entertainment you want, man. It's all yours. They're doing such screwy things on here, man. Guys with harems and, you know, a guy that just likes to, you know, he never gets a date and hangs around, you know, red light districts and wherever he goes and gets in trouble for pointing the camera at people that don't want the camera to be pointed on him. And it's overwhelming for me. It's overwhelming for me. Yeah, even for me, it's overwhelming. It's absolutely overwhelming. I can't believe what I see, and it's real. This is not a put-on stuff, except for like Slim. That's all part of a put-on and just a bunch of irresponsibility. That video stays on there about Slim. It stays on there. And if you people really give a shit about the kid, I'm going to say it again. Do what you need to do, brothers. It's for the kid. Don't do it for me, which you won't, but do it for yourself. You have a conscience, that's all I say. Okay, let's get into a little health issue here. A lot of people don't know this. For those that still work, you have to set your clock in the morning, okay, and you have to get up abruptly. There's a big problem with that. Most heart attacks, not just older people, man, younger people, but a lot of older people, 50s, 60s, 70s, you know. Okay, you know, someone like me, but I don't set no clock. I'm fucking retired, motherfuckers. So it's like this. There's an earthquake. The last time we had a big earthquake here, Gil was waking the shit out of me up. We're having an earthquake. We're having an earthquake. And the bed is shaking back and forth. I said, what the fuck? Okay, well, that's different. Maybe I need to know that. Okay. Okay, here's the deal. I want you to listen to me. As like I said, look, man, let's get something straight. I don't get paid for this shit. Do you see me monetized? No, you don't. I'm not monetized. Wait, am I on live chat? Oh shit, I thought I was... You caught me. Dudes, seriously, I'm so used to doing live that... And all I've been doing really has been uploads. It's my bad. But since I'm live, okay, hold it against me if you want, since I'm already on here. So I started something, I might as well just finish it. Though it doesn't mean I'm going back to live or nothing, but... Hey, Aloe, I saw your comment on there about... Yeah. Yeah, I meant to do a fucking upload, which is I've been doing a shitload of them. I like it better that way, but then I just realized I went live because I'm so used to doing a live stream, you know? So I wasn't thinking, but I'm sure everybody will forgive me on that. Yeah, I was looking at Scotty and I was laughing and I was just talking in the show here, starting to get into another serious topic, but I was laughing at your comment and Scotty, I just don't understand how people live that way. I don't understand it. What is the purpose of their life? You know, what is their goal? If they can't even find a woman, then he's quitting drinking. Nah, never happened. And he's really intrusive to Filipinos and putting the camera in their faces, getting into trouble. And I don't know, man. It's just a bunch of fucking loony birds on here, man. Just a bunch of fucking loony fucking birds, man. But they make me feel good about myself, though. Okay, here's a helpful hint for everyone involved here, especially if you're getting on the older side. You ladies and gentlemen, listen up. Yeah, in Manila, yeah, lots of roaches. Yeah, I had to stay in Manila one time on a layover for a short period of time. And it was a horrible place. The door was so easy to break in if somebody wanted to rip me off. I only stayed there about 3 hours, you know, because of my plane. That's when I had to go to that fucking bar thing, and that whole story. But I still had to go somewhere, and I went to a place for about 3 hours. I just couldn't, wait over in the and carry my luggage around and shit in the airport. So I had a layover. Oh, he's definitely a loser, man. Holy fucking crap, Gallo. I was going to talk about something on here, and this applies to everyone. If you have to get up for work or you have an appointment or something and you're always setting your clock, it's probably one of the worst things to do. Heart attacks happen between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. in the morning. And why does it happen? It's usually when people are getting up. Now, what happens is, remember, I don't get paid for this shit. Oh, should I say that? I'll say it again. Okay, here's what happens. When you sleep at night, everything goes into relaxed position. Your cortisol level, your blood flow, your blood pressure is very low. Okay, everything is working at, 1/4 speed. All right, your adrenaline, everything, your brain function, everything is at a low, your respiration, everything is at a lower level. So when you get abruptly woken up in the morning by a loud alarm clock, you got to go to work or maybe you have an appointment or something, right? You stand a 40% chance of getting a heart attack. And why is that? The reason is because what I said, your oxygen level is low, your blood flow is low, your adrenaline, your cortisol is low. And then all of it happens when you get a big rush like that, it puts your body in a shock in a way. All of a sudden, you get a big flow of blood and everything goes up. Your adrenaline, everything is the wake up mode, panic mode, really. And then what also happens if you happen to have clogged arteries, that sudden flow of blood could unloosen some of the clotting and it could go to your brain and go to your heart. You have a heart attack or stroke or something. I just thought I'd mention that because I was watching some guy's show I always see on here. He's a medical guy. He's one guy I do agree with, and I understand that. And how many times that people have waken up to alarm clocks and they were just really lucky. The other thing to do, basically, when you get up in the morning, I'm trying to practice this too. Sit at the edge of your bed for about 2 minutes and do some very mild arm movements, nothing wild and crazy, okay? And wait a while before you're going to have your caffeine. Because a lot of people who get up in the morning right away, they want to get their caffeine down in them. Remember, your blood pressure just shot up. It just shot up. Your system's on big alert. And then you're going to get caffeine, which is going to increase your heart rate by 10 to 20 beats per minute. And then if you smoke on top of that, it's going to also increase. So I'll be honest with you, after I get up and take a piss in the morning, I usually do head out and have a quick smoke. I don't smoke much of a cigarette anyway, but I'm still smoking, which is not good. So I have to also learn to change things around, and I have to not do that either. It's okay about my tea with the caffeine because it's a little bit of a while after I get up before I have my tea, and it does have caffeine in it. So I'm being a little bit more careful on that. And many people, especially if you're, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever, and then higher, you're going to have more of that problem because the chances are maybe you have more plaque in your arteries and so forth, but you don't have to. Do you know, like on Slim's show, and you see his little baby, the Michelin tire man? And I don't mean to make fun of the baby, but someone brought it to my attention, and I said, man, I agree. You remember the commercials of the Michelin tire man? Look at the kid's arms and his legs. Yeah, it's incredible, man. They're feeding this kid horrible food, horrible food. The kid is getting fatter than shit. He looks like the Michelin tire man's kid or something. It's funny, but it's serious, It's funny, but we also have his passport copy. Who? Scotty's or whose passport copy you have? Who was I talking about? Scotty. You have his passport copy? How would you get that? I don't know. But anyway, I just thought I'd talk about this. Oh boy, I'll tell you, we had a lechon too. Gilda's birthday was yesterday, but because a lot of the family people were here, not all of them, but, and their girlfriends, the boy's girlfriend, her son, blah, 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 blah. He had a big old lechon here, and I gave some to my neighbor, and it's my driver, and I didn't eat any of that shit, But here's what gets me, okay? And I know, I probably sound like, God, Frank, you're so careful with the shit you do. Well, you know what? I'm getting at that age that I really do have to be careful. I had, the other day, some shomai, okay? And unless they keep it, they have a propane tank and it's steamed. But if they don't keep it to temperature, man, it really accumulates bacteria. So I suddenly yesterday I had cramps in my stomach, And then I had to go to the bathroom twice. And it was a little loose at once. It was totally loose the second time. I caught some kind of a little food poisoning, bacteria. And I don't even want shomai anymore. I don't even want shomai anymore. I don't want to take that chance. Okay, speaking of that, okay, they got this manuk, this lechon, on a table, pig. And
The fucking thing has been there for how many fucking hours? Because they're going back, eating it back and forth, and lunch, dinner, whatever. I'm like, this goddamn thing has been out there for how long? Well, it's okay because people are still eating it. And I'm like, do you not understand the inside temperature of the house, exposed meat, it's being exposed to warmth, moisture, the temperature, that there's a bacteria buildup and spoiling that goes on? What is it you don't understand about it? And I said, look, I know our cultures are different. I understand that. But come on, man. You got like stomachs made of fucking iron? And they must. Because if I ate pork and I ate that fucking thing, shit, my stomach's pretty sensitive. I'd probably get sick on it. I don't get it, man. So the head, they were peeling this thing apart. The head was left, right? Across the field, there's these Filipinos living in. And every time we ever had a manok, we gave them the head. And I'm telling you, it's another thing with the culture. They eat the fucking brains of the pig, man. And I'm like, God, gag me with a spoon. I understand in hard times, even if I was actually starving, fried up brain probably would be pretty beneficial for me, but like eating the fucking ears out of everything, snout, eating the fucking brains of the pig. Come on, man. I just can't do that. I won't even eat, what do you call it, the egg, she goes, well, if I gave you 10,000 pesos, would you eat, the duck egg thing? And I said, no, I wouldn't, not even 10,000 pesos. I just wouldn't, man. I'm too spoiled with my Western culture, man. I want the best cuts of meat. I don't want to eat no intestines. I don't want to drink any animal blood. I don't want to eat a brain. They do that in Malaysia or whatever somewhere. They get a fucking live monkey or something and they kill it right on the spot and they eat their fucking brain raw. I'm saying, what is with these people, man? Besides them eating dogs and cats and rats, I mean, fucking A. Well, it's always been that way, I guess, but if you're impoverished, you're going to eat anything that walks. Anything that can look back at you and has eyes and legs, you're going to eat it. That's just not me. I'm even running out of ideas of what I want to eat anymore. I'm welcoming all that processed food. At least they, I say fuck the preservatives, Maybe it'll preserve me. I don't know. So I don't even mind anymore. I see something I like in a freezer at S&R or something. I'm buying it, I'll worry about the preservatives later. But, if there's something that looks tasty to me, that's comfort food, I'm buying it, dude. I'm buying it. There's nothing in town here. I'm sick of chicken. God, Hey, you want to know how nice let me tell you something. Speaking of chicken. Okay. Tell you what since a caring woman I got. And let me give you just one small example. She knew I didn't eat the manok. She knows that there was nothing I was going to eat except, salad. It was like a lettuce and, carrots in it and cucumber. And she made a homemade dressing for it. It was really good. That's all I had as far as them having a birthday. And of course I had some cake. I had the sugar, all that crap. Okay. But she knew I didn't eat that. You know what she did? She had one of the kids go out to that one restaurant where I always eat the chicken parmesan. And she picked me up this chicken parmesan. I'm not shitting, man. That's showing that she cares. She knows that, I don't even buy many for things in a restaurant I buy. I'm very picky. I'm not a fish eater. I'm not a pork eater, So she had one of the kids go all the way downtown and wait for the order and everything. And she brought me over just nice big thick slices of with the bread with all the garlic on it, and I had that, and that was really nice of her to think about me in that way. She didn't have to do that, but she knew I just didn't eat the pork, and she could have said, "Fuck you," you don't eat the pork or something, whatever we have, dude. You don't eat, motherfucker. But she didn't do that, so I got a good one. But getting back to some other stuff, okay, we already talked about the issues with, getting up abruptly from a sleep. I don't recommend it to anybody. This is facts and not, it's not fiction.
It's real. And if you survived that, then you've been very lucky. But yeah, it's a serious matter because most people die overnight, but it's generally up to around 6 in the morning to 10 a.m. or prior overnight. That's why they should say, take a teaspoon of olive oil. We haven't had olive oil in a while. Take a half teaspoon of olive oil before you go to bed. And that'll cut your chances down about 15% of getting a heart attack overnight for any reason. So I just thought I'd kind of like mention that to you. And thanks, I got a thumbs up here anyway. Yeah, I am doing it live. You're coming in, don't start yelling at me and say, yeah, Frank, so much for you saying you're not doing any more live streams. I can assure you, and I just told Al that, it was an accident. I wasn't thinking I was going to do a recording, but I went right to the live, and someone's saying, glad you did. They sent me some smiley faces. Yeah, whatever. But I'll do a little more on the show here now, but since I'm on. It's been a very busy couple of days. We've had a lot of, her relative kids here, and then it went like what I said on one of my shows, and there was more that showed up. So her boy that lives here, and both boys, they got like a little girlfriend kind of thing going on. So one of them invites his girlfriend, and the girlfriend invites one of her friends, another girl. I was like, okay, what is this, Grand Central Station? I mean, look, man, it's whether they eat monkey brains or pig brains, whatever, it's part of the fucking culture, man. It's not your culture, so you got to try to understand. Maybe that's something that you wouldn't do, but it's what they do, okay? And as much as you think it's fucking gross, they grew up like this. That food is a sustenance, and no matter where they get it from, they're probably going to eat it. I mean, look at it. Like a treat, they eat animal blood, pig blood or something, or cow blood or some shit like that. Look, there's blood in your meat when you're cooking. We know it's blood. We call it juice, but at least it's cooked. But just to get direct blood from a pig or something and eat that shit, they make like a fucking gel out of it or some shit. I'm like, damn, vampires? No, man, I'm sorry. I'm just a straightforward guy. I don't eat anything that's too exotic or anything like that. I just don't. Maybe I'm missing out on some stuff, and I don't know. But look, I grew up in America, and, I was a pizza guy, meat and potatoes guy, and that's what I was growing up. Even an Italian family, we didn't have anything exotic, we really didn't. Even an Italian family, you would think they were into fish, but they weren't into fish. They were not into fish, They were not. So we didn't try a lot of things that were too different, But that's how I grew up in America. You'd think a New York boy would be eating all kinds of shit, but no, a lot of people were meat and potatoes people, man. I'm still a meat and potatoes guy for the most part. I can't help it. I love my mashed potatoes. I adore them, with meat. And I used to grow up, to make my meal, a typical meal growing up, but even in my adult, whether it's hamburger, whether it's steak, whatever it was, there was always like a little pile of mashed potatoes with enough butter so you could taste the butter, right? And there'll be some cream corn. And you know how you dip it? You take your piece of meat, right? No, I was saying I don't want to do that, no. For some reason, I got a blonde spot on that. Of course I know what it is. I told you, man, I'm getting old. I'm getting fucking old. But, no, I don't. We were just talking about that earlier, actually. I can't do certain things. I can't do certain foods. I even lost my train of thought on that, too. What I was just going to say. Happened to read your comment, and it took my mind in a different direction. See what happens? Yeah. But, oh, yeah. It's very typical. I mean, I still do that now. You have a piece of steak, and I love to have, like, mashed potatoes with it, right? And, I don't eat cream corn a lot, but I like to have a can around. It's not the healthiest thing in the world, but, and everybody's done this, You dip your, you dip your piece of meat into the cream corn, and then on the same fork, you kind of scoop up some mashed potato on it. So all at once. Boy, that's great. That's great stuff. That's like comfort food to me. Boy, it's been raining here tonight like crazy too. Had to go downtown real quick, and downtown area is always a depressed area. I don't know how these stores even stay open, and it's just flooded. They're never going to do nothing about it. They tried to do something, one main block downtown. Yeah, they tried, but there hasn't even been supplies coming in either in the stores. Well, it's the holidays and all that shit. Yeah. But, yeah, kind of take that little health advice. Look, I don't know everything, but I know a few things, and I try to share it with my viewers. And they say, oh, what a hateful person I am. But I think most of the shows I ever do on here is helping people, if you think about it. I always gave a lot of health advice, and 90% of the advice that I gave is something I actually practiced. Whether it was supplements, certain foods I ate, stuff like that. I've always. And yes, you could start your morning with oatmeal, but not instant oatmeal, by the way. That's a waste. That's all processed sugar, and go buy even a Quaker brand. It's fine. But what you want to get is not instant, not regular oatmeal. If you could find a whole grain rolled oats. If you can get the steel cut, which probably Quaker doesn't make, probably another brand, get the steel cut. It takes slightly longer to cook, but it's a lot healthier. I get the rolled oats because that's available. It's usually whole grain. In fact, reminds me, I was in the store. I should have went and looked to see if they had another, because I'm down to maybe one meal tomorrow. I have oatmeal in the morning because it contains a lot of fiber. Okay, and if you add a protein to this on the side, usually you want to add a fruit to that. For your sugar level, it works real well, the fiber, and for the cholesterol, and all that stuff. So, and the other thing to do when you get up in the morning, after you took your piss and all that shit, right? The first thing you need to do is to grab and drink a 16-ounce. And if you can't do 16 ounce, that's not big, do 8 ounce, warm, room temperature water. Because your body's been suffering overnight. Your body's been dehydrating overnight. Your heart needs it right away. Okay, so then you'll do your other rituals. If you have tea, or if you don't drink tea or coffee, get yourself a hold of a lemon in warm water, okay? And you can put some ginger in it, and put some cinnamon in it. And the cinnamon, works with your blood sugar very well. The lemon juice is good for your liver, but it's especially good for your kidneys because it's made of citrates in it. And it'll prevent stones from forming. And if you have a history of stones, like I guess I do now, you don't want them to grow. So this will help. But if you're going to drink a lot of lemon juice, make sure you brush your teeth or rinse it out, because I will guarantee that the lemon juice is going to erode the enamel in your teeth, okay? So you're getting triple health advice tonight here. Okay. Balut is the name of the whistler. The bird in the egg is balut. And it's usually duck eggs because they're bigger than the chicken eggs. And we got 12 people aboard. Only one thumbs up? Seriously, with this free information I'm giving out? I'm amazed. I get amazed sometimes. You come to watch me, or whatever, listen to me, and you appreciate what I have to say, but you wouldn't dare to give me a goddamn thumbs up. It's amazing. And that's why I'm kind of doing a thing with the uploads. And this was an accident, as I said. I wasn't planning to do a live show. It just came with me naturally. And then I realized, wait a minute, I'm doing a fucking live. I'm not recording something here. Hey, I mean it. I didn't do this purposely. I said I'm sticking to uploads, and I meant it. Okay. So there, Well, I hope you guys had the great holidays. They are officially over. And what else do we have coming up? Oh, we got the festival coming up this month, don't we? Yeah, I guarantee you I won't be in Cebu around that time. You ain't getting me to go to that festival. There's no way I'm going to be walking those streets, getting ripped off or shanked or just overwhelmed with the crowd. Hell no, if I had to take a shit right away, I'm out of shit luck. No, I'm not going to be caught. I'm not going to be caught in no big-ass crowd. Hell no. Not for me. If you really like that kind of shit, You watch that on TV at the comfort of your home. That's what I say. You don't have to deal with the crowds. I mean, yeah, try getting back to your hotel or somewhere you got to get to. It's not going to work real well. I don't know. Maybe it'll rain that day real hard, but I you know, I don't think I'm going to be there during the festival, so I'm not really terribly worried about it. You know. Whew, what a laid back day. I mean, I've been doing things today, but it's just been it's where I just couldn't be alone anywhere today, hardly. Like right now, there's nobody in the living room. They're all in a dining room. Whoever's here, and the kids are in their room. But I just, and I got the TV to myself. And otherwise, they're going to be watching this fucking Korean drama and shit. I say, fuck this shit. I see them sitting on my chair. I say, get out of my chair, you know. They know the minute they see me, they just jump out of their chair. I don't care who it is. They jump out of their chair when I come in. Get out of my chair. I need a new chair, by the way. Anybody want to donate a... I'm so broke, man. I'm telling you, I'm so broke. Donate the money for a new recliner chair for me. I'd like to get one of those double ones that me and Gilda can sit together on it. Anybody want to help us out? Yeah, right. When hell freezes over. When hell fucking freezes over, man. I know that, I tell you what, man, if I had a bad health condition on here, dying or something, there ain't one motherfucker out here that ever helped me out with no money on here. If I had a fucking fundraiser thing, there's not one motherfucker who, they just say, die, motherfucker, die. That wouldn't work on my show. They all love it. See, they still didn't give me more than one thumbs up. You know why? Because everybody who's in here is a troll. That's why. Well, that rain is still coming down too, man. Damn. Man, we had a rainy season this past year, I'll tell you that. It's just showering down like there's no tomorrow. Don't have to worry about well water. Yeah, funny, huh? Yeah, you know, Alan, nobody would help me out, or Gilda or something. You know, if I really needed the money and shit, and some bad health problem came out, and we have to have another operation or something. Fuck no, man. They'd do a show betting on when I'm going to die. Now, you ain't going to leave that hospital, Frank, without a toe tag on you. Remember all that one, Alan? When it came to Mike, Kaysen? All these caring people for Mike, like Popeye. Wait a minute, you said that too. You said that too. Yeah. Yeah, you said that too, God damn you. Well, Alan, you don't seem like the person that's broke. Well, if we're alike in any ways, me and you, I'd have to say that we're just persistent people, you know, and when we go after somebody for good reason, we do it with all our heart, so we got something in common anyway. Popeye don't like me talking to you. Nobody likes me talking to you. All the shit he did to you, Frank? That's my prerogative if I want to have Aloe on my show. I know all the shit he did. What do you think, I have that much of a memory loss? I might have short-term memory problems sometimes, but there's nothing wrong with my memory. But hey, I choose to have him on. He comes on, he does not cause any trouble whatsoever, man. Aloe said, but if I would need help, nobody would give a damn, that's for sure. Same here, man. They enjoy listening to my show, whether they're adverse to me or not. You know, they're old trolls on here now. They wouldn't help me for shit. No, they wouldn't. Not for shit. They wouldn't care about Gilda. They wouldn't care about anything. So, Gilda wouldn't put a GoFundMe on anyway. She knows better, too. But when I'm gone, they're going to miss me. We should have helped them out. Yeah, I know where I stand in the community, you know. It's funny, I have a bad standing in the community, but I have a great standing in the community both. How could you have both? How is that possible? They don't want to see me leave YouTube. Hell no. They wouldn't have anything to talk about. Oh, then we got Nico out there now, Trouter. He's living in some shitholes. He's staying in some fucking shithole all the time. And so is Jay. And I have an idea where Jay is. He's over near Mandawi, right there where the concrete, the bridge is. There's a small bridge. He always stays in some dumpy places around there. If you want to find him. So I understand that Jay is, pardon me. Now that I bought that water, why don't I drink it? Yeah, that Jay is supposedly in the Cebu area. Did you see that chick, man, that he's showing off in some Bali? I don't know what the, no, yeah. If some chick in Cebu, and she says she's from Java. I should ask, is it east of Krakatoa? This chick, she should have been chewing gum, if you know what I mean. She was good for Ricky. She had a little space between her teeth that, Jay was showing her off. Tell him where you're from. I'm from Java. Java. And she has this little space between her, her teeth, and she looked like a real loose one, a loose cannon. Maybe he did get lucky after all. I don't know. I even doubt that, to be honest with you. I have to watch because a kid came in the room. I don't want to talk about anything too terrible here. Got company now. Let's see. What did Aloe say here? Nah, Jay is in Australia. He uploaded only old videos. Seriously? He went to Bali, didn't he? Or was that old videos? He was trying to fool us with that? Oh, he fooled me. Aloe says he tries to create the impression that he's in the Cebu area. Apparently, he's trying to trigger me. Well, it hasn't worked. Jay doesn't trigger me. I say things about Jay because I want to, not because he's triggering me. There's always something to say about Jay. It warms the cockles of my heart to talk about Jay. Losers. Then I see Scotty. I don't know, man. Where did these characters come from, I want to know. Scotty, as I said many times, looks like I don't know, man. The best thing I could call it is a cartoon kind of caricature of a man. He's got the oddest hair I've ever seen, the oddest hairstyle. His face is something not symmetrical about it. He, lives from, the dumpiest rental places. He doesn't eat good foods. He doesn't. I mean, what is the, I guess the question is, what is the purpose of what Scotty is trying to do? I don't get it. I mean, these people, they don't settle down for their future. He depends entirely, because he's not teaching anymore, entirely on his YouTube income, which is dangerous to depend on that. Hello, John. Oh, I'm amused too. He's like a walking, talking cartoon character, man. No wonder people listen to YouTube. Other than the internet you pay, it's fucking free entertainment. It's free entertainment. And I'll tell you what, even some of the horrible stuff that's been done about me, I sat there. If it was good enough, it was good editing, and it was funny, and it was, even if there was a terrible thing about me or Gilda or some shit like that, I'd be laughing. Seriously, a belly laugh sometimes. It took a real good one to give me a belly laugh, though. But I've seen on there that made me crack up. So they're not hurting my feelings. If anything, I'm laughing. I'm just laughing along with it. They don't see me laughing, but I do laugh. I said, they go all that out of their way just for me? I mean, the time they spend editing and AI, all this shit, they do it just for me? I'm a pretty special guy out here when I think about it. I didn't know I was that special, though. Time and toil and editing to do something about me? That's incredible, man. Aloe says, what cracked me up the most is when you impersonate. Oh, yeah, I try to do you, but it's pretty hard. Yeah, I do got a good memory. I remember you saying that. I know. The one line that you're used to me saying is, but you got to understand. Would I sound like Werner Klinker or something? But you got to understand. These fucking trolls, they're all fucked up. I'm gonna fuck them up the ass. So you're making me laugh now. That's a real laugh, man. Well, you're fun to imitate, but I just ain't got it right. You know, German or that whatever kind of accent that is. That's kind of hard for me. Yeah, Schwarzenegger style. Yeah, Schwarzenegger style. That works for me pretty well. But I was using, but you got to, because I've heard you say that. But you got to understand that these creeps, these losers, I don't know. That's a real laugh too, man. Oh, I'm such in prison here, Aloe. What am I going to do? I'm in prison. I can't go to another country, Aloe. And I'm sweating and I'm pulling out my hair. Here's the thing, Al. Secret between you and me only. I had no plans to go on a trip to another country anyway. And all the trolls say, he can't leave the country. Well, did I have any plans to leave the country? Not that I can think of. They can't win, man. They try, but they can't win. Well, I'm sure good old Barry had a wonderful, wonderful holiday season. He wanted, oh man, he was watching people's shows and man, he wanted to be out in the bars chasing the chicks and drinking his ass off. And man, he just couldn't do it unless he paid the guards or something, a little bit of side cash, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, they managed to get liquor in there too. Hey, he sure did in Mandawi, didn't he? He had no problem in Mandawi. That motherfucker had everything there, man. It truly was the best living situation that the dude had in his whole time of ever being associated with the Philippines. It's that what they fail to understand is that you don't want to go anywhere. Yeah, they failed to understand. I wasn't planning to go anywhere. Unless I do an ECC or something, you know, I have to leave, right? 3-year thing. They're all saying it's a year, and no, it hasn't been a year. And like I said, it's an administrative shit, man. It's not like I'm not willing to pay something. Hey, I'm living every day. I do whatever I do every day. I'm not pulling out my hair. I'm not all stressed out. You know, everything has a start. Everything has an end. Okay? We'll get an answer on that sometime. But meanwhile, my life goes on as usual. Okay? I'm still having sex with my girlfriend. I'm still eating. I'm still taking a piss in the morning in our house. Our house. Our house is a very, very fine house. And life just goes on. Okay? Something comes up, then, you know, it's like this. What are you going to do? Bang your head against the wall? Something comes up, you basically deal with it. Right? You deal with it. You deal with it. Did you see my repeat show of Barry's girlfriend? I wanted everybody to see that. I want everybody to know who's the blank blank that put the complaint against me. Yeah. I want everybody to see her again, who she is. A lot of people that don't know. And if you listen to the whole, it's not long, really. If you listen to the whole show she put on, you hear her knocking me left and right. So who's in the wrong here? Threats. There were implied threats. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. There certainly was. You could put a face to the complaint. So I decided to put that on again. And I wanted to put a face to the complaint so people could see who the blank blank is that put this case on me. I thought it was important for my viewers to know who she is, what she looks like, her whole character. So now they know. And I'm not removing that for nothing. It stays on there. Even Jay stuff stays on there. Not removing it for shit. Jay won't get, Jay, you know, he don't want to come to the Philippines. If he's not really here, then there's a reason why. Because he knows the plate is hot right now for him. And people think I was bullshitting when I said that relayed that information over to my attorneys. No, I wasn't lying about that because that was fraudulent documents he was putting on there. And believe me, he would get his ass in big trouble out here. And I even showed the little girls he was hanging around with. I'm sure he didn't like that. So if anybody wants to know anything about Jay Stillman, does he ever been going with underage girls? Yes, he has. God, use it against me, Jay. You're more than welcome to. Because I've got the videos. And Gilda looked at him and she said, for sure, those girls can't be over 16 years old. Dancing around in his place. He even had a young girl there one day, it wasn't too long ago, whether it was an old tape or something, dancing around in a thong bikini or something. Oh yeah, you want to talk about pedophiles? Hey, I'll say it out loud. Jay, you're a fucking pedophile. You are a child molester. You are a creep. Sue me, motherfucker. Sue me, motherfucker. Go right ahead. I've got the videos. There you go. No retraction on there. This isn't the fucking Epstein files here, man. I'm not retracting any fucking thing. Wrong show if you're looking for the Epstein show. Somebody liked it. Somebody made a comment here laughing. It's not the Epstein files. It's the fucking J files. The Abo Man files. Yeah. Fucking sick foreigners that come here, man. Then you got all that shit going on. You got this chick. She don't give a fuck about her people out here. She's a Filipina, man. And she's helping all these fucking loser white guys out. To find themselves on the street, they let some fucking Filipino clean them out, and they were that stupid to let it happen. There's another guy who is marrying a chick he's been talking to for 4 years. He walks with a cane. He can't even get around without a cane. He's coming over to marry her. What the fuck? You don't see me because I'm not on camera, that's why. Yeah, good. Go ahead, Abo Man. And did you see the one with Jay he put on? And that was the one with that girl who's supposed to be from Java. I'm from Java. Yeah, you're from somewhere for the streets, bitch. I'm from Java. Where the fuck did he pick her up? A little space between the teeth. Only one thing was missing, chewing gum. She wasn't chewing gum like the sluts do in America. She wasn't chewing gum. Yeah. And to continue with Jay, while that girl is there, he's actually saying right in front of her, I don't care what, something like, I don't care what ethnicity they are, as long as their fucking pussy is pink. No, he'll go for anything that'll take him, let's put it that way. Yeah, he is a fucking pig. I mean, he really is. He really is. Even if I was able to be reincarnated, they said, Frank, you're going to die, but we're going to give you a chance to come back. But you're going to have to come back as the Abo Man. I say, fuck it. Keep me dead. Let me die. I could not come back at him as being him, or even certain people on here, too. There's no way in the fucking world. Yeah. Alice says one of them is a high school students in Cebu. Oh, really? Wow, man. He really is a sick motherfucker, isn't he? Wow. Well, he was always like that. There was nothing new about Jay. I'll say your name, Jay Stillman. You are actually a child predator, you motherfucker. I hope you get your ass fucking kicked someday. And I gave him an invitation to meet up with me if he's going to be in Cebu. I'll tell you what, before the end of the week or so, I'm going to be in Cebu. If you're in town, let me know. Just get on and say it on your show. They are local students of Minganilla. Yeah, a lot of them came from Minganilla, yes. Because that show we put on with the young girls, it was 7 years ago. 7 years ago. I saw it in the on the time thing on there. 7 years ago. He's been doing this shit all these years. Every time he goes to another country or comes to Philippines. Tell us more Filipino stories, Abu Man. Faking man. the Abo man. He does have the features, except the dark skin. He don't have the dark features, but he does have features like somewhere in the family line. He is from Australia, born and raised. So it's a good possibility he doesn't even know that he has ancestors that were Abo men. And God, how he, oh my God, and how he treats women. And what happened to Big Head? Big Head's not around anymore, Aloe. What happened to Big Head? Now, he was probably the worst woman abuser that made even Jay look pale. Oh, that guy was, you know what he'd do? And I told this story before. What Big Head Larry would do is that, he'd meet these chicks all the time, right? So he would stay at a nice place, nice accommodations. But it was no big deal to go get a cheap hotel that was really cheap. That's where this guy would bring the women, because once he screwed them, and maybe a lot of them would tell their parents. He made promises to them and all that shit he didn't keep. Oh, I'm going to marry you. I'm going to buy you a house and all that shit. You have to get in their fucking panties. And then what he'd do is after she left, he would leave that room. He wouldn't come back, and he'd go back to his hotel where he was staying originally. That's what he did, man. That's what he did. Alice says his eyes are deformed. Yeah. And going back to Jay here, his eyes are deformed. Usually a sign that the mother was drinking, or alcohol syndrome, what they call that? Yeah. That the mother was drinking alcohol during pregnancy. It's almost like they're squinty little fucking rat eyes, He reminds me of a fucking fat rat, doesn't he? He's got this chinky little eyes, Squinty fucking eyes. I've always said, look at the eyes of a person. You could tell whether you could trust somebody or not. Look at their fucking eyes. Yeah. And then if you've got beady eyes, that's another thing. If they're beady or really close together. Hey, the chick that, was trying to take, Gilda's money on that investment, man, we should have known better, man. She had those closed eyes, were close together. Sneaky looking fucking eyes, man. You could tell. Your eyes are the window to your soul. You remember, like Barry said, this show, by the way, when Barry said, look at my eyes. Look at my eyes. There's nobody home. He was right. There was nobody home. That's for damn sure. That? Oh, his sister is nuts too? Really? Wow. His sister, have you ever seen her? She is unstable. I don't think I did. Well, he's not all there, so it must run in the family, like all in the family. Those were the days. Really? Really? Oh, really? Really? Oh. Oh, now we're back to Slim now. His girlfriend is even talking about him now. Isn't it a disaster enough? His girlfriend is actually trying to sound like him in all his expressions. Really? Oh, really? And all the kind of expressions that Slim or Slimy uses on his show. What a horrible man this guy is. Horrible man. I'm leaving that video on about him, by the way. People that want to call the DWSD or something, please do. And I meant it. That video stays up. It stays up. The mother of Jay looks like, I think I seen her once in there. The mother of Jay looks like him with a, wait. It's, oh, you're making me laugh tonight, man. Scented memoirs here. Waiting for Jerry and friends to come to Jay's aid. And they would try, but, look, you can't help Jay. Jay, it's impossible. You cannot help Jay. He is who he is. It's like Barry Jordan. Those people wouldn't change for nothing. They know they're losers. It's the only way they're going to pay for women. Well, Barry didn't pay for nothing. He made them pay. He was smarter than Jay, actually. He just sucked off the tits of the women. But Jay, Jay would definitely pay the women to be with him. Oh, when Barry had money, he picked up a few bar gals with a couple of bucks. He did that in his real desperate times. He certainly did. But they both went after kids, man. They both went after kids. They lived together, Jay and Barry. I know the stories, man. I know the stories. Because you know what? Jay used to talk to me on Messenger years ago. Yeah. That's right. We're gossiping. Goodbye.
ink droplets. Ink droplets? If I didn't care. That's by the ink spots, by the way, dude. If I didn't care. Mr. Ink Droplets didn't like what we're talking about. Aloe says, I'm probably going to lose my train of thought by reading this, but the one thing he hates most is when you ridicule him. That really pisses him off. I know it does. He gets irate because he thinks he is dangerous. I mean that. He really thinks he is intimidating. And when you dismiss him and ridicule, oh, I know. I've seen him react to other people like that. And you remember when everybody was attacking him, he broke down crying. Stop, please stop. Sounds just like him too. Stop, please stop. His voice went up to a soprano. Stop, please stop. I can't take it anymore. I know. Just dismiss him, I know. What a joke this guy is. What a joke. He hardly even gets anybody really coming to his channel anyway when he does a show. Yeah, and he will use old shows too to throw people off, making them think he's somewhere. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he cries like a crybaby, man. But Jay told me himself, I want you to listen to this carefully. When Jay was always trying to find information, he'd write me on Messenger. And he was always trying to find out somebody's name or something or information. In fact, he was trying to find out shit about you, in fact, one time. I said I know very little about Aloe. It wasn't just you, it was other people. And he told me, and this is what he told me. Even though Jay went for young girls, he said Barry was outlandish. It wasn't the words he used. I'm not, paraphrasing. You know, it made even Jay want to run away. What Barry was going after or trying to go after. And even Jay, as bad as he is, was really ashamed of being around Barry at times. That's how bad it was with Barry. Now, listen, this is coming from Jay's mouth. He was a roommate with Barry in Minganilla, okay? So they shared women, they did all that shit, fucking each other, probably even fucked each other up their asses for all I know. Yeah, he has been looking for me for years now. Oh, I know. And what's he going to do when he finds you? Nothing. Nothing. Because he can't do anything. Stop. Please stop. I can't take it anymore. Yeah. He's got to be on medicine. He's got to be on Ritalin or something. I don't know. He's got to be on medicine. And yes, there was a seizure that he had that time at Minganilla. He was flopping on the floor like a fish out of water. You know how they flop around? He was flopping around on the fucking floor. Then Barry steals equivalent to 400 American dollars, put that into pesos, out of Jay's pocket. His partner, his friend, and his compadre, and stealing 400 fucking American dollars equivalent out of Jay's pocket. And they both denied it emphatically. When it did happen, because Jay was drunk and he don't remember when he actually told us online, and I wish I had that, he was $400 less in his pocket after his seizure. He said it wasn't a fucking seizure. But then Barry came on, more modern times when we were talking about it, and said that he was getting a reaction. He didn't have a seizure. He said that Jay had a reaction to the medicine he was taking. Okay. Well, maybe he was taking medicine because he got seizures. But Barry said in his own mouth, on his own show, he said, no, Jay was not having a seizure. He had a reaction to a medicine. So no matter how it was, obviously he's taking medicine for something, Yeah. He would do absolutely nothing. Yes, yeah. And Scented Memoir says, the allure of, I don't know even where to start with this one. Very difficult. I follow an independent news station called Midas Touch, a very good, approaching 6 million, which Trump is not happy with. Mainstream media is something I really haven't been following, but I listen to a lot of the independent ones that are basically straightforward and kind of tell you like it is. I gotta tell you something, man. Trump, if it's not clear to everybody, that includes Democrats, Republicans, both parties, more so now, Republicans are beginning to see how insane this president is and how totally out of control this guy is. And basically, they're all in fear of Donald Trump because of the power that he imposed upon himself, not from his cabinet, not from Congress, not from the Senate, not from any source, except, it's going to go down in history as the diary of a madman. The diary of a madman. He will go down in history as being the worst president we've ever had, ever, even to his own party. I think people know me if you've been following me. I'm not a political person. I've always said that, I try to stay out of politics, certainly local politics here in the Philippines. It's obviously why you don't want to get involved with local politics if you're actually living here. And I think all my viewers know that to be true. Stay out of local politics. For sure. There's no thinking about it, okay? With that being said, we got a president here who, in America, that is, just to make that clear, when I say here, I mean United States, actually. Got to be very careful what I say, in this country. Obviously so. And Donald Trump, who has been increasingly proven that his mental acuity, his cognitive abilities have definitely faded and are getting worse each day, and he's doing things that are even crazier. Each day there's always something on the news that Donald Trump is trying to take over countries. He's declaring a war of sorts, a political but a gainful type of motivation where he wants their oil, and he came out and said it. We're going to invade, Venezuela. We're taking oil that was rightfully ours. Rightfully ours? As if Venezuela has stolen oil from the United States? Oh, we taught them how to get the oil, so therefore we're going to take the oil. Their oil is our oil, and we'll work out something with them so that is equitable somehow. His insanity has gotten to the point where now he's wanting to take over countries. Where has this happened in history? Many times, hasn't it? If you go back in history, it's something as simple or maybe not as thought about as Hawaii, where where they were invaded by people not from their land who decided to come there. And this is where I support the Hawaiians. They came there and said, you can't practice your religion. You can't dress the way you are, put some clothing on. You have to speak our language and not to practice your own. You have to stay far away from your own cultural practices, beliefs. By gunpoint, mind you, by gunpoint. When the missionaries came in and told them, you just can't do this and you can't do that. And we're not going to allow you to do this. We're not going to allow you to do that. Well, this is what Trump is doing to other countries now. He pretty much said in so many words, he wants to own the Western Hemisphere. He wants to take over the Western Hemisphere. Think about that. He's a president that's putting people in fear that if you don't follow my policy and what I have to say, there's going to be consequences. Excuse me, but, I'm not a historian, really, and, never been a politician of any sorts. But isn't this called dictatorship? And the remaining people who support this kind of behavior sees this as a good thing for the country of the United States by blatantly and by force taking over countries, going after leaders of these countries that have every right to run their country the way they want to run it, and telling leaders of their country that you can't do this, you can't do that, and we're just going to take your resources from you. This has happened many times in history. History, they say, repeats itself. That's exactly what's going on here by a deranged president, an absolute lunatic. Complete lunatic. Even his own party members are going from red to blue. They're going from red to blue. But the people that he employs, the people that are supporting him, from the Speaker of the House all the way down the line to generals and you name it, are afraid to speak up to Donald Trump. This is history repeating itself. As I said, I'm not a historian, but I know enough that there were many people, historical figures, that have been assassinated by other country leaders. We developed names like fascist, and a lot of our dictionary has changed with words, and descriptions that we would never use before. I don't know when the name fascist came in, how it came about. Everything from insurgents, and these are things and names I never heard of when I was growing up. I don't know what the fuck a fascist was. I didn't know what the fucking insurgent was. I had no fucking clue. But these are names that have developed through the years and developed and it became kind of household words these days, anyway. I'm completely baffled. Well, good morning. We did an upload this morning, but it cut out on me. I don't know why. Maybe I had too many applications open and my recording cut off. So I said, fuck it. I started to get a little bit too political on there. It was probably a good thing that I got cut off anyway. So I said, fuck it, I'm doing a live stream. I think I had too many applications open on my phone, I think is what happened. But I think I got my point out on my upload this morning. Please listen to it if you haven't had a chance for what I did have to say. I think I entitled this show something like Look in My Eyes, Nobody's Home. An appropriate title to describe people these days. There's nobody home. There's nobody home. And what the hell do I mean by that? Well, people just don't get it in life. They don't get anything. They don't get what's going on in their lives. They don't get what's going on throughout the world. Just want to do a YouTube show and attack people. Yes, look in their eyes, there's nobody home. There really isn't anybody home. When you look into the average person's eyes these days, there's nobody home. They have no idea what's going on around them. They don't have a clue. They don't have a single clue what's going on around them. Not just in the YouTube community, that's pretty obvious, but they have no idea what's going on with it and how somehow it's going to affect them or their children or their grandchildren. It's dark because I'm not on camera. Okay. You want to see something here? I'll show you kind of a wet day over here. Make you happy. There you go. There you go. It's a kind of a wet, blustery morning here in the Philippines. Okay. You feel better? My little tirade, if you want to call it that, this morning, which had to do with President Trump and all the crazy ass shit that's going on. And how, red parties are turning over to blue parties politically. But that was my last show. And I don't want to really get entirely into that. They used to use the term mentally retarded, but now they call them special people, And you got to watch out your terminology. You got to watch everything you say. But if you can imagine how somebody who is classified as special needs, we always have a certain word, like meat is dead flesh, but you're not going to call it dead flesh because it doesn't make it very edible, does it? No. So we'll call them special needs people. It's more polite. And in our society, being politically correct, it's the correct thing to say, special needs. Well, you may regard them as being special needs, but the average human in this fucking world right now are all special needs people who just don't get it, or they just don't want to get it. How people give in to a charismatic leader that they know is pure evil, pure trouble for their country and other countries. Okay, I'm going to try to stay away from Trump as much as I can here, but I'm just trying to make a point. I could talk for hours on my show. There's either going to be people who support what I talk about. You know me, I get it, want to hear, because a lot of people don't want to face the truth about themselves. I got nothing to lose except my channel. If I say something that, YouTube doesn't like, if it goes down, it goes down. It's not like I have 1 million viewers. I don't really care. And given my age, I really don't give a fuck what people think. I really don't. I don't really give a fuck. Except I will stay away from, and advisedly, local politics because, alas, I am living in another country and I know it real well. There's things you could say and talk about, and there's things that you just cannot. Not everybody will follow your philosophy either. That's just a fact. Everybody has their own thought process, and sure, they should. Not everybody agrees with each other here on YouTube or outside of YouTube. But we've always had that freedom to think what we want, whether you're right or wrong about somebody or about a particular topic or political issue or whatever it might be. But, we've always had this freedom, but our freedoms are rapidly being taken away from us, no matter where you live. America died. I hate to tell you folks, but America died. I would certainly never go back to America, at least by my choice. I wouldn't go back to America. It's not the place that I grew up in. It doesn't even resemble. Because when people can follow the leadership of a man who's totally inappropriate to lead the country, who's going to lead the country into war, who's making enemies, who wants to admittedly take over the Western Hemisphere. I'm going back into him again, ain't I? I just can't help it. A man who's should be declared inappropriate to be a president leading a country. Heard of the Monroe Doctrine? He wants to now call it the Donroe Doctrine. Where that came out and where he came out with that, I don't know. He wants everything to bear his name. The Kennedy Center, you name it. A ballroom that's going to bear his name and a statue of him. He wants his name on everything. Oh, here I go with him again. Sorry, I just can't help it. Has the world itself gone insane, and that's why they're supporting this president of the United States? It's supposed to be a government for the people, not ruled by some tyrant, not ruled by a dictator, by a clueless politician whose whole life is revolved around power and money and bearing his name on just about every monument, or who actually turned the Gulf of Mexico into Gulf of America. Oh, that's just a small little shit list of what this guy is actually doing. See, I'm gravitating toward him again. I can't help it. I'm always saying on my show, I'm not political, I'm not political, I'm not political. If you've been following me a long time, I really have never been political. Would that be correct? But in this case, sometimes you have to talk about what's going on. Every time I wake up to another news story about President Trump, he makes some kind of a deranged statement where people are questioning his integrity, his mentality, as such a word. And people get brainwashed by this guy. But, you remember I always say history has a way of repeating itself. Well, it does. We've had people like Trump that were leading various countries throughout history, overtaking other countries for gain. And Trump admitted, I want to cause problems with Venezuela because we want he came right out with it and said it, because we want their oil. We want their oil. And we're going to tell different countries how to rule their own people, how to rule their own country. How sick is that? A man who is so power hungry that it's literally gone to his head. I'm sorry to push this on you Republicans, but you voted for him. And the majority of you are regretting that you ever did. He will go down as the worst president in history. Insanity. Total insanity.
But I like pushing it on you. I'm going to tell you, you voted for him. Again, shame on you. Now you're going to find out what your vote did, and you're finding out right away. Because the only way people are affected by something like this, or believe what's really right and what's really wrong, is when their pockets are affected. You could be one of them special needs children or special needs adults, but you're probably always going to know money. You can speak a different language. You come from a different country, but the one common denominator that everybody has, they know what the dollar is. They know math very well. Maybe they can't do calculus or geometry or trigonometry or algebra, but they know what money is. No matter what language you speak, no matter what denomination it is, they know money. They know money. They have no problem interpreting what money is. Even a special needs person understands what we put as a value on money. So when it hits your pocket, that's the only time you become concerned. And that applies to all these Republicans who voted this creep into office. Until it affects their portfolio. Then they're going to speak out and say, this ain't right. He's a creep. He shouldn't be in office. But other than that, if it doesn't affect their pockets, we think he's a great president. Well, look, I could argue that all fucking day long as far as him being defined as a great president. He gets people in fear. I'm going to bomb your country unless you do this. He's got the leaders of Venezuela willing to give in because they know they ain't got the armed forces to fight America. And that they have no choice but give it, well, okay, we'll work something out with you on the oil rather than being bombed. It doesn't matter either way because Trump would have taken over Venezuela anyway. He's basically taken over the country is what he's saying. He wants to own the Western Hemisphere. Anyway, I'm getting a little sick talking about this, actually. It's kind of very disturbing. Very disturbing. Yeah, another dark stream. If you don't like it, get the fuck off here. We're not on camera. Nothing wrong with your phone. Stop complaining. Listen to the message. Don't worry about the visuals. Listen to the message of the show. Fuck the visuals. They're distracting anyway. Okay, now I got that set. Same here with YouTubers on here. They will hear what they only want to hear. If it creates drama, I want more of it. And again, that expression I keep on using, quoted by a very infamous vlogger named Barry Lee Jordan, who said, look into my eyes. Nobody's home. Look in my eyes, he said. Nobody is home. And he was right. Nobody was home in his brain. Now he's 3 years in fucking prison. Still nobody home in his brain. But this goes to a lot of people here on YouTube and outside YouTube. Look in their eyes. Look at the eyes of the average human. Nobody is home. They're so susceptible to a charismatic criminal leader that they will follow him. They will jump off a cliff with this guy if he said to jump off a cliff with me. They will drink the Kool-Aid that he's providing, the toxic Kool-Aid. It's all a Jonestown massacre. It's genocide. Following this leader is genocide. It's all genocide. It's what it is. Now, you could do a show on YouTube and you could try to get your message out, no matter what the message might be about, but people don't absorb what you're saying. Or say, you're wrong, bro, because I heard on another channel that you said this or you did this. They can't use their own mind and make their own decisions. But they'd rather follow what somebody says about another YouTuber. Oh, if it's on the internet, you know what they say, if it's on the internet, it must be true. That's like saying, being a daily drinker is not going to affect your liver, you know? Okay, my point made, hopefully taken, but I doubt it. Look, I could talk till I'm blue in the face, and I can. Let me give you an example, man. This is the average person these days. Christ has arisen, and we don't want to get into a religious thing. I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm just making a point. Christ has arisen, but he's never made his appearance. And even the people that are highly religious, they said, well, Christ is out there. Well, I haven't seen him, and nobody else who's religious has ever seen him, Jesus. But if he did appear, this is the way their mindset is. If he did appear, they say, well, that ain't Jesus. That's just some loser on fentanyl that looks like a hippie on fentanyl. That's what they say. After all their belief, and Jesus does make his appearance, that ain't Jesus. But if Trump says it is, then it must be Jesus. No, it's just some guy that's all fentanyled out. It'll come to that. If that miracle ever came about. People are going to believe what they want to believe in, but the problem is when people can't think for themselves, they're very heavily influenced what other people think. That I think people have lost the ability to have independent thinking. And most people don't have independent thinking. They say, oh, what's all this talk about this guy Frank on here? People who have independent thinking will examine, they follow my show, and they know where I'm coming from, where I'm really coming from, not what somebody else thinks about me. Those are independent thinkers that make their decisions about somebody based on facts, not fiction, not hearsay, not bullshit that gets spread around YouTube all the time. Look in their eyes. Nobody is home. That's a fact. There is nobody home anymore. People don't know what to think. They don't know how to think anymore on their own. They lost the ability to be an independent thinker that feel that they have to follow the cattle. It's the easy way out. But then when it comes to hitting their personal wallet, that's the only time they're going to speak out. It's always about money. When it affects their personal life, when somebody's politics affect your personal life, then the dead become awakened. That's when you really have the woke generation that they're talking about, the woke generation. But what does it take them to be woke? Well, when it hits their pocket, oh, then they're alive. They're on amphetamines, seemingly, it's alive, it's alive when that electricity hits their brain. It's alive, it's alive. It's a Frankenstein story. It's a Frankenstein story. It takes a jolt of electricity in their brain to get their brain cells moving and grooving. That's a fact. Because people lost, the art of independent thinking. It's a lost art. You'd rather follow some seemingly charismatic leader who's telling you what to do and dictating your life, what you can do and what you can't do. You got to think like me or I'm going to attack you and make your life miserable. Same on YouTube. If you don't follow what a troll says, they're going to attack you. And that's why people don't want to be independent thinkers and express their own thoughts about somebody on here. They're afraid they're going to be attacked by a troll. Isn't that the truth? Lost art of independent thinking. I'm one of the few people that still practices independent thinking, whether I'm being attacked by trolls or whatever. It's never stopped me from saying what I have to say and what I believe in. Now, please understand, I don't expect you to believe in all my personal beliefs, not at all. I'm not religious. You should respect that, not attack that. Unfortunately, the religious sector in the world follow a philosophy, it's either my way or the highway. Well, I don't think that way. Independent thought. independent values, beliefs. We all should have that, every single one of us. But when somebody tries to force, for example, their politics on you, they try to force their religion on you, that's when I speak up and I say, dude, you happy with your practice? Does it do good for your life? Does going to church make you a great person? Despite the fact that you go to confession boot on Sunday and tell this guy hiding in a little box, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned, when you've sinned every fucking day. And you're absolved in that little 10-minute session with this mysterious figure behind a black screen on that Sunday. But then Monday you go right back to committing the same sins that brought you to confessional booth in the first fucking place. Everything's resolved by saying 10 Hail Marys. This is the mind process. This is the thinking of people, the average person. I've always said, and I still stick to it, I'm not against anybody's religion at all. I just don't practice religion. I should have that right to choose, but apparently not. You're not part of the big boys club. For example, on YouTube, if you're not attacking people, you're not part of the big boys club if you're not religious. You're a third-class citizen. What? You're not religious? You don't believe in a God? How dare you? You don't belong in our group. Well, I don't belong in that group then. That's okay. Perfectly okay. I think if something does you good, whether it's your political beliefs or your religious beliefs, I don't care who you are, Muslim, Catholic, Protestant, Presbyterian, Seventh-day Adventist, Mormon, I don't care. If it makes you happy and enriches your life somehow, hey man, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, but I'm just not a practicing Catholic. I don't believe in organized religion, but that's my right. And don't try to take that right away from me. That's when you're treading on my territory, and I don't live by a my way or the highway attitude like a lot of people believe. That's not me. I'm entitled to my beliefs, my thoughts, and nobody can take that away from me. You can take my freedom away from me, but you can't take my values, my thoughts, whether it's political or otherwise, social. You can't take that away from me no matter how hard you try. The same as you can't go and look into my bank account. No matter how you try, if I'm broke or poor, there's one thing you can't do. Now, there's a lot of shit going on in this world right now, and people need to wake up because it will affect you, and it is affecting you right now. But you're too involved with, I got to message my girlfriend, or I got to see who's talking about who on YouTube. I don't want to miss a trick. I don't want to miss the drama. We need more drama. No, we don't. We need less drama in this world, my friends. We need a whole lot less more drama. When drama controls your life, then you went over the edge already. Even Filipinos, they have their own drama out here, but they're more interested in Korean drama. They love the South Koreans. They listen to all these drama shows and movies for Korea. Why? I have no fucking idea. I have no clue. People have changed. As I said, I would never go back to America by choice. Never. America died. It was not the place I grew up in. Oh, there's beautiful places in America. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. The landscape in America is beautiful. But I can't say the people are. It's like they're all brainwashed. Reminds you of a sci-fi movie. Join us. Join us. What was it? Was it Sullivan Green? Or Invasion of the Body Snatchers or something? I don't know which movie that was. It was Join Us. Join us. I'm not joining nothing. I remember I always said I'd never join a club that would have me as a member. Practice independent thinking. It'll make your life a lot easier. Look, in this political atmosphere that we got going on, you're not allowed to believe what you want to believe in. Same thing. If you don't join the big boys club, you're the odd man out. You're not a good person. You can't force belief into somebody. You could try, but you can't do that. But there's a lot of very vulnerable, gullible, and very naive people out there in the world that get sucked into the charisma, and I'm not saying a positive charisma, but the charisma of a political leader. Because they've lost the art of independent thinking. I can't emphasize that enough on independent thinking. It's gone. People are more concerned about what's in their bank or their pocket. They don't care if somebody's destroying other countries unnecessarily, bringing us into war, where innocent people get killed. They don't care. All they're thinking is, hey, is it going to affect me positively in some way? Oh, that's all I really care about. I don't care about families or losing loved ones because some fucking deranged president is declaring war with all these different countries to take over their natural resources. That's dictatorship, my friends. Some insane fucking Hitler. Didn't fucking Hitler die of gonorrhea or something, or syphilis went to his fucking brain? Well, perhaps the health problem with Trump is that he's got fucking syphilis from fucking all of Epstein's conquests. Well, I know his dick is fucking as rotted as his fucking forehand. Or from jerking off too many infected leaders. Pulling the chains. The chain being their fucking cock. Do you not care that this particular president we're talking about is involved with sex trafficking? Do you not care that he was involved with fucking little children? Going along with Epstein's little repertoire? All his soirees that he held with underage girls? No. You don't care about that. He's Republican, so I gotta support him. What sick-minded people we have now in this world. Economy, despite what Trump says about it, is tanking. But if he says that the economy is great in the United States, even though the math is out there that proves that no, it's completely the opposite. But because Trump says it, you're going to believe it. That's called brainwashing. That's called manipulation. And it's also a distraction as to what's really going on. For example, the Epstein files is a big deal. He does not want you to see it, and everything that's been presented, statements have been redacted from it. He'll have people killed, as he did to Epstein in jail, not to release information about Trump and his involvement with Epstein. He will fire his staff if they don't follow his train of thought on this matter. We're talking generals, Secretary of War, Secretary of State. Everybody's in his back pocket with fear. Not money necessarily all the time, though that is involved, but with fear that they're going to lose their job, lose their retirement benefits. If you don't follow me, that's a dictator, my friends. That's a fucking dictator. Well, fuel is not the only issue, sir, Mr. Bill Meyer, in the world going down. I mean, that's not the only thing that's happening in the world. Fuel is one thing, but there's a lot more going on than the price of fuel. When everything else has gone up, it doesn't balance out, Mr. Billmeyer. Fuel could go down, and it makes it great for people that drive, but it's imbalanced when you compare what else is going on in the country. The driving price is high. The tariffs that he's putting on Canada and other countries, he says it's bringing in trillions of dollars into the country. That's not true. Because the American people are losing business because of the tariffs. They need supplies. The car makers need supplies from Canada and other countries, not to mention other industrial needs and supplies. You're not thinking about that, Bill Meyer, are you? Yeah. Ed Savino, hello, you're back. He's off his fucking rocker, man. You got that right. He's off his rocker. Truly off his rocker. I can't turn on the news and hear without seeing something stupid that Trump did. He admits it. He's trying to take over fucking Venezuela. He says that their oil was taken away from America. How is that even possible? He's just fucking pirated a fucking tanker with like 1 billion gallons of fuel that he took upon himself. Stole, saying that Venezuela's oil and resources is America's. That Venezuela don't belong to Venezuelan people anymore. I'm going to make it my country if I can help it. I'm going to scare the leader into submission, which he already did. To the point that the leader in Venezuela is saying, well, we don't have the, what they're really saying is we don't have the armed forces to fight America. We're overwhelmed. We have to raise the white flag. That's what Trump does as a leader of the most powerful country in the world. Venezuela has to wave their white flag, say, okay, we'll work out something with the oil. We're giving in. We know we can't fight you. We know that we don't want our country taken over. This is how countries give it in by power of a dictator, by putting fear in the hearts of these people in other countries. I went food shopping for 2 people. It cost me $200, 4 bags. You say that's good or bad, Ed? Is that a good thing or a bad thing you're saying to me? I can walk into SNR at any point in time when I'm in Cebu and get very little and spend quite a lot and not get my money's worth. I come home, it looks like nothing. I look at my bill, 10, 12, 20,000 pesos. And how many items am I actually bringing home that's actually could make other meals? Like you could spread it out and make other meals out of it. You buy certain things that can be utilized for another meal, like frozen things, frozen vegetables, frozen things like that, that could be spread out into numerous meals. I don't come home with shit. I've actually showed you my shopping at SNR. It's very disappointing when I shop. You agree? Bill Meyer says, yeah, I agree, it's bad. And forgive me again for getting into the politics, and that's not my thing. It's really not, never was my thing, but that's why America died. It wasn't the place I grew up in. For all you flag-waving people, my flag is not waving anymore. My flag is not waved for years. But then there's going to be somebody say, yeah, but you like getting those benefits, don't you, Frank? You like getting those Social Security benefits, don't you, motherfucker? Yeah, I do, because I did work. It doesn't matter that I once went on a disability. I had to work to get it, Popeye and other creeps. I had to work to get it. It was not handed to me. Nothing was handed to me. I had to work in my life to receive these benefits. Einstein's. Yeah, bad quality of food at that, yeah. So for those naysayers out there, you can't receive Social Security unless you worked for it. Let's get that in mind. Let's get that perfectly straight and up front. To say that nobody's worked, they shouldn't be getting Social Security. Who the fuck are you to dictate that crap to anybody or dictate it to me? Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, motherfucker. I worked. I'm not on the dole where I'm getting some basically handouts like SSI or whatever it is. which is basically welfare, because she didn't work enough fucking hours to get a regular Social Security. I worked enough hours and time and years that I got Social Security because I earned it. I earned it. You had to have worked. The key words, you had to have worked to get that. Bill Myers says 50s, 60s, and 70s were a better time to live. I thought it was. I still do. I still do. America died. Let's face it, folks. It's over. I still say, and I say this at no risk at all, or no care, that the sniper that tried to kill that fucking asshole, he missed him by this much. I guess he didn't test the wind velocity at the time. It didn't do his geometry. It would have been all over. Then what? Who's going to take place for Trump? Vance? Vance? Who sucks fucking president's dick every fucking day? How would he be any better? Fuck. When I see all this Trump's done, I'd rather have fucking Hillary. Hillary! I'd rather have Hillary as president than fucking Trump. That's saying a lot. I was never an advocate of Hillary. She's too emotional. I'd rather have Hillary. I certainly would like to have Obama back. Clinton, more so. I'd like to have Clinton. Don't matter what the fuck he did to Monica Lewinsky. That was strictly personal. Was he doing a decent job as president? I thought he did. But what he did with Monica Lewinsky, whether she had a stain on her dress. I guess the only uncool thing about it was done in the Oval Office, okay? To be fair about this, he could have found a better place. Remember, Bill Clinton never inhaled. They never inhaled. They never inhaled. But she sure did. She sure inhaled Bill Clinton, didn't she? Some of this, yeah, she gotta love, really, you know. Okay. Yeah, I went live. I did a upload covering some of this shit, you know. And I must have had a lot of applications open or something on my phone. I had to clear them out because it was a relatively short upload. Then I said, you know how I give into things a lot and to say, fuck it, I'll just do another goddamn live stream. To Popeye's happiness because he likes to simulcast me. But he hates it. I'm still going to do uploads. And I'll do a live stream when I feel it's necessary, like this morning. But I'm still doing uploads. That hasn't stopped. And I know Popeye hates it. And I'm not doing that just for him. Although it does work out really well. He can't simulcast me when I'm doing an upload. You know, he's got the copycat channel for that. They copy everything that I put on here. Yeah, there were better times, Bill Myers. There were definitely better times when I grew up. You know, when you could actually afford food. And I remember my mother going shopping. I'd go with her as a kid, you know. We had a couple of different names of supermarkets. There was AMP, which I guess stood for Atlantic and Pacific. There was different name stores, you know, very popular at the time, you know. AMP was one of them that we used to go into. There was another one, I forgot the name. It's been a long time. Jesus Christ, man, for $25, which is really a day's salary at that time, that the average, you know, worker was making about $25 a day. Jesus Christ, at $25, she would have a shopping cart that was overflowing for $25. Now you can barely get a couple of items for $25. Imagine that. Imagine that. I remember. On top of that, she's got these green stamps, they call them. You get enough green stamps, allows you to buy some groceries or some gifts. You get gifts from the booklet. You paste these green stamps in the booklet. Do you guys remember that? There was also called Scotch stamps, too. Different supermarket would have Scotch stamps. Look like plaid stamps, you know, like plaid design. Then there were green stamps with AMP. I remember those days. Yeah, I'd go shopping with her. Oh, we're grabbing this, we're grabbing that. Red Owl here. Oh, you got Red Owl and Piggy Wiggly. Yeah, I've heard of that Piggy Wiggly thing. Yeah, my mom used to look forward to that. She'd fill the booklet, she'd go in and she'd get a gift. Oh, God, I remember those days. A shopping cart for $25. That was a lot. You get, my God, over a shopping cart worth $25. I remember my dad working. $25. If he worked to make $25 for that day, that was pretty good. When he made $40 or $50 a day, it was like, holy shit. He made a lot of money. It was never $50. Later on, maybe. But, you know, what was getting paid? He used to do house painting, you know. Wasn't he did independent working on that too. I mean, but he worked for somebody a lot, and they were making all kinds of money. But my father would have to come home with 25 and at best $40 for a big job. God, we just blink our eye these days and we spend $40. We walk out the door, we're spending $40 on something. I can't go to even a store here in the Philippines and buy anything that amounts to like sustainable food, the kind of food that'll last and you can make several meals out of it. Oh, no, certainly not locally. I can't do that. I can't do that locally. I cannot find the kind of food locally on my island. That's why when I go to, bigger stores, S&R, stuff like that, and Cebu, it's the frozen section, to be honest with you, that saves your ass, because you could buy things that are packaged and has multiple products in that one bag. How many pieces of the product is in there? It sustains you. You could open a bag and take out how many pieces of whatever it is, whether you eat filet fish or whatever it might be, And you could make, or if it's, frozen chicken or whatever it is, you could take out how many parts, have it one day. You've got enough to make a couple more meals for your family. And that's how you do it. And that's the only way you're going to survive. So you have to buy family packs. Even when I was living in Hawaii, and I used to go to Safeway or whatever store it was, and I would buy the family packs. Well, you want to buy some chicken leg quarters, There'd be multiple chicken leg quarters, and you could use one quarter as a meal, and you had about 6 or 7 left over, which could make other meals. I used to do that with steaks, multiple steaks in there, and you could take it out and have another steak another day and put it right back in the fucking freezer, whatever, you could freeze your steaks. That's what I used to do to survive. And anything left over, I do like a mix and match type deal, if I had leftover vegetables and if I had leftover meats, I'd make a little monster mash out of it, a very incredibly delicious little monster mash. And I was able to spread meals out. Still try to do that to this day, because you have to. Used cars, $50. Oh yeah, never going to see that. Yeah, brand new cars back when I grew up, 1,800 to 2,400. You're right. You're right. 34 cents a gallon, Bill Meyer says. Yeah, gas was that low. But it's all relevant. I mean, at that time, even 34 cents could have seemed a lot of money to you. At that time, if you were poor, even 34 cents. And how many gallons does the average car take? I don't know what it is. 15 gallons? Some maybe more. I don't know. You have trucks that have maybe a bigger tank, or maybe some people have dual tanks. Dual, meaning two. So all Trump has to boast about is saying that, well, the reason gas prices are down is because he's stealing. That had like 1 billion fucking gallons of fucking fuel on there that he stole. It's piracy. Call it what you fucking want as a Republican. You can't live by the ideology that what's yours is mine. No, don't work that way. But that's Trump's philosophy. What's yours is mine. And it never was yours. We owned it to begin with. Oh, please don't get me going. If you already have, or I already have. Don't mind. I like to speak about this. It's healthy for me. Because I'm a person who's a realist in every fucking way. There's a fucking bicycle out here. How do I know it's a bicycle? It has two wheels, a seat, and it has steering wheels. That's the way my mind thinks. It either is or it isn't. It's either true or it's fucking not. Like when people talk about me on here, and they try to take it as truth. I laugh about that. They wouldn't know the truth if it bit them in the fucking nose because people are cattle and they follow what everybody else says. They don't have the independent thinking ability, and that's the biggest problem in the world. Back then it was 16 to 22 gallons a car. Yeah, remember when they, right behind the front seats. So when that car or truck got into an accident, you were gone. You would have gone, girl. You were dead. You were fried. You were fried. And what was that car that was the funkiest fucking car they ever made? What the fuck was that? There's a number of them. One of them looked like they took an axe and they chopped the back. It's at a 45-degree angle. What the fuck was that car? They had other cars too that also had the gas tanks in a very inappropriate place. What was that freaking car? There's a number of them actually. Putting you in a death trap. A death trap. Well, hopefully we have come a sort of a long way from there, but, now we came up with electric cars. And people are frying their electric cars. And people can't get out the doors because there was no manual override in these electric vehicles that was becoming so popular. Isn't that amazing? A lot of things amaze me. And still amaze every single day. In some, crazy way or train of thought, in a way I'm kind of glad what age I'm at. Because I don't have to be witness to the horrible things that are coming in this world. They're already here now. They've already approached us. We're engulfed with a lot of mentally ill politicians and people in general who can't learn to think on their own. I call them the cattle of society. I'm very famous for saying that on my show. I've never really heard any other vloggers talking about the cattle of society. I'm the only one that's ever emphasized this and re-emphasized it and talked about this till the cows came home. Oh, the Pinto. Yeah, the Pinto, the Ford Pinto. There you go. Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. The Pinto. My God. It was embarrassing even to drive one of these things, but they did. I had an embarrassing car one time when I lived in Seattle. I had a Peugeot. I bought not new. I bought a Peugeot, which is a very odd-looking car, very European, of course, because it was, a Peugeot. Well, I needed transportation. Somebody was selling it, It ran. It got me from point A to point B, A Peugeot. Remember the... Yeah. I guess they're still selling Peugeots. Yeah, the Ford Pinto, man. That was a trip. The Ford Pinto. There were other embarrassing cars too, but right now I just can't... I can't come up with any names. Forgive me, I'm getting older. My brain ain't as sharp as it used to be. I'll admit it. It's called getting old. I saw something really funny just this morning, actually. Oh gosh, I tried to do a remix of it, but it wouldn't allow me to do a remix of it. It was this channel, something, or some feed that had to do with like drug addicts, all the people on fentanyl. And this was funnier than shit. And here's how it went. there's this drugged out guy, just totally just, I don't know what he was on. They didn't specify. He was so drugged out that he went side of a road. There was a thrown out refrigerator, old style. And he was riding a bike, okay? And he proceeded to pick up this refrigerator and put it on his shoulder. He didn't need the refrigerator, it was broken. Nevertheless, his strength to pick it up. Just how drugged out he was. Okay? It's a mind and body connection or disconnect. I don't know what it is, one or the other. He had no reason to pick up this refrigerator. He had no clue what the fuck he was doing and what he was going to be doing with this fucking refrigerator. But he proceeded to pick up the refrigerator, how he did it, to bring it on his bicycle and managed to ride away with this refrigerator in his shoulders bearing the weight of this refrigerator, and he's just lollygagged off on his fucking bicycle with a refrigerator. He didn't even know where he was going. He had no clue what he was going to be doing with that broken refrigerator. Now, I'm not making this up. I just saw this morning. Crack or meth would have to be. Oh, did you see that one, Bill Meyer? Thank you for backing me up on that. Because people think that I make shit up on this show, and I don't make anything up on here. Thank you for backing me up on it. I'm glad you've seen that. It's a drugged out society, man. It's one thing to get a prescription you need for something, but the street drugs are out of control. And that is drugs that even supersede fentanyl, that are even worse, if you can believe they're worse than fentanyl. The zombie society. Because most Americans, especially Americans, are all zombies. The walking fucking dead. We got a president here that, in the United States, quote, United States, not Philippines, that's brain dead. That's brain dead. Creating zombies. Because you'd have to be a zombie to support this guy. Yeah, it was very funny. I try to do remixes all the time, but some things out there don't allow to do a remix because they set it up so that no, do not allow remixing and so forth, you know. And I would have loved to do a remix on that and present it on here. And the only way of doing that, I don't have another phone anymore. I have a separate phone, and I don't use my laptop. It's kind of in retirement at the moment, and I could have just recorded it from my phone and put it on, and I would have if I, had the ability to actually do it. Some things are really actually funny. See, when you don't have a mind and body connection, like, have you heard these stories about a woman whose child was underneath, there was like a Volkswagen or car or whatever, and her adrenaline pumped up so much that she was able to go to the back of the car and lift it up to get the child out of there. Isn't that amazing? She wasn't physically fit. She didn't have big muscles. It wasn't a muscle man that did that. It was just a regular lady who had the strength, the adrenaline buildup. And adrenaline is short-lived. You get that adrenaline rush, but you see it don't last. But when you're on certain drugs and shit, it could affect your adrenaline. You might have superpowers. There's no mind and body connection in certain ways. You may not have any muscle at all, but just like a lot of these losers out there, they have what we call beer muscle. I talk about that all the time. Well, quite frequently. They got a big mouth, and, they say anything they want on social media, but they won't say it to your face. And they say that usually under the influence, like Jay does all the time. And Barry used to do that all the time, beer muscle. When you got alcohol in Barry or Jay, we seem to be brothers from the same mother, seemingly. Except I don't think Jay was inbred. We know Barry was. and they talk through their bear muscles. Yeah, a little alcohol to fuel them up, like winding them up and see where it goes. Bear muscle, and Jay's got a lot of bear muscle, and so do a lot of other people in here. Who doesn't drink? Is anybody out there that doesn't drink? Does anybody have their own channel? I don't know many YouTubers that don't drink on a regular basis. I know a few. But it's not like in the mainstream of the Philippines genre, though. I mean, it's not the ones that you're used to hearing and people attacking and all that, But they all drink. They're very proud of it. They're all proud of it. Yeah, until the liver gets out. And, oh, shit, man. I really shouldn't have drank that much. I really didn't know it could affect my liver. My liver's like jello now, and they can't do anything about it anymore. Oh, my God, what am I going to do? Well, you should have thought about that before you started being an alcoholic. Yeah, I go back a long time, too. I was never a regular drinker. And anybody's ever followed my show to know that the only time I ever drank was really back in Seattle, when occasionally every other weekend or something, it pretty much was every other weekend, I was able to get away, have a sitter for my daughter, and, be able to get out with this little crowd I used to hang out with, listen to live music at the clubs and all that stuff, and I'd have a couple of beers, Budweiser, Bud Light, in fact. I was a lightweight. And I got really adventurous. I'd have a rum and coke or something. That was getting really adventurous. It wasn't even Bacardi, That was that. That was back then. That's only when I went out clubbing. I did a bit of that. Wasn't real big on it, but I did. It's the only time I ever drank at all. But then even after that, I didn't drink. I still went to the clubs. I'd get like a ginger ale or a cranberry drink or something like that. And of course, my peers, people I was around, always trying to get me loosened up. Come on, Frank, have a drink, have a drink. See, it's influence. And people fall to influence. I never did. Yeah, have a drink. I'll even buy you one. I want to see you loosen up because we're all drunk. We want you to be drunk too. Well, you see, I was an independent thinker. And that's what this show's been about today. Talking about independent thought. I didn't need them to buy me a drink. I didn't need them to try to influence me to drink. I said no, thank you anyway. I remember one time I talked about where I found a $100 bill on the floor in a bar. No way of telling whose it was. And I didn't tell Ted or one of the people I was hanging around with. Fuck, man, I just found $100, man. And right away, what did they say? They didn't say, well, good for you. Maybe you could use it toward an electric bill or something like that. Right on. Good for you, man. I said, no, now you can want to buy us some drinks. And guess what? I didn't even give in to that. I was raising a child. It was very difficult. That $100 could pay an electric bill or something. I didn't buy them no goddamn drinks. Fuck them. That's called independent thinking, my friends. Don't let people influence you. People are too easily influenced. Are they not? There's nobody on YouTube that has independent thought on here. Not many people I know of. If somebody says something about somebody else, it's, hey, that's like God's word. The old saying, if it's on the internet, it must be true. So if some troll says something horrible about you, it must be true. It's usually not. But people are not capable of independent thought and do their own research. If you're a newbie especially, those are the ones that are easily influenced because they maybe don't have any idea. Who's this guy you're talking about, I keep on hearing about this guy, Frank, or whoever. It's not just me. It happens with other people, too. What did they do? So the trolls will come back and say, oh, he did this. Or he tried to have his way with an 8-year-old kid. Or he was peeping in somebody's window. Or he was a draft dodger. Or he was a scammer. Well, of course, none of that above is true. But as a newbie that comes onto a show and they're hearing all this about somebody, they don't have the ability to investigate on their own independent thought. Oh man, sounds like a bad man. What's the name of his channel? I've seen this left and right all the time. All the time. Okay, I've been on here long enough. I want to join the living. I got a family in here that are gathered this morning, eating their breakfast and conversing. I think I need to join them. And we had kind of a rainy morning, a little blustery. It's still very cloudy here. We've had quite a bit of rain, really. It's nice to talk about something other than the craziness going on. But I'm very happy to say that on my last political related thought is that I'm happy to see that there's a lot of red states that are probably turning blue. It's amazing how we even colorize the goddamn states as being Republican or Democratic. Like I've always said, there should be one government, no partisan shit. One government for the people. One political group, one denomination. Not a Republican, not a fucking Democrat, Call it the People's Party. The People's Party. All the people. No separation. No partisan leadership. A government for the people, like it says in history, for the people. But it's not for the people. Not anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. It's for the person in that governing position of office. It's for the guy that's on a power-hungry episode. Power, wealth, controls the world. Us peons of society that may not have that kind of money, and most of us don't, have to be overruled by such horrible legislation coming from an insane leader that if you don't follow my policies and my train of thought, that you're going to be punished. Who can fight big power like the United States with all its nuclear weaponry? Venezuela don't have any nukes, unless Russia wants to help them out. That could come to that. Because Russia wants oil too. They'd rather make a deal with Venezuela than really have President Trump make a deal. We are ruled by petrol, my friends, if you don't know that. We use it in the plastics. We use it in so many ways to generate electricity, to drive cars that are fuel dependent. Our society will end over a couple of things. Fuel. Unless they're going to develop atomic cars that can run for years and years like they do with the submarines, that's never going to happen. How about the guy that was running a car on H2O? Hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen or whatever it was. H2O, water, too big. That guy got killed. Because the oil industry is so big. And the oil industry rules. Who leads and controls the oil industry is the supreme power. Bill Myers says it's 6:30 p.m. here. 4 above 0. Where do you live, Bill? Well, thank you for the thoughts. Have a blessed day, you said, in the evening. Well, my day is not blessed. I'm not religious. I'm just lucky. I'm lucky I'm still alive for now. Iowa. Oh, yeah. It would get cold there. No, I'm done with cold weather, man. I don't mind cool weather, but cold weather, no. No. Don't forget, I grew up in New York. It got cold in the winters there. I lived in Washington State for a quarter of a century. And, we had some cold winters too. We had some cold winters. We had our share of cold winters. That's for sure. Not as cold as New York, but when I grew up with these blizzards and shit, your ears feel like they're gonna fall off. They're stinging, actually stinging. You had to wear earmuffs. When I was a kid, I remember that. I remember growing up at all the main thoroughfares in the little town I lived in. They had the big equipment out there, and they were, dozing up that snow. It would all gather up on the banks, the sidewalks area near the curb. It'd be like, going through a fucking mountainous valley. That's how much snow there was. Until the snow melted. But then it became really ugly and black from fuel and pollution. It became a sludge. And snow was nice for the kids and everything when it was white and pure, but then all the sludge came in on it. Oils from the road and everything else. It became absolutely an eyesore and absolutely ugly. Ugly, fugly, ugly. Now, I hope you've been following which shows I have out there, because I put things on and I take things off for a reason. I leave things on for a reason, too. I introduced people that didn't know who she was. The person who put this immigration complaint on me to try to get me deported. I want her to be well known. I will not take that off. I want you to hear what she had to say and how guilty she was and what she had to say. This is the woman that put this fucking report on me because her boyfriend, she didn't like the idea that I got her boyfriend in jail where he belongs. It was an act of retaliation, is what it was, backed up by some trolls financially who deny, and they know who they are. They deny saying it had anything to do with it at all. She was absolutely coerced into doing this. I would not be surprised if there was money involved. I wouldn't be surprised at all. No, we're not accusing her of anything. I'm watching what I say legally every time I put on a show here. I'm watching every word of mine, and I'm thinking before I speak. That's why I'm saying that it is a thought that has come to me that she was financed, the lawyer, for putting this report against me, because I couldn't see otherwise how she could afford it. So I'm simply saying, disclaimer, that it is a possibility that she was financed to do this, and that there were other people involved. So with that being said, yeah. Yeah, it's out there. It's a full video. You'll see her face on the thumbnail. There's a woman kind of laying down in bed, her head on the pillow. Then you will see her, what she looks like, on the show. Because it's basically a recording of her show that I recorded a long time ago when she put out this show. Go listen to it. You come back another time and tell me what you think. Oh yeah, she accused me of all kinds of atrocities that never happened. She said that I called her a whore and a prostitute. There's not one troll even on here that was able to produce a video that ever showed. Oh, they could edit something. They have the talent to do it, but, I got the original tape of her saying that I called her that, but her documents that was submitted had no proof that I called her a whore or a prostitute, and I never did. She was afraid of me. She had to go see a psychiatrist before. I never even met the goddamn woman, nor did I ever want to meet her. That she was in fear of me of doing what? That I was going to hurt her? Did I hurt Barry? I had a reason to. Did I go out of my way to go hurt Barry physically? I could have at an incident. But my common sense said, don't raise your hand to him. We know that incident over in TGIFs. I could have annihilated that motherfucker. But my thoughts and instincts said, don't do it. Unless you have to, and he raises a hand to me. I would have wiped him all over that fucking floor. But I'm not violent unless I have to be. I was no threat to her. I'm no threat to anybody. I'm not a threat to anybody. I do not advocate violence. But I will do my best to protect myself in any occasion where I need to be protected. I'm not going to stand there and let somebody just pound on me. I'm going to do my best. If they pound the shit out of me and get the best of me, then c'est la vie. Whatever's going to happen, happens.
But no, I'm too old to get into physical confrontations with people. I'm just too old for that shit. But, I'll do my best to protect myself if I ever came into a physical confrontation. I guarantee you that. That's all I could say. Who's going to come out the better of this? I couldn't say that either because you never know. You just really never know. You just don't know. You just assume he's an older man. Hey, look, I tell you something. As long as I got 2 arms and 2 legs, my friend, as long as I have a little muscle that can guide my arms and legs, not just my mouth, my friends, I'm going to do the goddamn darndest I could possibly fucking do. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I'll be getting the stream in a few minutes here. You go watch it. This is a person, and I could talk about this. No disclaimer needed. It is what it is. She's trying to ruin me and my family out here. Yeah. Because, people convinced her that, you got to do a report against Frank. Oh, you got to do it. Hey, here's a little something on the side. Now, whether it happened or not, disclaimer, I don't know. Could it have happened? Certainly. I may live to be 100 years old. I don't know. Or I may die in 5 to 10 years. I'm just saying. I can't back it up. But I could always say there's a probability without needing a disclaimer. But something went down because if you've seen, and they put it all over the internet, which was illegal to do anyway. And what was said in this affidavit bears no validity whatsoever. So, because she was supporting a bum, a total fucking loser, well, he was white, and he made $500-600 a month. Must account for something. And he was white. Very desirable. I mean, undesirable to you and me or any woman. But whatever her choices of being with him was her personal choice. I know we can't figure it out. To this day, we haven't figured it out. We have some idea, but, we'll leave that up to your own imagination. Just to keep things legal here. Which I have to do every fucking second on here. Considering the circumstances. Yeah, what she did was wrong. She knows it. And I think she's regretting it at this point. I'm sure she is. Because she doesn't know what's going to happen after this. A resolution. From the day she put this complaint in, which is something like 18, 19 months ago, that's over like a year and a half, and they have not come up with a resolution, they're doing some awful thinking about this. They're still in the investigatory stages. Which means they have doubt about that report. That's what it means. But I also know something else of why there's such procrastination, which is another part of the deal. So, as I said, I can't discuss it on here, but hold on, I gotta mute this because I have to take a fucking piss. And there's a word that I never used to use. The word is livid. I'm livid about this whole thing.
in this society. And I've proved it time and time again, if not just to myself, nevertheless my audience who've been following me. When you want to try to label somebody undesirable, I could come up with a fucking plethora of fucking names of people who are absolutely undesirable, the ones that really need to be kicked out of this country, and for good reason. But to try to label me as an undesirable, I'm not going to stand for that shit. Anybody who knows me personally, and even those even on YouTube that have been listening to me very, very carefully through the years, they have a good idea of who I really am and the good things I've done. But when somebody's going to tell me I'm something I'm not, just like what Barry did, and you know what I did to Barry as a result of that. And if I have to do that to her, I'm going to do that too. Because according to what their decision is on this, based on a couple of theories I have, and one's not a theory, by the way. One is actually factual, as I said, I will not discuss. Believe me, she's going to pay the price legally. I said legally. Let's get it straight, not physically. I will not harm anyone. She's never been in harm's way with me. Never would be. Well, she's worried about, her life. She's so worried about somebody who's never even met her. Somebody that she knows better than to get into a physical confrontation with a fucking Filipino. I'm not that stupid. I'm not that stupid. But while she's singing the phrases of, you're an undesirable, you did this to me, that to me, and now I needed psychological services. No, she probably needed it before this. No disclaimer needed for that one. And while she puts in a report saying I did this and did that to her, and I got psychological problems, I had to go see a shrink or a counselor because this guy, what did I do? That this guy did this to me, and I did what? I did what? And meanwhile, there's that famous video, I have it somewhere, where, it's just music and her, and she's like, la 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 la, with this kind of ethereal music, She's walking down this trellis, it's like a red-colored trellis on this little roadway, and she's dancing and spinning around, and singing and happy with this happy ethereal music. And that was during the time that she put that report in on me. It was after the time she put that report in on me, saying that she's got PTSD. How the fuck could I give her PTSD? I didn't even met her. I was a danger to her. That her life is fucked up. She can't function anymore because of me. Because I put her boyfriend in jail. And she did many shows like that. Then she did a lot of shows showing her drinking alcohol too. And talking about handling her problems with alcohol. We've seen that. No disclaimer need for that. There's nothing wrong with her. Well, according to how they look at it, she didn't need no counsel. Well, going out with Barry, that would make you think that maybe she does need a little counseling, but, no disclaimer needed on that either. But under stress from me? Have I ever been to her house? Am I stalking her? I never said any of that shit about her, she claims. I read the affidavit 10, 12 times that she initially wrote. There's not one element of truth to that whole fucking thing. My attorney seen that, he said the same fucking thing. This bears no gravity to what's really going on. None. Not an element of truth. But she's singing. And during this time, psychological stress, she's going out with her family, her cousins, her friends. They're going out drinking, having a good time. Singing karaoke, doing TikTok. Oh yeah, she needed to see a shrink because I caused her some mental anguish. Really. Well, if I say, boo, to you, madame, if I go, boo, What's going to happen? He said boo to me and he scared me. Oh, give me a fucking break. It's kind of like in society now, you can't look at somebody the wrong way. They're going to find some problem with you. But hers was all made up. All in support of a bum. A bum with no fucking future. Like, what is that all about? A bum with no future. That they can never be together, ever. And she knew that. Why is she still with him? You got me, folks. I don't know. I could say something, but I'll get in trouble for saying it. Maybe he possessed something that she wanted, that she thought was worthwhile. We won't go into that. Let's just say anything is possible, just to keep it pretty and legal, okay? Told you I'm watching what I say on here. But, watch your show, and I want you to count. Take a piece of paper and get back to me on this. I'm being serious about this. Take a piece of paper, listen to the show, and here's what I want you to do. And you can come back to me on it, everybody that's listening. Listen to that video that I have posted, and listen to all the insults she's making to me and all the implied threats she's making to me. Listen carefully. Call me an old man. That's not a good thing. I mean, she's labeling me as an old man. I'm a person. I'm a man. I don't have to be defined as an old man as I'm crazy. She's mental issues. She's talking about like I'm a threat, but yet she's talking about, come here and see what happens. She was threatening me. Listen to the whole thing and listen to it carefully. Really, dissect it. Dissect it. Write it on paper. And on my next show, or if you've just already seen it already, you could, while I'm still on right now, you could list a couple of things on there right now before I get off. I'm gonna have a smoke anyway. Right now. So if you've already seen it, regurgitate a few syllables about what you heard. Otherwise, we can get back to that later on. President Trump might try to have the government retract all these statements in the Epstein files, but there's certain things I'm not going to retract. It's either real or made up or it's factual. And if you listen to her, first of all, when you see her video, even see her and everything else, you're going to have your own statements. You're going to have your own opinions about it, but be honest about it. Tell me what you heard. Tell me what you've seen. Tell me if it's factual or not. Tell me the lies that you know are true. Tell me what you basically heard in there. Tell me about the threats that you heard. Itemize. And then you can understand that this was an entirely invalid, bogus report. Trying to ruin somebody's life unnecessarily. I'm not going to stand back on that. Just because she supported some fucking loser. A total fucking loser, every form and way. Her boyfriend was guilty of a lot of things, but I couldn't cover a case. I had a case already that was going to be about his death threats to me, but we had to handle one thing or the other. So we went with the cyber libel in regards to what he had tried to label me for years. She decided to go along with that to support him. Why? I don't know. Maybe he has such an influence over her. I don't know what influence he has over her. No idea. There's probably a lot of things we're not aware of that you don't see on camera. He was very controlling with the Do you remember when he was living over in Romblon, or wherever that area was? That girl. Remember he lived in the crematorium, the ex piggery. Do you guys remember that? You remember when this girl quit her job at a 7-Eleven at another place because he made all these promises to her? He was going to take care of her and the baby. Then he renting a fucking place that should have been torn down. That used to be a bona fide piggery. And it looked like they had a big oven like you'd maybe use at the time as a crematorium, and I got to sneeze. I don't make this shit up. It was on camera, okay? I don't make any of this shit up. It's not worth my time to make this shit up. You've all seen it. That's all that matters. And this poor girl, he was so controlling of her. He wouldn't want to buy it. He said he was going to take care of her. She quits a job because he said he was going to take care of her. Now, her parents lived within the region, that area. And she had to go to her parents all the time just to eat because he wanted to spend his money on cigarettes and fucking booze. Cigarettes and booze. He didn't care about the baby. He didn't want to buy her any milk. Oh, I'm not going to buy no milk. She had to go to her parents' house to feed the baby, to get money for diapers. He took her away from her job at a 7-Eleven. I believe it was a 7-Eleven. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was. To be with him, all the promises that he made that he couldn't keep because he just wanted to get laid. That's all he cared about. Did you know while they were living at that crematorium, that piggery, that he was laying on a blanket, couldn't even afford a bed? She had a crib that I think her parents provided. That there was one video where she was literally sleeping with the baby in the crib on that little mattress. She was in the crib because she couldn't take Harry's farting and his burping and his incessant coughing from his lungs. And it was uncomfortable to lay on a blanket as it would be. Now, whatever does you good, Mr. Jim. Hope you have a good dump. Like I say, get it all out, buddy. Don't need to be constipated or constipated of the mouth. When you have something to say it. Have a good dump. He did that. She had to literally lay in the crib. And half the time, she didn't want to come back there with the baby, let the parents. Then when he did go over visit the parents, he was taking over the kitchen, like telling them that they don't know how to cook. I'm going to show you how to cook. He was a master chef. The guy who flipped fucking waffles in Alabama was a seasoned chef. He was a sous chef. You name it, he was a chef of everything. But the only thing he knew how to do was flip waffles. He probably did it very well, too. It's just a joke, folks. You don't flip waffles. But we call him the waffle flipper. Because he was insane. You can flip pancakes, but you don't flip waffles. But he probably did flip waffles. That's why we always joked around about that. With all that being said, I think you got an understanding of the characters on here. And if you didn't before, you now do. Please watch the video of her on there. Please do. Not against the law. If they want to report me to YouTube by copywriting material, then go right ahead. I don't care either way. Get me knocked off YouTube. You'd be doing me a fucking favor all the way around. I don't have a problem with that. But that video is going to stay up. I want you to see her, look at her, listen to what she has to say, cast her in the lies, take a piece of paper, like I said, pen to paper, and make a list of everything she said in reference to me that would be considered very derogatory, insulting, threatening. Listen and learn. All right, boys and girls. And I'm sure Barry's probably listening to my show. Suck it all in, Barry, because that's the truth. I'll say it again and again. You are a fucking loser. You've been a loser all your fucking life, and that's right. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And I think you know what I mean about that. I think both you and Jay know all about what I'm talking about that. When I see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, in one respect, but there's other ones too, that have to do with young girls. Right, Bummer? You know damn well what you did, you piece of shit. You know damn well what you did. You are defined as a person who is a undesirable in definition. If anybody was, you and Jay, just a few to name, are undesirables that should be, and you will be anyway. The beauty of this whole story is that he will be deported no matter what. And I know as a fact, he will never be able to come into this country for the rest of his life. Even if his girlfriend succeeded with what she's trying to do, I've not committed any crimes of any nature that would prevent me from ever coming back into this country. It's a whole different scenario. She tried to paint me as an undesirable. Tried real hard. But for what I've read, and for what I know to be truth, and what I know to be lies, she didn't do a very good job on her affidavits. Whoever wrote it up for her, they were just listening to what she had to say. Oh, really? Did he do that? Of course, they're making money on this. They're going to write down on a piece of paper on an affidavit, a complaint against me. You're paying the lawyer. She's listening to you. Okay, what did he do? Oh, okay, what do you have to show that? Oh, it doesn't sound good, but we'll use it anyway. We'll throw it in there for good luck. Maybe they'll take to this. That's what she did. Maybe a little extra money was given to that lawyer. Who knows? Anything is possible, right? No disclaimer needed for that statement either. But she got what she wanted initially, to get a complaint in against me, based entirely on lies. But we're going to see where this goes. It's not a win-win situation for her. Either way. I don't take these matters lightly. I don't take it lightly. Barry deserved him being incarcerated. Barry deserved going to be deported. He deserved, there's no question with anybody, even the trolls. They won't admit it, but they know that he was the biggest louse on the skin of the society here in the Philippines, with no doubt at all, without him to think about it. The horrible things he did, the disrespect he showed for Filipinos, the disrespect he shows for Filipinos, what he said about them, that they're useless. All they're good is for just shoveling shit off the ground. That we as Americans are a better race. And that Filipinos, he said, are a lower class of people than Americans are. We overrule you. In other words, you're dog shit. Oh, he came down on Filipinos left and right, and the government, even the U.S. Embassy. The U.S. Embassy. He attacked them too. Some of the people supposed to represent him. He attacked guards. He attacked the immigration office. He attacked the Department of Justice. Besides attacking Filipinos in general and their culture. That's an undesirable. You want a definition? I'm giving it to you right now. That's an undesirable. To have his girlfriend try to say I'm an undesirable? Who the fuck is she to say I'm undesirable? When the very man that she's supposedly in love with broke every fucking rule in the book. To be pushed into doing this by people? I think she's regretting it. Because she knows there might be some legal repercussions, which we won't talk about. We'll wait and see. Wait and see. Remember I told you about that proverbial can of worms being opened up? She opened up a pretty...
You make sure that... I think you have mental issues because you... How do you feel, old man, that if Barry Or
Why do I
me,
have to be
I just
described
want to
as an old
communicate
man?
with this family. Video that you're calling me a whore, that you're girlfriend. I am very different. If you want to fight me, you will be regretted.
If you want to fight me, you will regret.
If you want to come here in our barangay, you are free. And make sure that you are telling the truth. If not, you will know what's happening. Here is listening my other brother, or he really pissed off what you did to me, calling me a whore.
Never called her a whore, ever. Where's the video proof of that? Where is it? Talk is cheap.
Why are you scared to come here? Don't be scared. You come here. I will dare you. You come here. You are very free. You are very welcome here in our place. Your lawyer knows our place. You're always threatening people, which is really
I'm not threatening
very
anybody,
a coward.
but I feel I'm being threatened on this video.
3:47 a.m. this morning, President Trump announced on Truth Social that the United States military carried out large-scale strikes against Venezuela, hitting targets in 4 Venezuelan states, including the capital city of Caracas. U.S. warplanes bombed civilian and military installations across Miranda, Aragua, La Guaira, and Caracas, while Venezuelan families slept in their homes. President Trump also claimed that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country by U.S. forces during what he called a successful military operation. This isn't a drug interdiction mission. This isn't border security. This is a full-scale military invasion of a sovereign country that poses no threat to American citizens, using American tax dollars and American military resources that should be protected.
At some point today, I got some errands to run, but we're going to do a special live show, and we're going to address a few issues on here, and I think you know one of them. A very pressing issue and something that has to be resolved, and will be resolved one way or the other. And we're going to go over all these points. We're going to talk about fairness. We're going to talk about justification. We're going to talk about justice. Stay tuned for my next live. I give it about an hour from now. Stay tuned. Okay, sorry about that. What I proceeded to say was that yeah, I just came back from the store. I was going to do a live show earlier, but I did make an announcement. I don't have the privacy, I said, to have the dining room to myself to do a show, so I'm in my bedroom. Because they're all in there eating, and some people in the living room also have a little privacy to do. Stay there. Okay, there you go. Oh, there you go. Right, there you go. Okay, hats turned backwards. It's my symbolism not to look cool, but to basically say that my flag is half-mast. And it has nothing to do with the injustice of Donald J. Trump. We've already discussed that. Lots more news coming with that, of course. It's the injustice that was done to me. Now, a lot of you notice I have some shorts out there, and they're basically segments, small segments, of what a woman named Charisma Saram, the boyfriend, the girlfriend, according to how you look at it, of Barry Lee Jordan, who put a report on me, an unjustified report, to immigration to try to get me deported. All a lie. Most people have been following, know I never said those things, never threatened her. I think you get the idea. I think you get the idea. Nope, not trying to look cool, not trying to look tough. It's about justice. Justice. Now, if I did all the things and said all the things she said I did, I certainly understand. A civil case. Sure. Absolutely. Not a case to try to get some man who's innocent deported. I want to make that clear. An innocent man. I want you, and I don't care who you are, to put yourself in my shoes. my shoes. And only then will you understand that what she did was wrong, it was planned, it was pushed, there was coercion involved, there was ill intent involved in that complaint. Clearly, to side with her loser boyfriend, Barry Lee Jordan, that we all learn to despise because of the horrible things that he has done to people. And I want everybody to also keep in mind one thing. His incarceration is all on his own, that Mr. Jordan pleaded guilty to 5 charges of cyber libel. That means he's guilty. And even his girlfriend cannot deny that. His girlfriend has been privy of all his lies from the beginning. She knew, number one, that he was an immigration overstayer. He was being harbored, aided, and abetted by her. She knew the story. Because he used to confide in her on just about everything except lying about why he needs money. And it was never for food, it was for booze and cigarettes. We all know that, and we don't have to review history too long and too far back, because we all know what the story really is. I want you all to put yourself in my position. She didn't care about what Gilda feels about this, and she's livid too, believe me. She's not the type to come on camera and start yelling at everybody. She doesn't do that. Different cultural thing between us, you know. It's the New York in me, it's the American in me. We tend to speak our mind about things. Imagine that somebody, you're living in this country by your choice, and you're trying to live your life. Oh yeah, you put a YouTube show on. Sure, you get attacked on it. It's pretty normal. But as to what led up to this complaint, it was nothing more or less than retaliation. It was a retaliative effort to cause legal harm to me, to ruin my life because her boyfriend ruined his own life. He ruined his own life. That's why he's incarcerated for 3 years. He admitted, very importantly, guilty to 5 counts of cyber libel crime, which under the jurisdiction of 10175, 4C4 is the exact legal description of what he did. Okay? So with that being said, I think you understand the circumstances that led up to this. Did she have help in doing this? I'm more than sure she did. I'm more than sure that she did. Some very hateful people. But they don't think about the ramifications. For example, you know, how does my girlfriend feel about it? I support her. I support her 2 kids. They're not involved in this shit. They have nothing to do with the Barry situation other than what he said about her, her kids, and all the horrible things he's done. You retaliate against Barry for calling you names, too. It is the exact same thing. All of you are blaming everyone. No, it's not like that. You know, you don't like somebody in here, you know, hey, fuck you, call them a name or something, okay, get over it. I didn't spend every day of my life for fucking 3 years or more, you know, calling Barry a bunch of fucking names other than what we know him to be. All we've ever done is review on my channel of things he's done, and does everybody agree with me? Even the trolls know exactly what he's done, but the show really isn't all about Barry, but it's the things that led up to this, okay? Barry had to go full stop. I'm not sure what you mean, but Barry will already be, to address that, Barry will be out of the country before you know it. He'll be out of jail. But what she tried to accomplish really worked against her, because she wanted to do was a free Barry J, free Barry J, free Barry J. Did she? No. She supported what he did. She could have spoke up and told him, come on, you got to stop that. You're going to get in trouble. Barry, I love you. You know we're going to get married. What did she think was going to happen from this? I agree, Barry needs to go. What did she think in her mind of minds think was going to happen from this? She opened up the proverbial can of worms, and it was a large can of worms, and it's turning on her. She will never be able to marry Barry. Ever. She will never be able to go to the country and live with him. It ain't going to happen. And if that was even possible, he had no way of supporting her. He had no way of supporting her. He's facing other charges, I'm sure, when he gets back to the United States. That's for sure. That's for sure. So, my celebratory hood. Let's even put the fucking hoodie on. Why don't we? Why don't we do that? There we go. Let's put the fucking hoodie on too. Why not? If I can get my fucking hat out of the way. Now I look like, what do you call of Arabia? We'll fix that. You go, boy. Hey, let's go full hood here. Why don't we go full fucking hood? Let's go full hood. Gilda should have told you the same thing. Keep your mouth shut. No, it was involving her. A lot of things were involving her. Okay? It goes both ways. Anyway, this is ridiculous. I'm not a hoodie person. Okay, both of you should have just kept it between... No, it got to a point that we had to make certain things public on here. Yeah. And like I said, unless you're in my shoes, but it's not really the situation. It's not the situation. It's not the situation at all. Unless you've been there and wearing my shoes and had to go through all this crap, you're not really going to understand. I think there'll be a good outcome coming from this, but yeah, oh, rumor on Discord. I don't want to hear about rumors on Discord. Is that you are filing a case. I'm not telling you what I'm doing. I was just discussing the issues, Al, about the injustice that's being done or trying to be done on me in regards to totally false allegations and whatnot. And we'll kind of go into details with this. How the information was totally falsified, invalid. Now, if you notice, folks, I've been putting some shorts up there from her special show that she put on. It was entitled on her show, I Need to Talk. And I used the whole show, but I've also used some excerpts from that, catching her in lies, catching her in basically implied threats. Just watch him. Just watch him, or watch the whole one. Just watch it and learn. We watched it all for the years. We know what's going on. I know. Of course, all of you watch it go, so you know exactly what was going on. And as a lot of you know, what really burns me is that I have never, ever, ever called her a whore, called her a prostitute. Ever. Ever did. Makes her case more solid by you. No, it doesn't. What's out is out there. But I can't defend myself, is what you're saying? It's a one-way street? No, I want everybody to know what's going on. And newbies that come in, I want everybody to know what's going on. What kind of a person is doing this? If I did all those things she said I did, that would be a civil case, not a case to try to deport me. Even my lawyer said that. He said, this is more of a civil case. It's not a fucking deportation case. He even said, I mean, they read over that shit like there's no tomorrow, and it's totally invalid. Of course, we got all the so-called evidence that she submitted, and not one of the pieces of evidence prove anything that she says. I don't know how she even lives with herself, a devout Christian, you know. I don't understand. That's why I'm not religious, folks, and I say it all the time, because I wanted to turn out to be the biggest fucking hypocrite in the world. Just can't do that, you know. I just won't. I will never join an organization that would hate me as a member anyway. You know, first of all and foremost. But you don't realize that, oh, you want to do something to get even with somebody. Well, understand again, I got to bring it back to Barry. Barry pleaded 5 counts guilty. So there's no jumping on me on that. He knew what he did. He knew what he said. He is an undesirable in every form and way. And admitting so by pleading guilty to all 5 charges. All 5. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but all 5. Okay? Oh, we got, who's the Perry Mason here today? Newbie Neil, you're kind of a pest, so I'm gonna, so you don't disrupt my show. You say bye-bye. Okay, thank you. Thanks for stopping by, though. I'll give you a little whammy, too. In fact, I'll give you the double whammy. And bye-bye. My show. And for those of you that have been on for a lot of years, you've been following this whole shit. You know, whether you like me, hate me, love me, or whatever the hell it is, you know. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. Oh, yeah, people say, well, you know, you've attacked Barry, too. I didn't spend 3, 4, 5 years calling Barry a pedophile, a child molester, chomo. No. I've called him a lot of names, but names that pertained. And in a court of law, if it's proven true that they've done these certain crimes from their record and from other people's accounts, then he truly is guilty. And anything that's said on YouTube, not just audibly, but visibly, can be used in a court of law against you. Some cases, not. Sometimes some audio tapes or files can be used as according to the nature of it. But there's no excuse for what happened. Unfortunately for her, she made it worse for herself. What she was really thinking about, there was a possibility of even marrying Barry. She made it worse for herself. I told you about karma. I told you about the can of worms she opened up. She made it worse for herself. Now she could never even have a chance to ever be with Barry again if she even wants to. I don't even know. They've broken up, the lies. Who the hell knows what to believe on here anymore? Probably no lies. Probably they're still technically together, although not physically together. 7 years ago, yeah. Our fathers, and whoever that goes. Okay. Okay. So you got to think of what I went through with this. No, I'm not sitting here pulling my hair out of over all this. I talk about it. I like to vent about it because I think it's important to do so. Because it may happen to you. How would you like that? And yeah, they tend to take the word over a Filipino over an American anytime. And that's why you got to try your hardest to prove them wrong. And then to also demand justice for the perjury. And what was this thing? I was just reading something and I didn't finish it. I was going to write it down. And what the crimes are against perjury in this country. When somebody like her puts a false complaint against an innocent person, files documents in the court, signed, sealed, delivered affidavits, notarized, saying that he did this, he did that, he did this. Well, if it turns out in the end that they don't believe any of that shit, her ass is in trouble. If I pursue it, or they may take it on their own accord and say, we find this ma'am to be perjurous. She started something, she's got to finish it, as well as I do. What, to try to take me away, which would not be permanent anyway, if that ever even happened. I didn't commit a big heinous crime or nothing. I didn't rape anybody, I didn't beat up anybody, I didn't attack the government, I didn't attack the president, I didn't commit murder, I didn't rape any babies like some people we know out there have. No names needed to be mentioned. Some sick fucks that sit on their velvet chair, dictating like Trump, their own court, their own jury, and we find you guilty, motherfuckers. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're not my court and you're not my fucking jury. And we don't have juries here in the Philippines, in case you didn't know that. One thing we don't have. Apparently we don't. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. And everything's by evidence. Boy, did Barry get surprised that time, didn't he? He should have seen his face. He's getting what he deserves. Strife says that the wrath of hatred to be upon Shaw. Look, I know what she did. She knows what she did. She's probably regretting it at this point because she don't know what's going to happen afterwards. She don't know. Either way it goes, it may happen either way. Whether I'm exonerated from these fucking complaints, it's not a case, by the way. There's not a case going on. It's a complaint. It's a simple complaint. That's all it is. But it has a complaint that has ramifications that are not good for me or my family out here. And you think for one moment that I'm not going to fight back? Then you're thinking wrong. I take this matter very seriously. Always have. I wasn't stressing out over this. This life has to go on. I'm sorry for the noise in the background. They're awfully loud. I'll try to shut this door. I mean, I love her family, but hopefully some of them are going to be going home soon. I think tomorrow. I'm not sure. No, for a little while. But it's just too, I've lost peace around here in this house, taking over my living room, watching Korean drama shows and boy bands and Korean boy bands and shit like that. I don't know. What is worse complaint or case in the Philippines law? She can get jailed. She can go to jail for perjury and some extreme fines. So if they find, and we push this, and they find her to be perjurous in her statements, she can actually go to jail. She started it. I'll just finish it. Yes, I do take this very seriously. Yes, I am concerned. Of course I am. But I'm not going to pull out my hair on this. This matter will be settled one way or the other, this complaint. And I use the word complaint. It's not a case. However, there might be a case on her that she's going to have to get the money up. And I'm sure all the high roaders will help her out. I don't have any doubt about that at all. Yeah. But let's work on one thing at a time. Let's see where this goes. Am I going to be compliant with all this shit? No. There are other avenues. If the decision comes back in a resolution that I'm not happy with, it doesn't end there. It just begins there. Trust me, it just begins there. So we'll see what happens. And the reason I'm talking about this now, because it's been on my mind. And there also, it's an injustice being done to me also by the Justice Department in the sense that they are not, it's been 18, 19 months since she's put a complaint in on me and they're not able to resolve this. Even keeping in mind that there's a lot of back cases and stuff. We understand the bureaucracy completely. But, come on, they're having a problem with this complaint, apparently. And as I said, I know something that you guys don't know and you will never know until this is over. And I probably still can't talk about it if I want to remain here. So, don't even bother to ask. Hey, Frank, how's your afternoon going? Oh, it's been fine, yeah. It's been raining here. It's been on and off, really heavy-duty clouds. It's been raining, and other than that, everything's fine. Except I don't have my house back. It'd be nice to get it back down to its normal population, if you know what I mean. Yeah. You want to know my personal business? Oh, you're not asking my personal business. Oh, you mean about the case? I can't talk about that. I'm not going to tell you everything that's going on. There are things that I know, but I cannot discuss on here because it would be not very advantageous at this point to do so. You'll have to trust me on that. Okay? Now that we said that. I know what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. I know exactly what's going on. But I'm not complying. Let's just say I call it a Mexican standoff. That's all I can tell you about it. There's a Mexican standoff going on here. It's something I'm not going to be part of. Okay? You can figure all out anything you want about that. But what she did was wrong. Yeah, Mexican standoff. Yeah, it's actually what it is. It is. Only there's no Mexicans involved in this. I have Italian blood and she has Filipino blood, so there's no, no Mexicans involved. Nobody was hurt in the filming of this video. No animals, no people. So, I should have music in the background or something. I don't know. Now, I don't put, if I did, I mean, she's not, as far as putting guilt on, tell how she feels about this whole thing. I think you would know. She's not one to come on here and just, she's not like that. Is she supporting me on this? Of course she is. More than you know. More than you know. Because complaints of this nature, they affect your personal life too. It affects your family life. And you think I'm going to sit here on my white ass, nice ass as it is, I've proven that at my age, and just sit it out and let somebody try to destroy my life as I know it? Come on, guys. I think you know me better than that. It's not in my constitution. Godfather. If I could be the Godfather, buddy, they wouldn't be fucking with me in that way. I'd sooner have somebody's cement shoes in the East River, or maybe the Hudson, whatever mood I'm in for the day. This ain't New York. I'm in a different country. There's things I can do and there's things I can't do, and I'm not a violent person anyway, so, put that out of the question. No, she never has anything to worry about with me physically. It's never been the case. She needs to be honest. Not only with the Bureau of Immigration, but she has to be honest with herself. If she's this, quote, God-fearing person, wave the religious flag, that's cool, man. Great. Act as such. Don't preach things that you don't follow. What kind of a Christian can a person be when they could lie like that? I know. You go to the confessional booth and it's all good the next fucking day on Monday. I get it. Doesn't make it right. It doesn't right a wrong. You either did wrong or you didn't. We all argue and say things on the channel about everybody on here. I've done it in the past. You get angry about something, but then you just leave it alone. You said what you had to say, move on. You try to move on anyway. The famous whirlwind. I think I used a different expression than the whirlwind before this. You get sucked up into that like anybody else does. There's people who believe you, there's people who don't believe you. I'm in a really bad position for my back and my neck, but I'm going to try to do the best I can here. Oh no, I never had a disability. I was just sucking up government money according to Popeye, right? You piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit. Anyway, let's not get into him. That'll be a 3-hour show. Okay. No, I'm not happy about the situation at all. I've never been happy about it, and why should I be happy? I just hate fucking liars. I just despise liars. I don't care who you are. You could be my family members. I don't care if you're my blood. If you're lying about something, then you are lying. And I don't appreciate lies. I never did. Ask GPT who wins in the standoff. You don't know what the standoff is, so you can't ask GPT that. Unfortunately, you're not going to get answers like that. And what matters is that I know what's going on. I'm not going to say with who or whatever, but I know what's going on. The calmest, the most patient party. I'm calm about this. I'm just speaking out. I have every right to do so. A wrong has been done against me, but as I said, it's not just against me, because there are other people involved here. People that get hurt as a result of her lies. Her lies. Believe me, if it wasn't the Philippines, it wasn't her country, and this was happening in America, you'd hear me say things you would never hear me say on YouTube about this matter. I'm just being smart about it. Yeah, there's a lot of things I would like to say, but unfortunately I can't. You just have to read my mind. Don't let me get into singing that song if you could read my mind. I got to introduce humor into this because, you know, what else could you do? I'm just a humorous guy. Let me get into Seinfeld on this, too. I could probably think of a couple of episodes that might pertain to this, but let's not even go there. Okay, so put yourself in my position. What the hell would you do? You know goddamn well what you do. I don't know. You know goddamn else. You know goddamn else what you do. You know goddamn else what you do. Put my shoes on. It's like, okay, let's have a good example of something. You have a large savings and somebody comes up to you, and it's not about the money situation with lawyers, it's just a hypothetical situation. You know, you saved up a lot of money for years and years, and somebody comes by and robs you. Oh, there's your dreams of a vacation with your wife and children, the dream house maybe you wanted to build, and somebody took it all away from you. Would you not be livid about the situation? Yes or no? Of course you would. Don't lie. Of course you would. There is absolutely no question about it. Pardon me for a second. I'm going to go have myself smoke. Do you mind? You got a problem with that? We have a very wet day today. And kind of blustery at times, too. GPT has a lot to say about Mexican standoffs. You went and looked it up, didn't you? I bet you did. I bet you did. That kind of stuff don't surprise me. Anyway, I think I made my point on here. What she did was wrong. There has to be payback for this. And I will always emphasize, nothing physical. I would never even imply that. I've never been a threat to her physically. And I've never been a threat to her emotionally. Either way. She made up all this crap. And when I see the crap that she posted in the past, that's what irritates me. And this is after she filed this complaint. Just got back, had to update my Mac. Okay. And I'm going to go back to this again because it's really pertinent. She claims I went to see a professional. Yeah, maybe she needs to see a professional. I don't know, man. And I supposedly abused her. Oh, yeah, like I abused my daughter, right? I never even met the woman. This is after the complaint was filed. She's over there in the fucking parks, man. With this, again, I'm going to say it until it hurts. She's over there dancing this ethereal, happy music. Something about life is wonderful or some shit. Wait, didn't she just saying, and on the affidavit saying that she's got PTSD from this? Oh, give me a fucking break. Don't insult my intelligence any more than you have, ma'am. Don't insult my intelligence. PTSD, but you're out partying. You even came to Barry's fucking Mandawi stuff on that occasion. You guys were partying like it was 1999. Happy, doing karaoke and shit. Got my point, folks? You got my point? Alice says she did not do that complaint. It's the guys around Obama who did this. Excuse me, Al, but it's her signature on there. It's her signature. It's her complaint under her name. Okay, so it's her complaint. There's no excuses. Were there other people involved to push this complaint? Of course there was. I'm not that fucking gullible. I'm not that fucking stupid. Of course there was. Who do you think was financing her? She didn't have the money to have a lawyer sit down and write this out. She couldn't possibly write that out herself. There's no fucking way. Okay, let's get back to some live-ass action here. Okay, yeah, there's no fucking way she could have wrote that herself. Obviously not. Obviously not. There's no fucking way in the world. Alice says every single on one of them is on it. Oh, man, I'm telling you, I'm sure. I mean, I know there are people involved in this. That's what makes it more criminal. You can't just have a dislike for somebody and stand behind somebody who would do something like this. That makes you just as fucking guilty. Oh, I know. I know the people involved with this, man. I know the people involved with this. Of course I do. She would never have the money to do this to begin with. Let's see. Alice says, but they try hard to distance. Yeah, they do. Distance themselves from her now. Yeah, I've noticed that. They're distancing themselves, at least publicly, because they know you might do something to them. They fear that. Well, you know, if the information does come involved in this, their names will be up there legally. I will look into this because I find this matter to be pretty serious because it affects my life, not yours, not the other trolls on here. It affects my life, affects Gilda's life, all the way around. So yeah. Gators Rock says Brevis is Barry's #1 fan. Both of them love the orange guy. The orange guy. Who's the orange guy? I don't know who the orange guy is. You might need to enlighten me on this. No cryptic. Strife says, forgiveness is the key that unlocks the door of... I'm sorry, the message is going by. That locks the door of resentment and the handcuffs of hatred. Well, there's no hate going on with me here. You know, Alan, do you need a character reference for something? I can call the guys at BOI. Oh yeah, like you got your, if it helps, why not? I know a lawyer there, helped me years ago with my dual citizenship application. Is that you, Strife? The real Strife of justice? Strife is justice. Hey, do your magic stuff, Aloe. I don't refuse any help on this. I mean, I'm doing what I need to do, and I'm doing everything legally, you know. Yes, MacBook Air, man, whatever. I don't know. Do what you must if you believe in it, Alan. All I can say is if you believe what's going on is really unjustified, sure. I have no problem with that at all. Contact me, you know. Look me up. I have no problem with that. Look, I don't give a fuck who you are, Region. The show is not about you fucking trolls in general here, okay? You could fight with each other on somebody else's show. I don't really give a rat's ass what you do. Who the hell you really are, I don't give a shit. Nobody's who they are on here anyway. Oh boy, is the real Strife. Oh, how's it going, Strife? Happy New Year, bro. I downloaded tons of books from Anne's archive last December. Okay, you guys want to carry on with your own conversation? That's good. But I think I'm making my point here. I'm handling things here how I should handle it legally, and we're not going to, wander away from the issues and tissues. I'm just going to hit it head on. I'm going to grab the bull by his fucking horns, and I'm going to twist it till they fucking fall off. She needs to come clean, if not just for her own religious beliefs, her own morals or values, if she has any, and needs to come clean with this Department of Immigration. That's what she needs to do. Because if she did something like that, I would look the other way. I'd look the other way. Say, okay, thank you for being honest for once. We'll get this over with and we'll move on with our lives. Simple as that. That could happen. But she's being pushed by other people not to do that. She's in fear of what could be happening. There's repercussions legally. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I look like I'm lying? Do I look like I'm laughing? No, I'm not. Yeah. Did something happen no. Or why are you addressing this issue now? Because I felt like, no, there's no reason. You thought, I don't know, she could be. I don't know. Her name sounds I don't know, what do you call Arabic? It sounds Mideastern or something. I don't know. She could be. Whatever her belief is, doesn't matter. Whether she's Muslim or Catholic, whatever she is. I mean, she has some religious beliefs, and you would think that she would adhere to these religious beliefs and follow, Christ or whoever she worships and do good by her beliefs, but apparently not, Okay, no, it's no special reason I'm talking about this. Nothing going on here. It's just another day in paradise. That's all. I'm definitely not going to get comfortable in this position, but I think I could probably retire. I think I could retire to the living room. At least sit on the couch and have my table in here. We'll see. I just like to do these shows privately. I don't like Gilda getting upset about all this stuff. She's been affected enough from this crap. Well, it looks like we got the dining room to myself, so we'll kind of go with that and shut the doors here. Okay, let's do what we need to do in the dining room. Now that there's nobody here in the dining room, they're all starting to disperse all over the house. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, so where were we? Okay, I guess I gotta catch up on the messages. Oh boy, it's the real okay. Talking about Strife is the real Strife. Okay, we've come down to that. Did you hear Flywoods was hospitalized? He's been in the hospital for 4 days. Ruby is, she's asking for, I wouldn't give him fucking money enough to get on a fucking trike. Frank would never forgive anyone for his kind of stuff. Now, there's some things you could forgive, Mr. Sausage. And there's some things that you just, we could dispense with this bullshit. There's some things you can forgive and there's some things you can't forgive. No. Some things are forgivable and some things are not. This is not a forgivable situation, but, if she ended all this crap and she told the truth for maybe once in her fucking life, I don't know much about her background and I don't know who she's lied to, and I have no idea. I don't know her. I never met her. I don't want to meet her, except in the fucking court of law if I have to. I have no problem with that. I'll come in here looking like a well-dressed man. Well-dressed man. The weak can never forgive. Oh, come on with your fucking, goodbye, with your fucking religious shit on here, not on my channel. You start talking about God now? For God's sakes. I think Don C might be next, Frank. The more to scratch off the list. Oh, the list is on there. Well, first of all, you were talking about Frank Peckerwood. What was he in the hospital for anyway? I know that last time they were talking about it, he was walking with a cane. I can say a lot about that, but why bother? You know, call it karma, whatever. Look at the list already. They were all trolls. Need I say more? They were all fucking trolls. And look where they are now. They're dead. They're dead. They're gone. Bye-bye. Hope you get to where you're hoping to get. Hope you have an afterlife that treats you real well. Bye. See ya. Don't know wanna be ya. Frank, the post you just deleted was in support of yourself. Support of myself? What are you talking about? What did I delete that was in support of myself? Explain, said Ricky to Lucy. Explain. Well, of course I'm going to support myself. Support myself, support my family, support Gilda, you know. Why not? You have a problem with that? I decide what I want to put on and take off, and that's what I do. I decide what to do, how to do it, when to do it. It's my channel. If it's relevant to something, I'll keep it on. If it's just shit talk, bullshit talk, it's nothing exciting, fuck. I don't want to hear my own voice. I'll take it off. It's not lost anyway. Just go to the copycat channel. Oh, my goodness. Well, the bottom line is that she's wrong. And she lied. It doesn't matter who pushed her to do it. She still agreed to do it. So I said, sure, he basically, the strong survive like you. Look, I'll survive practically anything. You're forgetting, I was away from Gilda for 14 months because of the COVID. I survived real well. Kept in touch every single day, numerous times. There wasn't anything I didn't know was going on in the house, with the dogs, with anything. It worked out. Speaking of the copycat channel, Aloe says, he is one of the guys who supported and still supports Shah with all the kinds of videos into. He's talking about the guy he was just talking to on here that I blocked. Regis says, she's a social climber, Frank. Needs to know her place. She knows her place. She knows her place. If there's a hell, she has an RSVP to fucking hell, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. I says, no, that was strife. Yeah, I'm talking about. DQ. And who do you think DQ is, by the way? Just asking. Who do you think DQ is? Alice says the guy who runs the copy, he is the one who feeds all the guys with the real docs information. There are no real current docs, first of all, Aloe. He keeps the videos. Obviously so, he plays the videos all the time. He records everything. Alice says, I do not know who he is, but if I ever find out, we will go after him the same way we went after J or JW. Alice says, that pig has threatened me several times already. Yeah. Well, you've got a lot of threats from people too. I'm very privy of that, as well as I have. But yeah, you got connections, work it. Work it, I don't care. If it helps, it helps. If it don't, you know, I'm on my own anyway, me and the lawyers. The truth always perseveres, you know. I suspect someone is giving her
an allowance to hold strong on the complaint. I don't know. Anything's possible. I assume he is based in Cebu or connected to Cebu. More than likely. More than likely. I don't know who's paying her. I don't know. If she is being paid, I don't know. Disclaimer, I have no idea. But it almost doesn't matter at this point because the deed is done. And whether or not she'd back out of this, that's another. Whether she'd want to back out of this, you know, she has to think it's what's going to be best for her. Around 45 to 58 years old. My demographics are around there, by the way. My demographics on here. Oh, we got 23. I didn't even look at the numbers on here. 7 up and 23 people. We've got a pretty good audience here. Okay. He is someone you must have pissed off. I pissed off a few people. Big time in the past. He is absolutely obsessed with you. I mean obsessed. He's off the charts, apparently. And what's that? He was the one who found out where you lived on Bantayan, the house you were at. Now, I'm staying at, no, we're not. I know this because he showed me all the pictures of my house were available a long time ago. I even put them out there voluntarily in the beginning. I put my own pictures out there on my own after a while. Yeah, I put them up. Of course, it has nothing to do with his time. Of course, he's going to pay attention to every word I say, every detail. Try to catch me in a lie or a catchphrase that they could use against me or something. I've been lucky these days, though. I'll tell you that much. A hell of a lot smarter. 25. But I'm just voicing my position on this situation. And as I said, put yourself in my position. You would not be happy, and you're going to want to find justice any way you can. Legally, of course. There's no other way to do it. Because perjury is a serious charge in this country, definitely. He does not care what Obama did, but really wants to come after you. I never figured out why he does that, or his motif. I don't know. He's got some personal problems, perhaps, too. Maybe he's projecting. Maybe he doesn't like that I'm happy or anybody else is happy or that you're in a good relationship or have a home and you're grounded and all that great stuff I talk about. You know, everybody has their rhyme, their reasons, and whatever to do anything. Doesn't mean that they make sense or to justify it or anything, but people are going to do anyway, you know. I can't stop people from doing stuff, but there's always a time that it kind of turns on them. And look what happened to Barry. He's a prime example, the best example I could possibly think of. You can't get a better example than that. He never thought immigration would get him. He never thought that I had any evidence on him, and he never thought that he'd wind up in a courtroom. He said it would never happen. It was never happened. You're full of shit. You ain't got no evidence. Well, apparently I did. Apparently I did my homework, and I did it very well. I did my research. I copied all the pertinent videos that was needed to present as evidence to even initially get a prosecutor involved in this to say yay or nay. And they said yay to go ahead with this. We did. We had a court date, and there he is. It's 3 years now on his own accord. I keep on saying this, on his own accord that he's in there. When you plead guilty to all charges, it means you're guilty. Nobody put a gun to his head to say be guilty. He pleaded because he knew he was wrong. Because he had to. He had no choice. The evidence was overwhelming. In her case, the evidence is not overwhelming. I saw the material. You got to understand it. So does everybody else. I saw the material. There was nothing in there that was valid or truthful. And henceforth, that's why I got some videos out there. If she wants to call YouTube and say I'm using a picture, whatever. I don't give a shit. Get me thrown off. You could do me a favor. I have no problem with that. And your brother back, I can't, let me see before that, I'm not following here. He has been the one who was digging into on your daughter and your brother. He had all the information. Well, he had that much time on his hands.
And he is the one who is giving info to Jay. Yes, I'm sure there's probably one particular individual that's involved with this. I'm sure it gears down to one key person, guaranteed. There might have been some help with other people, maybe financially or otherwise, but yeah, I'm sure it really narrows down to one person who's behind this. A lot of people had their theories about who it is, but they were probably wrong. A lot of people said Jay's behind this. Now, that wouldn't be surprising. Can Jay do that? He's somewhat college educated. Jay could be a dumb shit on a lot of crap, and the things he does is really dumb. In fact, stalking and everything else is dumb. But does he have the intelligence to work a computer? Does he have the intelligence to look up information or whatever? I'm sure he does. No, Jay is not. Okay. Sorry, the message is going back to that. Most of these dudes are stupid. DQ is not stupid, but he is sick in the head, I'm sure. No, Jay is not behind it. Jay is too stupid. Well, we already figured that out. Let's cross Jay out of that one. But he should be putting false documents on it. He fucked up on that big time. I don't need to talk about it again. Trust me, he fucked up on it. Warren H. Don C. Don C, I could see doing something like that. I could definitely see Don C doing that. No doubt. Well, I'm not going to blame him because I don't know. But I could definitely see him doing that. One of those weirdos who comments on every single copycat video. Yeah, Don C is very involved, and it's a very good possibility. I can't prove it to him, and not at this point. But yeah, that would be a number one possibility. Jay is a high school dropout, Alice says, so forget him on that one. Regent's laughing at Jay, laughing, there's no way, Jay would. And Alice says he's absolutely stupid. Jay is an alcohol baby. Yeah, what was that called? Alcohol something syndrome? When a mother was drinking alcohol something syndrome or something like that, Yeah, and a baby becomes alcoholic, just like a Coke user has a baby, and the poor baby has to be given small doses of Coke by the doctors. It's terrible. Regis says, Don C is obsessed with you. Someone brings up your name, I noticed that, in any chat or comment section, and Don shows up, and he just takes off on it, doesn't he? Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I can see Don C. So what happened with Frank Peckerwood? Why is he in the hospital? Since somebody brought it up, I'd be curious. Regis said, Jay's beady eyes and thick skull on his face is a sign of fetal alcohol syndrome, 100%. You could be right. You actually could be right. It's those beady eyes of his. Julie, whatever, about watching from the Philippines. Well, welcome, I think. Alice, that just cracks me up. Fucking alcohol, baby. Oh, it's pretty, hey, dudes, it's pretty bad with this guy. When is he not drinking? When is he not drinking or chain smoking? If I was a chain smoker, I'd be smoking on. I've been on here for how long? Almost an hour. Oh, I did have a cigarette at the beginning. Pardon me. Truth finds truth. But I'm not leaving the camera all the time to have a cigarette. I don't smoke that much that people think I do. And when I do, it's like not even half a cigarette, and I waste it, throw it away. Waste of money, I know. It's that much less I smoke anyway. I guess you can look at it in some positive way, No positive things to smoking, but that guy, he must smoke at least 3 packs a day. But while he's in Australia, I really don't know how he affords it. Maybe he finds a way to get some cigarettes sent over from the Philippines, but you can only send so much over. Immigration's, and agricultural is going to get you for that on the ag checkup. Because I'll tell you, 20 to 37 bucks a pack in Australia. How would Jay afford that? How would he afford that? Revis is is egging Jay on. Oh, of course. Of course. You see, I got Damien DeWinter on here. I'll say hello to Damien. Aloe likes that. Damien has a nice ring. I like that Aloe. Damien DeWinter. That even has a better name than Aloe. DD, double D. Damien DeWinter. I'll go with that. I'll definitely go with that. Frank, what's your skincare routine? You look fabulous. Seriously. I haven't had any. I did for a while, but I have retinol and I haven't been using it for quite a while, and I got to start. Was taking collagen every single day. Oh, that's right. I just did an order. God damn it. I just did a fucking order on Lasada. And I ordered some stuff, but the one thing I forgot was the collagen. Well, it's the antioxidants I take, it's the vitamin C I take, stuff like that. It's the good stuff, not the bad stuff that's in my diet. But I need the extra collagen, and that's, in fact, after this show, I got to do an order to get some collagen in. Well, I'm going to be downtown, but no, I'd rather order from Lasada. Every store I've ever been in downtown was too expensive. S&R was ridiculous prices. And really, I don't really like Kirkland products. They have them too. I happen to have some Kirkland C, which is okay. It has rose hips in it, as I've been using every day. I was taking 1,000 a day, but I reduced it to 500. But yes, I was using retinol, and I still have some. It's not the best quality stuff. There's retinol in it, but I'm going to be going back to using that. The only reason I use it at night. Well, this is stuff you could also use during the day. Normally, retinol, you can't use it in the sunlight. You could damage your skin, but the only problem is I might rub my face at night when I'm sleeping, and that retinol gets in your eyes. It's caused some irritation to my eyes in the past. But thank you for the compliment anyway. I liked your LinkedIn page, Damien. Okay, let's kind of come up with a summary here. What do you think about this whole situation? If you were in my shoes, what would you do? Let's be honest about this. If you were in my shoes, what would you do? You got a family here. You're grounded in the Philippines. You want to stay here. This is your home. And some blank chick comes up with a fucking phony ass complaint, strictly to find fault with you to gain revenge. Although, as some people stated on here, that she was sort of forced to do this by others. Maybe they made it attractive for her to do it. And what do I mean by attractive? I'm not going to say. Disclaimer on that. Any way you want to think it to be. So no words are coming out of my mouth on this. Whatever goes through your mind. Nevertheless, she did it. Whether she was coerced to do it, whether she was forced to do it, whether they were hounding her to do it. You gotta do it for the Gipper. You gotta do it. Let's get this guy fucking deported to satisfy their fucking egos, not necessarily hers. But she's involved. The report is under her name. Her name. Guilty. Aldo says, what really surprises me is that why does this take so long to resolve? That's the real question here. It's obvious that this is shit. I know it's shit, man. I mean, he says, gents, let's give Frank a few more thumbs up. That's not important now. Don't worry about it, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, if you got contacts, anything helps on this. I don't care. If you're serious about that. I don't care. You know, we're doing well on our own here. I've got lawyers attending to this matter, but I'm not going to refuse any help on this. Yeah. But the way it goes is that it doesn't matter. It's her signature on this. Yeah, it's her signature. And she's the one that made the complaint. But even by to answer your question, Al, you were saying you don't know why this is taking so long. Well, on a smaller, lesser note, it's just that in one part, they're having a hard time going over the evidence. Investigators, they got to feel totally sure of any kind of decision that they make on this, for one. That's normal stuff. And there's something else going on too, which is more likely what's going on. As I said, I cannot talk about it. I'm being honest with you, I can't. That would put me in a bad position. I have inside information as to what's going on. It's real information. I know what's going on. Meanwhile, my fees have to add up every single month, and I'm okay with that. We'll take care of it when the time comes. Leave the country when I have to and do my ACC and all that stuff. And they keep up with the comments. Regent says, is it possible this is just frozen and nobody wants to finalize it? Clearly thing was expedited and those officials don't want to be caught. My opinion, of course. You got a point there, Regent, Alice said. Yeah, there are things going on. But as much as you think I'm a very personable person, a very personal person who gives out every fucking single thing about his life, about every time I take a shit, maybe I did talk about that. I've shown you my ass, so why not? How many times do I shit a day? Sometimes 2, 3, even 4 times a day. Write that one down. Does that mean I'm full of shit? Well, technically, yeah. Healthy shit. Fiber is the answer, my friends. Fiber. You got a point there, Regent, and not that thing between your shoulders. Okay. Hey, this is fun today, actually. But I'm going to have to get off pretty soon here, actually. I want to watch a movie or something. Or maybe have a snack to eat or something. I don't know what the hell to eat. I certainly got to eat what's left over here. I can't touch that stuff. I may go far as having a piece of cake while there's one left. I don't care. Do you know Damien went to Johnny Warrior's funeral? Did you do that, Alan? Nah, it's too late, too long to get Rafi involved. Rafi handles a lot of shit like this, but you got to get them convinced to take a case like this and all that. It's just, it's more of a hassle. I probably have to go to Manila and all this other shit, and I have enough publicity on this already. I went to his grave, not to his funeral. Is that right? I'd love to see the pictures of his grave. Was that posted once before? I might have think it was. Let me move around and see what I want to get here. Is there even any more left? That's the question. Is there more cake left? Uh-oh, 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 SpaghettiOs. Yeah, there most certainly fucking is. Okay. Yeah, why not? I'm going to treat myself. I haven't had any sweets today. Oh no, that's another cake. Gina's and Lindy. What is that from? Gina and Lindy. Who's that? Somebody else's deal. What is that? Where's my regular cake? God damn it. Oh man, did they eat it up already? Okay, I don't know what this is, but I'm just gonna have to have a piece of this. But it's not the kind of cake. It's probably has mocha or something in it. I'll give it a try. Let's see. What is it? Oh. Yeah, I thought so. Some kind of mocha. No, girls, you're not eating till it's dinner time. You didn't eat this morning. Don't be looking at me. These dogs don't eat, we put their food back. And they'll have it for tonight. Oh, by the way, this is some pretty good stuff. It's made by Oishi. It's called Smart Sea with calamansi splash. It has pretty good ingredients in it. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I had to buy another package of my Quaker whole grain rolled oat. And I'm going to take some of that with me on my next trip. Pardon me, I got to drink some of this. Oh, I needed that. Oh, I needed that. No, they're waiting, they're looking for food, but they're not getting shit until dinner time. No, they're not getting shit. A lot of dogs, they get one good, full, hearty meal a day. They always get 2 meals, but as I said, we haven't been buying the pedigree gravy mix we mix in there. There's even times that they shun their nose at that too. I'm not shitting you, man. So my message to the lady in question. I'm sorry, gal, but you opened up a can. You fucked with the wrong guy. You fucked with the wrong guy. I don't care who has been pushing you to do this. You are the main involvement in here. And you would have to live with whatever happens. You don't give a fuck about Gilda and her kids and family, that I'm supporting them. Give a fuck about anything, apparently, except your fucking loser boyfriend. What a waste of fucking time that was for you. And how did it turn out for you, by the way, ma'am? You gonna marry the guy? Maybe you're lucky if you can see him at the jail cell. I don't even know about that. You got a future after all you did to get even for me for Barry's incarceration, after all you fucking did. Where are you now? That's the question I'm asking you. Where are you now? How did that benefit you? Oh, yes, I do. We gotta buy a blender. I was in the store today, I didn't buy it. Lady in red. I could put some rhyme to that. That wouldn't be very nice, but I'll refrain. Oh yeah, it's blustery. Blustery. So let me ask. Let me just be direct. Live and direct, as Barry used to say. Live and direct. What's the other thing he likes to say? Roll Tide. Roll Tide. What is going to be Roll Tide? There's going to be Roll Tide no matter what happens. It's going to be Roll Tide. Unless somebody cooperates. We're not going to give him an ultimatum of sorts. I'm just saying very nicely. Stop your lies. Tell the immigration you got a little carried away with something. I won't press them to put charges on you. I won't do that. End it. End it. You're hurting my family more than you're hurting me. Okay? I could deal with this shit. But it's not right for them. Because they're not involved in this complaint. Directly. It's her boyfriend. Bummer. I think I'm the one that came up with that name, actually. They called him a lot of names. Hunchback. Oh, God, there's a whole list of names that they call him. Quasimodo. I like the Quasimodo one. That one stuck to me. I kind of like that one. But anyway, we've been on here for a while. There's no reason on stretching this out any more than I really have to. Okay. I just want to end this whole thing. Of course I do. So would you. But I'm not going to be standing there and being beaten up on by something legally, a complaint. Not a fucking court case, a fucking complaint, but it's a very important complaint. As I said, it was more of a civil case. If she really felt truthfully I said those things about her, even my attorney said that, even in the counter affidavits. This is more of a civil matter than it is on a fraudulent, deport the bum case. Undesirable, trying to label me as an undesirable? Excuse me, you were dating the most undesirable person in fucking history of YouTube. The most undesirable piece of shit that ever existed on YouTube. You know he's undesirable. Yeah, absolutely. There's no question. Hello. You got coconut? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Alice says, this is not about the truth. This is about damaging you. That's all. Yeah, I understand that. The Mantis, that was another one. I loved that one. And I think we'll have to give credit to Popeye on that one. I think Popeye came up with that one. The Mantis. Well, compare him to a mantis and you'll see what I mean. That's all I'll say on that. Sorry I was in a bad spot here. I know she don't. But you gotta understand, no matter what you do in life, there's always ramifications. I will use every drop of money that I have, because money could be replaced. I will use every fucking peso, every dollar, to ensure that if she continues this, doesn't want to rebuttal, doesn't want to withdraw her complaint with the BI. I gotta shut the door. They're running around here. You should have seen the shit they were eating, sissig, fucking pig ears and shit. I said, oh my God, I'm out of this room. I'm out of here. You know what I mean? I'm out of here. But she wants to get satisfaction because I ruined her chance to be with her dream beau. Her adorable dream beau, the biggest fucking loser in YouTube fucking history, if not the planet. I did her a favor. But she didn't want to see it that way. I did her a favor. I saved her life. And she don't even realize it. Because if she had a way of staying with him, her life would have been a bigger disaster as time went by. She'd be sucked out of all the money she could possibly make from her store or any other resources. He'd be constantly getting himself in trouble. And she would really drive herself to drinking. Which I'm kind of wondering about because it kind of seemed that way. And from my observation, and it was visual, it was her own YouTube channel. It was her own videos. Just to make a note of that, very important note of that. No disclaimer needed for this at all. There's a lot of videos where she was just drinking. I've never seen her drinking like that. In fact, I've never seen her drinking, period. Until, during the time she's drinking with her friends after she put the report in. She was even at the Mandawi jail cell. And a girl that's supposed to have PTSD because of me. And imagine that she has PTSD because of me. I'm the one that should have PTSD from all of this shit. I'm lucky I don't. Drinking away, singing like there's no care in the world. But she got damaged. Psychologically. Poor thing. As they say in Hawaii. Poor ting, as they say in Hawaii. Puating. Poor ting. Poor ting to you, girl. No one feels sorry for you because there's nothing to feel sorry about. You lied. That's what you did. You lied. Blank, blank. You lied. Blank, blank. You could feel the frank derangement syndrome, and what does that mean in regards to me? 32 strong, I know. Because it's getting good. Pardon me. The truth has to come out, and it will. She faces perjury. And I'll even give you the section. I didn't write it all down, but I got that much. You get some light. Perjury Article 183 RPC. Look it up. So it's Perjury Article 183 of the RPC. Look it up when you get a chance. You look up everything else. Why not? And look at the ramifications for perjury. That's right, even from a false complaint, which she faces. Her trouble is just beginning, let's put it that way. If this didn't go in the direction I wanted, it's definite. It's definite. If there was some cooperation from her in any way, I'll consider something differently. I said that before and I meant it. Just to get it over with. She don't have to like me and I don't have to like her at all. That's fair, that's fine. But don't lie. Don't pretend to be an innocent victim of something, and you're not a fucking victim. You're a victim of your own circumstances, which you are by being with Barry. You're a victim with him. Maybe you don't even know it. You can't see it. Maybe you're blind to what he's done to you and other women. Perhaps. Great show today. It's always a great show. Let's see, what's this? I'm not reading everything. Regent says, is there any type of case you can bring? Of course there is. It's a combination. It'd be a combination. Her perjury and also aiding, harboring, aiding, and abiding. Was it abiding? Yeah. Because the agents were witness to this. He was staying at her house in Carcar, in Buena Vista. It's all noted. She was harboring him. And don't tell me that she didn't know about he was hiding from the law with immigration. She lied about everything. Even to her family, she lied. She never told them in the beginning or most of this time that Barry was in jail. Of course, they probably all know it now. That's why they weren't supporting her with money to help Barry out. They want what's best for their sister, daughter, whatever the hell she is to her family. They're going to support her the best they can. That's what families do. But there's only so far that they will go. They know they found out the guy's a bum. Supposedly her family knew about everything. Knew about him being in jail. They didn't know that. They didn't know that. She told them that he was working in America. She said that on a show one time. That he was back to America working is what she said to her family. So she also lied to her family. Oh, gee, that would never happen. Well, there's defamation involved, of course. Look, if I said all those things to her, if I really said and called her a whore, a prostitute, and I was some kind of a physical threat to her and all that, and I caused her to have to go see a shrink because I was so overwhelmingly horrible to her that she couldn't sleep or think right. Yes, she's out there having fun, drinking with her friends. She's out there in the park dancing to some ethereal music under a red trellis. Everybody remembers that one. That was a key one that was even being used in evidence, too. I'll tell you the truth. That was used. That was used in my defense. It was used. Bullshit is what I have to say. Bullshit. Regent says, I've heard Bummer from his own out say her family had no clue he was. Yeah, that's where it actually, pardon me, you're right. That's where it came from. It was from Barry, actually, pardon me. And they were told he was back in the United States. Yeah, thank you for remembering. We got 30 strong in here. Thank you, folks. I know who's listening. I know everybody who's listening right now. I know exactly who's listening. Good, I want you to listen. I want you to hear me out. Again, put yourself in my position and how would you feel? Okay, I'm going to ask you, Al. You're very well spoken. If somebody put a complaint against you like she did in these circumstances, what would you do about it? How would you feel? Anybody else who wants to kind of hone in on that and tell me what you would do, how you would feel? Sauce says it's possible she's recording this for her own. No problem. I know what I'm saying on here. I'm not retracting it. This ain't the Epstein files. I'm not retracting anything here. I'm not retracting anything at all. There's nothing I'm saying here that could come back to hit me in the face. There's absolutely nothing. Nothing but fact and how this thing went down. That's what we're talking about, the history of this thing. And it went down exactly like I said. Nothing illegal about that. She can record me whenever she wants. I'm sure she is. Good. Maybe she could listen to this over and over again. Al de Winter says, I would get the lawyers involved and point out it's because you put her boyfriend in jail, which I did. That's what I did with the lawyers. And then I would try to get her for defamation. I would try to drive up the cost of the process. There you go. Alice says at some point she would back down. I don't think they're giving her money anymore. No, if it ain't going their way, they'll give her money. If it ain't going the way they'd like to see it, they'll give her money, and I know exactly who will. They'll give her money. Don't kid yourself. But there could be a point of being backing out when they see things not working in their favor. You see, people only invest in a real thing, right? You're not going to invest your money into a project that's going to fail, would you? That wouldn't make sense, would it? It's the same thing on here. If they know she's lying, and there's a good chance that, you know, there's going to be ramifications for her lies, then they're not going to invest any more money because it'll be like, here, throw it out the window somewhere. Whoever grabs it, God bless you, you know? Yeah, Mexican standoff, yeah. Well, she has the power right now, this second, she has the power to change this around, if she could. She has the power right now. It's a new year, new start, and she has the power. She knows what she has to do. I can hear this. Oh, Frank sounds like he's really worried about this. Well, let me explain something to you. It makes something very clear. She's the one that needs to be worried. I can handle just about everything that comes my way. And my history proves it. Because you deal with whatever you deal with. I'm a lot stronger person than she is. I'm not as sensitive as she is. I'm a hard-ass motherfucker. I'm a hard-nosed motherfucker. Not exactly a hard body at this point, but I'm a hard-ass motherfucker. When I believe in something, I go with it. There's nothing that stops me at all. Nothing's ever stopped me from making decisions in my life and going through with my decisions. From something as little as, you know, where I want to live, whether it's in the same country, another state. Decisions I made in my life were all well thought of. Chubba, it's a bad look, man. The obsession you have. Oh, Chubba, is he out there? What's that, Aloe? Aloe says, triggered Chubba? Ignorance? Who's saying what on here? LOL, enlighten me, champ. Regent says, Chubba, it's a bad look, man. The obsession you have. Chubba is Warren, you know that, right? How he survived these years, I don't know. Either he lost weight or something and saved his own life, I don't know. But Chubba was a key figure, you know, against me for a long time. Alice says, I am dumb. You can't even spell dumb. Scroll up. Come on, go away. Well, I don't see him on here if he's on here because he's blocked. So, to hypocrisy, Chubba, Regent says. Hey, Chubba, how you doing, Chubba Wubba? You never got your life together, did you? The ex-fireman, what was he? So many things. I thought you were dead. Are you here in spirit? Ooh. I know it's been Warren the whole time. You people are so stupid not to believe that. He never died. Yeah, that's who Chubba is. You didn't know that? I thought that everybody knew that. You're irrelevant, Chubba, says Aloe. Really, come on, go away. Come on, go away. Okay, I got to get off here. I think I made my point quite clear on here. She knows what she has to do. Okay? Look, I take my life day by day. And if she thinks in any form or way that I'm bluffing, was I bluffing with Barry? That's all I want to hear. Was I or was I not bluffing with Barry Lee Jordan? And what was the result of my so-called bluffing? Where is he now? Was I bluffing? Was I bluffing? I'm not bluffing with this either. We're not threatening her in any form or way. Disclaimer. We're talking legal matters here. We're talking legal matters here. That if she's deemed to be, by the Board of Immigration, Department of Justice, if she's deemed to be committing perjury, look it up. You all got the time. Look it up. Perjury. If somebody files a complaint to you in the Philippines, if they found out to be perjurous, what are the ramifications and fines or imprisonment involved with there? Let's further that a little bit more. If somebody was deliberately aiding and abetting and harboring somebody who was hiding from the Department of Immigration as a citizen of the Philippines, very importantly, as a citizen of the Philippines, she has an obligation to report the person. And she didn't. So there's a lot of things I could hang on her ass. And paperwork has been started up. It's not been finished. But paperwork has been started up just in case. We're just watching where this is going. That's all. We're just keeping an eye on it. What's this? I'm not watching all my... Tim Witt, the dimwit, whatever. Chubbs is chubby. Chubby Cox, an American from Nevada. He used to be buddies with Ricky. No, Chubba Wubba, that's a different person, Chubba Wubba. It's not Chubby Cox. Risha says, Chubba, can you buy me a new laptop like you did Fazio? Can I fine you for not returning my calls? Wow. Alice says, it's Damien. It's Damien is running like a coward, not Aloe. Okay, folks, it's been real, man. We had a good show of 30 people in here. Pretty decent, I think. I got to go spend time with my family. No, I'm not stressing out of all this. I'm not stressing. I go about my day as I done well before any of this happened. I'm not going to sit here pulling my hair out. I have a very good idea what's going on that I can't talk about. There's two elements involved in this, actually. One more than the other, okay? What I call the Mexican standoff, and nobody would understand what that is. I do. Okay? I do. But all I know is she did me wrong, and I have a reason not to be exactly very happy with her. Am I a threat to her in any form or way? No, I'm not. I'm not a threat to her. I've never been a threat to her physically, ever. Nor would I ever. I wouldn't do that. I'm not that stupid. I wouldn't beat up on a woman. And secondly, I wouldn't fuck with a woman, a Filipino, in this country, period, in a manner that she is implying. She's a liar. I could say that on YouTube with no fucking disclaimers. She's a fucking liar. There's not an element of truth of what she put in that affidavit. But she's the one that has to live with herself, and she's the one that has to live in fear that there might be legal matters after this thing is all over. She's the one that's got to cough up money, whether the High Road Club wants to finance or not is their business. I don't think she has the strength to go on with a case like this. She doesn't have my stamina to go to court and go through all the trials and tribulations of a court case. It's very highly involved. It's very stressful. And if she ain't drinking now, she'll be drinking going through this, trust me. I'm surprised I haven't taken to drinking, but I kept cool, calm, and collected with Fazio. Cool, calm, and collected from this whole process with Barry's court case and shit like that. Cool, calm, and collective the whole time. I didn't burst out into court. I didn't run to the fucking court stenographer, whatever you want to call him. I got papers here. I got papers. Oh my God. How embarrassing was that? You should have seen him. You had to be there. Thank you, Aloe. I'll take you up on that little offer if that's what it is. With that being said, thank you, Regent. Everybody else who's been on here contributing. Yes, Regent, it's absolute insanity. I'm living clearly rent-free. in people's heads. I absolutely am. For all the trolls that'll listen. And, okay, I'll take care. Oh, excuse me, Damien. Okay. You can find a way to contact me on Facebook. Try doing it on Messenger. Okay. If you don't, you don't. That's cool. I'm handling it, you know. I'm sure there's going to be a good outcome from this. And if there wasn't, I'll handle the rest of it from that point on. Trust me, I will. I think you know I will. You think I'm a bullshitter? Well, I wasn't a bullshitter with Barry, was I? No, I wasn't. I did what I promised to do, every single thing I did. The fact that he's still, just to make a note here before I go, again, I want to reiterate something, that he is in jail because he put himself there. He pleaded guilty. I didn't plead guilty for him. He pleaded guilty thinking that they were going to just let him home, but me and my lawyers, we knew better. We didn't say nothing. We said, let him do his guilty plea. That's what we said. I said, Frank, you want to go on with this court case forever? You know, I know you don't want to spend a lot more money on this. That's what they said. Let him plead guilty. And guess what, Frank? He becomes a felon. He is officially a felon. Yeah. Which means he will never be able to get into this country ever, ever again. He's a felon. A felon. And what she did should be felonious. What she did is spoiled any possible future that she ever had with Barry by supporting him. That's what she did. And by her coming up with this complaint, not case, but complaint. And it shows that she was complicit in all of this. She supported Barry in his little evil doings. She blew any chance at all, any possible desperate chance that she could ever have a future with Barry. So, is it like who's winning type of thing? I already think I won. Not, I mean, on her complaint. I mean, the fact that what she tried to do to me to get even with me, what she did try to do, that's what she was doing. I'll show you. No, you showed me that you were acting very ignorant about this and you were not thinking with your head. You knew there was no future with Barry, but now you helped ensure, by doing that complaint also, you helped ensure that Barry will never be ever to get together with you again in the future. It's like the Gone Girl movie. You go, girl. He's going to be gone. I'd probably invest your future in another man. That, if I were you, I'm just saying. If I were you, find a gentleman that could support you, that treats you with kindness, real love, not using you as an ATM machine like Barry did and continue to do every other woman he's ever been with. Nice. I don't know what Chubb is saying there. There's something going on between Allie and Chubba. Of course, I can't see Chubba's comments on here. Alice says, come stop me. Do something. Expose me. Come on. Okay, we had a decent audience today. Thank you very much. And we didn't even do 2 hours. We did 1 hour and 39 minutes. Close enough. But no cigar. And what I have to say to her is, close enough, but no cigar yet. I might be smoking that cigar, be it Cuban or otherwise. Maybe I'm the one that's going to come out smoking that cigar. But no cigar for you yet, my dear. No cigar for you. And I'll end it with no.
Man, I could not sleep last night. But a lot of freaking cockroaches, man. But I think they're all dead now. I think they're all freaking dead. There's a bunch of dead ones under the bed because I sprayed under the bed. Oh well. Anyway, couldn't sleep due to my own insomnia. Oh yeah, there was this TikTok thing up here, and I kept listening to it, and it never crossed my mind to like take it down, take the battery out. But that's what I did. I took out the battery and I put it under the bed. This thing was like tick tock, and I kept listening to it. And then eventually it was like 3 a.m. I'm like, I gotta take this fucking thing down, man. But so I'll sleep better tonight, man. I'll sleep much better tonight. But I gotta go get a cup of coffee. So we're in Manila, okay, in my Airbnb, and we're gonna go get a cup of coffee. But this travel thing, man, damn, man. I was just walking from my room to the elevator. Somebody passed me, and I said,
Do wak-waks exist in the Philippines? I know at least 2. Oh, somebody that's not on YouTube and somebody that is on YouTube. Wak-waks exist, apparently. If I didn't know better, I know at least 2. So much evil in the world. What drives people to do not only stupid things, but unrighteous things? It's those that have to live with themselves for the rest of their lives. When they constantly repeat mistakes over and over again, we could label them just about anything. Stupid, directionless, or just couldn't you believe in evil and good? They could be just plain evil. What is evil? Is there religious connotation to that? No, not necessarily. Society itself is falling apart around us. You see it everywhere. A president running a country. More wars. People getting more greedy. Is that evil, or is it necessity? Is it survival of the fittest? Well, we're animals. Like any animals on the earth, we have to survive. And sometimes you do really stupid things. But stupid, well, it's according to what you call stupid. If it means your own survival, you may do things that you would never do before. But for your own survival. Because only the strongest survive. And that's why you have to be strong. And that's why I'm strong. Our natural instinct to survive is so important. And people will do things that we may not see as being very righteous. It's inert. It's within us to survive. The difference which separates good people from bad people is their actions. It's what they do to other people that might be unnecessary or unwarranted. I'm not a religious person by far, but I do still believe for every action there's another reaction somewhere. We create catalysts in our life like a domino effect. It affects one person to the other, to the other, to the other. If you're those that are smart enough not to follow the cattle in society, and you learn to think independently, then your survival on this planet is going to have a better chance than those that are not able to follow their own beliefs, moralities of such, their own thoughts, without the influence of somebody else. I believe that. I really do. I watch a lot of these survival movies, whether they're zombies or viruses around. Only the smartest survive. Those people who did things haphazardly in all these movies, as it applies to real life, don't last. It's the ones that take the time to think before they act are the ones that will survive. I don't know where the hell this society is going, but it's not going in a great direction. People are so worried, well, and wondering what's going to happen to this earth. Is it going to be an environmental thing? Is it going to be another virus that's going to kill people off as a kind of a covert operation of the government? Well, I think a lot of us believe in that. We are, after all, an overpopulated planet. The quest to make colonies on another orbiting, even a meteor, another planet, a moon. Because they know what's going on. They know that the Earth, and if anybody knows more of anything, it's the government that's been hiding things for us forever. They will continue to do so. Only the important will survive. Oh, sure. They have underground shelters, everything from Cheyenne to whatever. And it's believed that Trump is building this new addition to the White House, that he destroyed a piece of our history. And he's making it, I don't know if you were aware of this, he's making this as a bunker. There's going to be all bulletproof glass, reinforced walls, and it's theorized that they're digging under to make a protective shelter for the president and his staff. This is something he's been hiding. It's going to be a bunker. That's what it's all about. He's building a bunker. I've heard this discussed on many independent news stations on the internet. There's some information leaked out just a little bit. He's making a bunker. That's what it's all about, a bunker. Didn't need a new ballroom. No, that's ridiculous. That's the cover-up. It's going to be a high technology bunker. Starting off with little things like bulletproof glass, bomb resistant. That's exactly what's going on. I like to bring up these subjects because I like my viewers to spend the time to actually think. I know it's hard for some people because, you know, if you look in their eyes, nobody's home. And with a lot of these people, there is nobody home. They don't possess the ability to reason, to think clearly, to think before they act. Think about, well, whatever you do, there could be consequences. It's only when they hold off that long, don't comply, and they find that there's consequences. So they continue along the same route that getting them in trouble in the first place. Thinking like it's some kind of a contest, that there's going to be a winner and a loser. Well, there's never usually a winner in these type of situations. Somebody's going to lose. But people cannot independently come up with their own logical conclusions in their life, no matter what the situation is. Whether it's a relationship they've been holding on to that it just isn't working, they let it lag on while life goes by, and your precious oxygen you're using up, wasting your time on a partner perhaps that you know you shouldn't be with. Life is so precious. Yeah, it is. It certainly is. As you get older, you'll know. You'll feel it in your bones. You certainly will. The aches and pains of life. If you manage to live 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you're doing pretty good, especially after 40. Because everything that's going to break loose and hit you is going to be 40s and 50s. It's going to start off there. And it progresses as you get older. And if you're lucky enough to still be alive and healthy at a much older age, well, you're doing something right. It means that you're a thinking person. You know what to approach, and you know what to avoid. Anyway, that's my philosophy for tonight. See ya. Don't necessarily want to be ya.